function, pumping and dumping, manipulate the market, flooded from the darknet, flooded from the deep web, keep it a secret. Every exchange got the nerdy brains trading on the frequent.
And okay, so just give us a moment here. Thanks to the lag delay, we just want to make sure that you can all hear us. You guys make noise.
Yep.
Noise.
Perfect. We have audio. Why are you? Okay, I guess I'll have to even more.
I told you.
I didn't know you were gonna be like. I thought you were like leaning over here. You know?
That's gonna get uncomfortable.
Well, we are talking about NFTs tonight.
Yeah,
so
we're gonna be
we're gonna be
talking about a lot of things today.
Let's assume the correct position.
A lot of things tonight, but like, hi everyone out there at this full house tonight for no reason. A house. Welcome to Crypto Barons. Funny enough, this is the first time I have like other people in the room, but the first time also that I'm not wearing the blockchain necklace because that will be a story for our meeting on November 19th.
Oh boy.
But just to quickly recap here, this is what stream you're watching. Actually, we should probably all introduce ourselves. I'm Sidepock. I'm one of the two co-founders of DCG 201, formerly known as DEFCON 201 and DC 201. We normally meet third Friday of every month. In fact, our meeting is going to be this upcoming Friday on November 19th, where we do all sorts of hacks and tinkering and stuff and more. It's going to be partly live stream, partly in person. And if you want to know more things, you can go to our website. That will be below. I'll also put the link in the chat in a moment, and you can check us out on all sorts of social media, such as our Twitter at DEFCON21NJ or DEFCON21 on Instagram, the hostducks.social instance of Mastodon, GitHub, and things like that. And these two people are...
You first.
I'm N Commander. I am my notable thing is I do horrible things to pinball games and other vintage computing.
Wait, more than Microsoft already did?
Oh.
You're not wrong, but you're not right. More seriously, I'm a DCG 201 member. I've been active for 5 years. I have many things to say about cryptocurrency and NFTs, and due to recent events, I am here to rant, which is probably the most apt summary you can give.
Yep. Okay, so I'm Cyrosil. I've been a DCG 201 member since time immemorial. I do a lot of support stuff for us. I also support MagFest a lot and some other local events here and there. Basically, I'm pretty much that guy in the shadows that you eventually see.
He's Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not really running this thing as a shadow government. So that's more of your
Not
thing.
yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you haven't overthrown the Senate yet.
Now I have. So, anyway, what I will say is I may in the future be starting a video series kind of like N Commanders, but more focused on like more in-depth software, firmware, and hardware.
I think you could have wrote, I'm starting a YouTube series that's like N Commander, but more focused.
Well, less focused. That's just my nature. I'm also, I'm watching the chat, so be nice or Luigi gets it.
Yep. I mean, we could also have kind of a weird chat tonight. Before we move on with our topic and what exactly the show is, I do want to mention that, because I've extended for the entire month, we are trying to raise money for the Children's Miracle Network Hospitals. It's a awesome charity organization across the United States and Canada, where multiple different pediatric hospitals and pediatric wings, medical facilities, they were already horribly hammered and underfunded and understaffed pre-COVID, never mind during COVID. And we thought would be a better way to, like, you know, kind of be in the Thanksgiving spirit and not, like, worship a bunch of people who killed a bunch of natives than to, like, help out sick and injured kids, you know, whether they've contracted COVID or, you know, licked the light socket like I have, or things of that nature. So if you do want to donate, there are multiple ways to donate. And by the way, with the donations, we're handling through a service called Tiltify. It is, that means it's not being handled by us. It's a reputable third party. And you can donate any amount of money. We are trying to hit a $600 goal by the end of November, and we'll see how that goes. But even if we get to like $5.99 US, any money, including the current $100 that's been donated so far, will go directly to multiple hospitals.
And the DCG 201 telethon is live, and we are now taking your calls.
Yeah.
No, not really.
But yeah, but if you want to donate, there's multiple ways too. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll below, and we have a little widget that directly donates without you going away from the stream. We also have a QR code that I swear is not phone malware. This is an actual thing that Tiltify provide, because we have questions about that. Anytime, I love that our audience is at least receptive enough that they're just like, "What a QR code? What are you doing?" But no, that goes through Tiltify through your phone, and as I'm going to be doing throughout the chat, there is the link to the fundraiser, which I just want to make sure that things are going through properly again. Yes, they are. It's just this chat's being weird. So, we're going to get right into the meat of everything. This is one of the 2 shows that I have, although this time I am finally not alone, which might be a recurring theme until the end of the year, because I have a Master of Unlocking I'm hoping to do in December that will have other people in it as Cell turns into a tourist.
I'm
and-
going to check the QR code.
Oh. Okay.
And it's not reading. Whatever.
Well, it's more of the brightness, because on screens it's really weird. Like, you
Yeah.
basically, on any screen that you have to crank up your brightness to max in order to do QR codes. Like,
Actually, a hint for the future. You need clear space around the.
yeah, I know. That's the base
So,
QR code.
We'll figure it out.
I'm going to put that space there for our upcoming meeting.
So I have to ask the obvious philosophical question.
Okay.
Is it a QR code to an NFT, or is it an NFT of a QR code?
Don't give them ideas. So we're going to get to that in a moment.
Word.
But this show is one of my other 2 shows. I have the lockpicking show that's going to happen next Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but that's not there now. We are on Crypto Barons, where we look at cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies as technologies, because yes, there's actually technology behind this stuff, despite what the snake oil salesmen, which is pretty much almost all cryptocurrency now, are saying. And boy, we're going to get into those.
But here's the thing. There's technology behind a Ponzi scheme. It doesn't mean that we have to sell it.
And we actually covered that last year in December, if I remember correctly. Hacks and scams, yeah. And we had to define what a Ponzi scheme is, because we covered OneCoin. And eventually we're going to get into WorldCoin, but that will be a future episode. So what basically happened this episode is something that drove me completely crazy, where I already have a ton of topics to do for Crypto Barons. And literally the last week and a half, every day had been 1 or 2 major things involving blockchain, cryptocurrency, NFTs, or all 3. And I was going nuts of, do I cover one of these things? Do I delay a bunch of topics? Because there's still topics I want to cover before the end of the year. And my answer ultimately ended up being yes. So this is going to be our first real potpourri episode, where we're just going to go through all the crazy news this week and dissect it, and watch me and Commander and Cell have multiple aneurysms over how that's the beginning of many, of how crazy some of this stuff is. So before I go in, I do also want to mention that despite it being kind of early on the stream, that if you're in chat and you want to ask questions about the crazy hair, or what he does to pinball machines, or what he does to whatever the hell he does, to everything else probably, you can always ask us in chat. I love talking in chat. Otherwise, if you're here to watch, lurk, and learn, well, then keep lurking and keep learning, as I say. So let's get to the meat and potatoes of everything. I must say meat and potatoes. There we go. Because we've been talking about a lot of like some of the future stuff we're going to be doing, and I'm actually going to switch this over to the fades, because we might be going back and forth on this. So as usual, we've end up at the DCG 201 website, which is coded and put together by Cell, and we always start everything with that. We're going to be doing a bunch of updates in like starting now to like 4 months from now. And we're kind of excited. I know it feels like every 2 years I say we're upgrading the website, because we've gone through like 4 different versions.
Well, the thing is that the infrastructure bill passed, which means now we can afford it.
Yeah, and also with the infrastructure on this is that for once the next iteration of the website's actually going to be a successor to this, as opposed to nuke it from orbit and redesign it because of how sad everything is. So without further ado, we're going to get into some of this news. And actually, the first piece of news is something that literally happened while these 2 were talking about an hour ago. And that is that there has been so much of a gold rush towards Twitter and NFTs that Twitter now will make if you're a Twitter profile that does NFTs, it will make your user picture hexagonal instead of circle as an official notification of you are an NFT doing things on Twitter. So this is like the blue check mark for
I just want it
NFT
to be
users.
square again. I mean,
Well,
come on, Twitter.
That's
See-
Square
see-
is their soul.
But here's the thing: is that I'm actually taking this feature as a good thing, because during the pandemic, you've been able to identify the assholes because they won't wear a mask. This is how you identify the scams at a glance.
Or more accurately, you would have a hashtag Elon Musk and then Thomas Paine logo. But yeah, it says it right here. Introducing NFT profile pictures. NFT profile pictures are displayed. This is a screenshot from a Twitter user themselves, showing when they logged into theirs, it showed up, and apparently that's the hexagonal shape. I do kind of find it funny that the hexagonal, like if you're on a smaller screen or low res screen, it's actually a little hard to notice. So you can still kind of like get away with it. It's still like circular in shape. It's not like a diamond or like a star or something.
I see a problem with this.
Okay.
Can't you fake it by just putting a white image that's hexagonal?
Like taking a hexagon and making it transparent on the outside?
No, well, the current profile picture is a circle.
Yeah.
If I were to just cut the edges of my photo and make it a hexagon on a white background,
well, you would. That's why I'm saying to make the edges transparent, because what if the person changes the color of their background? That's one way.
Twitter doesn't honor transparency. They actually take off.
Okay. So that would only work if you are, and that could actually work with if you're hoping for what's called the curse of defaults, which is that most people just don't change their defaults, and that's what tech companies rely on.
Well, yes, but again, we're talking about NFTs. The fact is, if you fall for the obvious scam.
What really scares me, and I still don't know why, is why Python is trending. As apparently there's like one of those 300 billion days of code going right now, along with 2 different coding conferences, and that's why hashtag Python is trending. I was really hoping it was something like we announced Python 4 this time. It's not Python 3 or something like that, even though there's up to Python 6 already.
Don't get me started.
I know. You should have seen his face when he found that out.
Wait, there's a pipe.
Yes, it's literally 1, 2, 3, and then 6.
Well, I know that because 2 times 3. But are they actually making it as a new major version?
No. It's literally there. That's like, you know how browsers have usually a nightly edition. 6 is the nightly edition for all the other Pythons.
Well, no.
But they're already using 6 as the.
Yeah, it's more complicated and sad.
But I'm a Python developer. I should know this.
I know.
I mean, yeah. Just so it's clear, I think NFTs are the biggest pile of hot garbage. I have to remember the fact that I can actually swear on this stream.
Yes, you can.
Shit.
Well, now we're fucked.
Damn it!
Bleep, 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 bleep. Because there's 7 words that you
Thank you. Dialing the Pope right now. That's a phone freaking joke for all of you youngins out there. Damn it! So,
They star 69'd us!
Yeah, RCBP, shut up. So, no, I do agree with that. And part of kind of the theme of this episode is the fact that, to get my opinion out of the way, what you're seeing, in my opinion... Okay, so, does anyone remember, unfortunately, 1996 to 1999?
Yes.
So here's my take on those years. I just learned to stop shitting in diapers. Right.
So you've evolved from being an Oracle developer.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, good.
I think John Corzine was a thing, and then there was Bill Clinton, and it was scandal after scandal. And then 1999 happened, and I went to school.
And The Matrix happened, which
Well, see, I'm still waiting for John Romeo to deliver on his promises.
Oh. No, see, the reverse happened. He became everyone else's bitch.
Yeah, we made him...
Yeah. Is like a self-pwn. It's kind of what QAnon does now. But anyhow, so my whole thing is what I mean by 1996 to 1999, and I actually debated on seeing A, if I get a hold of this documentary, B, looking up the copyright for it, because it might actually be like nebulous, like we have no real license for this, which is the .com bubble burst, where from 1996 to roughly 1999, everyone and their mom was creating .com domains. And fun fact, because a lot of people don't know about, it's the same way how now a lot of people don't realize that the answer the phone symbol is what actual phone handsets used to be shaped like. A lot of people don't realize that if now I might not there might be more complicated than this, but technically .com means commercial.
Yes.
That's what that means.
Well,
it's just the initial internet had so many like entities on there that were commercial that .com basically became standard.
Well, I actually want to
Okay.
I just want to segue for a moment, and if chat can just tell me if they can hear me clearly, is I actually want to compare the .com bubble to what NFTs are.
And I'll bring this up in a
So,
moment. And yes, we can hear you. But
so can you hear me clearly though?
yes.
Okay. So if we go back to the early history of the internet, originally domain management, that's the name, the name of the website like twitter.com, it was all handled by the US federal government because of ARPANET, and specifically by a company called Network Solutions, where a domain registration was about $200 to $500, and this is in 1990 money. So getting a website name was a very big investment, and you had to prove that you were able using it. So if you were doing a commercial business, you'd have a .com. A personal website would have been .info in that period.
A personal website?
Well, no, actually, it would probably .info, maybe not.
.info was quite a bit later. I think 93 they started with those.
Yeah, I can't remember what TD. You would probably be under .org, but you wouldn't have a top level domain for the most part.
.org came before .com, by the way.
Yes.
Well, and .net beats them both.
Well, of course, because it's the internet.
Yes. Yeah. So, but what happened is that with the formation of ICANN, which is the current corporate overlords of the internet, and
it's literally two cans with a piece of string, hence ICANN.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You really.
That's a rant for another day.
You really aren't.
It's more like 32 or 34 cans with strings, but it's cans with strings.
The domain registration was deregulated, so the last bit of the domain name, the .com, became a de facto meaningless, and you could then buy a domain for $10 at GoDaddy.
Just like NFTs.
And thus, what happened is that everyone started buying domain names in bulk, but because domain names used to be considered valuable, and you could get a venture capitalist to hand you a butt ton of money by having a domain name. Like, who remembers patios.com?
Yeah. So overall, what I'm saying is the way this relates to NFTs, in my opinion, is that the thing that the .com bubble burst, which that's called a burst, is named for, is that everyone their mom was doing businesses on the web, and basically you had everyone thought they were a good business person when they weren't, because it was literally like I think this term's overused when we talk about the internet, but in terms of this aspect, it really was a wild, wild west. Like no one knew how to do
that's
proper.
What the www stood
for.
So
Amazon had a patent for clicking on something.
Yeah, well, it's also, all we needed was Will Smith going, hell no, and we were all good. And what happened was in the late 90s, that bubble bursted, and it was also it's basically like a prelude to 2008 bubble bursting, but that was automobiles and real estate. But yeah, so basically a huge part of the internet crashed to the point where people started to question about the internet's viability, because most of it was basically there were so many commercial .coms that were in business for stuff. And here's a fun fact. One of the few that avoided that was a little young company that sold books called Amazon. In fact, most of the survivors from that bubbles are now the monolith corporations.
Don't forget Netflix.
Yep, same thing.
Yep. But I mean, here's the thing that bothers me the most about cryptocurrency is that bubble has bursted multiple times, because we see if you pull up a timeline, and maybe you want to pull this up, of Bitcoin's value over time, it makes Enron look like a stable stock choice.
We can show that a bit later.
And the fact of the matter is that because cryptocurrency is self-perpetuating, it's the Ponzi scheme that will never die unless it is legislated out of existence. And now, surprisingly, as of late, at least in the United States, the move has been to make cryptocurrencies considered a hard asset, which basically shuts it down for a lot of the speculation that we've seen.
Figure one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I can
we'll
bring
put it
that
up
up
on
on the
screen.
computer, yeah. But not right now because I want them to get done. I'm gonna have my 2 cents. And we're gonna go on to the next topic because it's
Be-
gonna keep getting worse.
Yeah, well, I mean, because if you ever take a look at the cryptography mailing lists that Bitcoin was brought out on, it really is a lot of the anchor.
Crypto anarchists. Well,
Thank you.
not crypto
Basically,
particularly, but yeah,
the people that believe that the world is coming to an end and is going to be
financial anarchists they're called.
yeah.
Yeah, digital financial anarchists. That still is the plague of most blockchain and cryptocurrency tech. That's actually one of the reasons why we're having this bubble.
Yes, and and a very hard libertarian
Yeah,
mindset. I mean, let's be honest, the rise of stablecoins is mirroring how
yeah.
people learn that banking regulation might be a good thing.
So here's what I'm kind of getting at here, and we're going to see this with the rest of these type of articles. Is that the reason you talk about the bubbles bursting multiple times? Technically, yes, but one thing about those is that we now live in like the third or fourth age of the internet. So that thing kind of now is these hyper bubbles and hyper chambers, meaning that a lot of stuff on the internet, like there is a way to make them fail, but like the stuff you would think of too big to fail is like not. You okay?
Yeah, fine.
Too big to fail. Yeah, no, I know how the chat's going, or not going, which I don't care as long as we do this episode. Um, I'm having fun doing this. That's actually the main thing for real. Um, where was I going with this? Is that like you're talking about bubble bursting? We have a whole new standard for what would actually make this fail. And I'm going to get into at the end of all of this where I'm seeing the unfortunate end game of what I now call the NFT rush, in the same way there was a gold rush or a .com rush, which was the part of from 1995 to I'd say 98 was the .com rush, where everyone and their mom trying to enter, kind of like the big video game glut, and then of course the U.S. crash followed. Again, history repeats itself. One of the hubrises of this whole thing that I'll get into after we cover all this news, and we still have a lot to go, is that um, because a lot of these people are young, stupid, and both. Especially the stupid part, because there's a lot of old bees. I mean, Elon Musk is either our age or slightly over. Fucking dumb person. But and we're not talking about in like good business. You don't have to be smart in order to do good business. To be honest. But what I'm getting at is that because of that, we have that whole generational thing, especially in these sort of hyper generations and hyper bubbles of the internet, thinking that, oh no, like what happened with like the real estate in 2008, that was traditional banking, but this is a whole new frontier and stuff. We're young, we're going to do this the right way. And so they're basically repeating history without knowing they're repeating history. And as the old saying goes, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And that's where I see that where all this going. I just wanted to announce the icon thing because it literally just happened about an hour and a half ago. So while you were talking, they heard me go like, "Holy shit!" and I had to like hide it from them just to get their raw reaction on here. But
Well, Twitter had been talking about it, but they were just going to be like one of the little badge under the
yeah.
icon.
I'm also really worried, unfortunately, knowing a lot of crypto bros, if they're going to start comparing. Like, this analogy is going to happen. And no, I'm not saying this. I'm saying I can see idiots and assholes on the internet saying this, where they're going to start equating the hexagonal thing with the armbands. That's going to happen because of how bad analogists, like, when they don't like something, just Nazis. And when they're not Nazis, and then they give crypto to actual Nazis.
In this case, I have to say hexagons are the worstigons.
Yeah. And it's funny because there's actually a lot of cryptocurrency theme and blockchain stuff that are hexagon based. Like their naming is based after hexagon
I
stuff.
don't know why.
I don't know. You know what I think it is? It's like, do you know that time period where like it seemed like every movie and TV show when they wanted to show the future, it was always hexagon shapes, like the new Deus Ex? I think that's where that comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the most optimal packing for a form of shapes in a grid.
CBs.
Yeah.
So let's keep going on. So this was a fun thing that Cyril and I did earlier. Speaking of the gold rush on this, Burger King. So this is where I was going to kill him. So basically, Burger King has teamed up with Robinhood. And I want to remind you, Robinhood is the same company and app that is partially responsible for the GameStop betting wars, aka the best game that GameStop has ever sold.
Yeah.
So they've teamed up with them. The people who brought you like meme Dogecoin with Reddit is this. And what this basically is that They want more people using both the Burger King app, which, as we recently found out, is literally just the web browser app, but like it's basically you download a
It's a
web
web
browser
view.
and it just yeah,
Mhm.
it's the second worst thing to Electron. It's probably using Electron, and and they also want people to migrate over to Robinhood. So what this thing is if you order any meal online for pickup for $5 or more, you get a code that then you can use on Robinhood to redeem cryptocurrency. And the three things that you can possibly get, and these are the max limits. That's how they're kind of tricking you. Most of the people are getting way lower than this. Is either 20 bitcoins, 200 Ethereums, or 2 millions. I think it is in Dogecoin.
Mhm.
Which also shows you the fact a major company is giving away Dogecoin and not like it's weird Tesla thing. Burger King, the global food chain, yeah.
The worst part is that Dogecoin was a freaking joke. It
Yes,
literally the guy who made it took the Bitcoin source code, put the Shiba Inu on
it's
it,
a meme coin,
and
yes.
changed the
Yeah.
Genesis block.
It's kind of like the way like certain things on the internet actually existed where they started off as jokes and became legitimate. So, I mean, that's literally how the phone losers happened. It was supposed to be a joke on hacking groups, and they became one of the biggest legit hacking groups. So, step one, you log in and create an account for perks, and the step two is you make the qualifying purchase. And as a fun tidbit, here's a video that Cell recorded of me actually making that purchase. So.
The audio might be a bit noisy in the background, but whatever.
Yeah, I have to reconfigure the mic, so I apologize for any of the noisiness. But here's us. Here's me doing this bullshit.
Okay.
Get some Burger King crypto.
Chill out here.
It's gonna be fun. It's kind of a busy Burger King because Burger King's now an endangered species in our city.
Can't really.
As
Can't
soon as
really
the
hear
first
it.
comes in, you get to do this.
No, no,
It's
no.
gonna be interesting. Hopefully don't trigger security.
Yep.
I think that's probably the big bag up there. We're trying to figure out the big bag to order. If it's not, that's fine. We still got it on video.
Yep.
And real time side pocket will explain why we're doing this. Yeah, there's a job. Yeah, there should also be a. Yeah, that's it. But there should also be like a medium size
Root beer,
root beer.
no ice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Dr.
okay,
Pepper
yeah,
works.
We can do 2 Dr. Peppers. Yeah.
Yep.
Can we do no ice? Yeah. I was wondering why. Oh, we actually that made our order even better.
Yep.
To be fair, I've never had a bad time at a Burger King. Anytime a Burger King was awful, it was because of the people who eat at Burger King and not because of Burger King itself. By the way, Real Life Me is not going to say this. This is not sponsored. We just think this is funny.
Yep.
We're going to explain how this part of the Gold Rush is the first time I have ever ordered food online and then picked it up ever. So I get to be one of those a-holes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I'll take that.
And do we have the straws? Okay. Thank you. We're good.
That's the actual ordering purchase part, and then which we're not doing on here for security reasons, mainly mine, is that which I already did. I checked my email, and there's a code for Robinhood, and then when you go to your Robinhood account, which I might do later, you redeem some form of cryptocurrency. Thoughts?
Well, effective marketing, perhaps.
Well, here's the question: is, and this is legally like, don't these sort of things have to be no purchase required? No.
Oh yeah, it is. In fact, there is a little blurb in the subtext of it that you can in fact get the thing no purchase necessary, but I think you have to send a self-addressed stamped envelope or some. You have to do some ridiculous bullshit. You can't just go and click.
Yeah.
Yes, I want the no purchase prize, or send them an email. you have to like write snail mail to them and have it postmarked before the end of the. It's why even bother at that point?
Well, the thing is, if a self-addressed stamped envelope is less than the value of the cryptocurrency that you're getting, I'm currently reminded of the guy who earned over 2 million American Airlines frequent flyer points with yogurt.
Yeah.
And I can't help but think that if we could get the internet to take full advantage of these contest rules, we could make this a very expensive experience.
So this is your homework assignment from hackers.
But I think that's also why they have the odds specified, and that it's like by chance that you get your payment, even if it's a 100% chance that you get your payment, it's not quite 100%, and the odds will change depending on the factors of the market and
May the
how much
odds ever be in
the
your favor.
distribution of the prizes go. Which means that they'll pick yours and say you're not a winner because you sent a self-addressed stamped envelope.
I legally can't do that, but
So to rewind back to the no purchase necessary thing, it's like what we said about .com. It's basically been rendered useless over time.
although the flip side of the matter is that considering that Robinhood helped make the fact of the matter is that Robinhood quite literally has been held up in front of a Senate subcommittee, and if the Senate had any concept of actually working,
if they had any fangs,
you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. I would have put it that way, but you're not.
I just want to know we're not sponsored by Burger King. We just think this is hilarious.
Yeah.
He's actually the one that showed me, by the way.
You mean when you say hilarious, you mean sad and pathetic.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that when you see something like this, 9 times out of 10, it's a C-level executive who literally doesn't understand why this is a scam because of how much effort it takes to debunk it. Because as of late, I've gotten more Coinbase ads on YouTube than I think I have of cryptocurrency as of late. They've done every bit of effort trying to legitimize this. So as a big executive, you take the advertising, you see, if you see an actual ad on YouTube, you generally consider that maybe this is a real product, and then this is where this happens. Because then you need, one thing that really isn't talked a lot about in corporate culture is that people don't tell their boss they're doing something stupid because 9 times out of 10 it just ends badly for you. This was my previous work experience, parts 1 through 500. Mm-hmm. And this is how you end up with this. And then because crypto has this self-sustaining hype bubble in its own community, I mean, I don't really like comparing it to certain extremist groups, but I get the same sort of vibe when I see crypto Twitter go kind of nutty.
It's a cult. That's what they have in common. They're cults. The other thing about this is that one, I'm not surprised that there's more like commercials on YouTube and stuff for exchanges and things, because you have to remember, for years we've been getting PragerU ads.
I actually haven't gotten one of those.
I have a lot.
Yeah, but I tend to watch. I do sometimes watch RedTube videos, so that YouTube might have learned something about my preferences, despite my efforts.
And the other thing about that too is, I'm sure it's a combination of like with the Master Lock Safe Space from my previous episode on Sunday. It's partly a how you do, fellow kids, and also again, we're gonna actually. I was gonna get to this at the end, so we're gonna revisit this. I noticed that the timing of this rush was roughly 4 days after Facebook's Connect conference. And see,
did anything major come out? Don't you mean Meta Connect?
Yeah. I'm just talking about what it was originally presented as, where they renamed to Meta, but that wasn't even the important thing. The important thing was them basically saying, we're in charge of the internet because of the United States government, and here's what we want to do with the internet in the next 5 or 8 years. And the problem is, one of the major pillars in that is not only their own centralized currency DM, which we've covered it twice back when it was Libra and again when it was DM, but that they keep mentioning that the way they're going to do security and accountability in the future of all Meta's projects is using blockchain, and how they want to essentially absorb and incorporate other, and basically overnight, even like 6-year-old men who have never even can barely turn on their computer now know it exists, because basically the lead tech thing that's in every that's the basically Facebook. It's honestly, it's if you're on the internet, you're on Facebook, Amazon, or both at this point. You would have seen the same result if Amazon came out and announced the same thing, especially since they have an even bigger thing with Amazon Web Service, aka what over 80% of the entire internet runs on. And like that, I noticed 4 days later, all this stuff started to happen as like a giant. So to me, that's the core of the gold rush. In the same way, when they found a couple of gold mines in California and everyone rushed over, and the catalyst was the 4 initial mines. The catalyst, in my opinion, for this is Facebook announcing the metaverse stuff and saying that crypto is going to be the backbone of the future internet, and that because everyone essentially now basically no one wants to be caught with their pants down, so they're all rushing towards this.
Well,
stuff.
I actually see it as the opposite because
Mhm.
there was a study that came out roughly last week that about 75% of all adults now consider Facebook a net negative for society. And a lot of what I've seen the framing for crypto is they've really been playing up the decentralized aspect,
Yeah.
which is a really big horseshit thing because in technically speaking, Bitcoin is a decentralized currency. That is actually a technically true statement that is as misleading as it possibly gets because the assumption of the original Bitcoin protocol was that there was no concept of mining pools and there was no conversion to or from fiat currencies. Because those were the assumptions laid out in the original Bitcoin paper.
The other
The fact of the matter is that because that has gone away, you have de facto centralized Bitcoin because it's been centralized in power by the mining pools and by the exchanges. And Inferium doesn't even pretend about it. They had the hard fork to roll back that giant fraud.
One of the things that we've been talking about constantly, and I have to actually go get catch up so you two can talk for like another minute or two, is that the reason why it's horseshit is not because it's even that it's cryptocurrency. It's the fact that there's certain tech like this too, where like people think that like I'm trying to come up with one, like it's like, oh, if it's cloud based, that means it's more easily accessible. And it's like, yeah, a lot of initial cloud based stuff and some of the best stuff, accessibility is their goal. But just because your stuff is on the cloud does not mean it automatically does the check mark of being accessible. It's the same thing here, where just because you are using a blockchain technology does not mean it's decentralized.
Well,
which is why there's centralized currencies and things like that. Like that exists.
Well, I mean, let me compare it to something else. Is if we look at Tor, a lot of people say,
I'll take that.
"Oh, that's my foot." Let me compare it to Tor because I'm assuming most people here are familiar with Tor. I think you're blocking the camera. Can you see me?
I'll see in a.
Well, yeah, when the future.
Actually, I'll
Just
switch
alt
over
tab.
here.
Yeah.
There you are.
Okay. So the thing is that with Tor, it's a privacy providing technology, and the specific Tor nodes are decentralized. But Tor itself depends on a centralized directory server to bootstrap itself at startup. And in fact, you could compromise, or you can make things very painful if the Tor directory service was ever compromised, because then you control the list of routes of the Tor network. And that's something that isn't really talked about a lot, which always surprised me because it's always been accepted that the directory server, because Tor does have mitigations that you can use an alternate directory, because a lot of countries that I'm not going to name for fear of getting the stream banned do block the Tor directory service, and without that, Tor browser can't connect. But Tor does provide a failsafe path that allows it to be bootstrapped without the directory, so Tor can still get going. And once you have a connection to the initial onion nodes, it can build the rest of the index by itself.
Right.
This is in contrast to cryptocurrency, where like I said, Bitcoin itself still has a directory service for bootstrapping, but it's tethered to the points of where it connects. It's Bitcoin can only be an anonymous cryptocurrency if you mine it yourself without using a mining pool, and the currency never leaves or enters the network. And the moment that became irrelevant is when Silk, is how it's how Silk Road basically became
Yeah,
viable.
there was Silk Road, there was Magic the Gathering Online Exchange. You probably know it better as Mt. Gox. And there was there were a few early scam pools which were like, oh, we'll host your Bitcoin servers if you join our pool, and then they pump and dumped and raked all the coins into their own basket and ran off with them. But later on, there were actual more legitimate pools that happened, and then like larger organizations started mega
The
pooling.
overall point that we're trying to make is that if it's decentralized and secure, as we've been saying on the show, it needs to be designed with that initially in mind. You can't just have it virtually happen.
Yeah.
Well, the problem.
Yeah. The other thing, real quick, about is I thought of a better analogy. It's the same way how both when people get a padlock, they think that they've gotten the best padlock, no matter what brand it is. And it's the same exact way how people think that because they have a VPN, all of a sudden now their computer's like a spy machine, and it's like just because you have a VPN doesn't mean you are safe.
Especially if it's a bad VPN.
Yeah.
Like
most of them.
Yeah. So if we're about ready to wrap this up, I wanted to talk about the paperwork that goes into this Burger King crypto.
And then we'll go on to the next topic.
So yeah. So I'm just gonna lean into here for a second. So
zoom in a bit?
Yeah, I'll zoom it in a second.
Okay.
But for now, I'm just talking right now. I went into the Burger King website. Actually, if I navigate back here, forward one.
Why is it illegal in Alaska?
Why is it illegal in Alaska?
You live there, you tell us.
Yeah.
Again, because of our state government, we're not that confident.
So I'm just waiting for the site to load here, but
might take a while.
Might take a while. Burger King is notoriously bloated. Their food and their website, but that's beside the point.
As he eats the burger.
I know, right?
Impossible Whopper, which is very possible.
So yeah, no, the existence of an Impossible Whopper begets the existence of a possible Whopper, which. If that's the case, then why would you order a possible Whopper? Yeah, it's possibly a Whopper. We don't know if it's a Whopper, but it's possible.
One, that's all their other burgers. And
yeah.
Second of all, I'm waiting for the Kim Possible Whopper.
See, I just want to measure the waveform and make it collapse.
So anyway, yeah, I've been browsing around here on the Burger King site, and there's a lot of text here, but the first thing that gets me is, with any $5 purchase, no purchase necessary. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's look into it. Prizes, how to play. Let's look at how to play. How does it work? Well, it keeps saying you need to log in, sign up, make an account, and buy your food, but qualifying $5 pre-tax purchase, okay? Right. But I'm just going to go down here. Frequently asked questions. How do I participate without purchasing? There is an alternative method of entry. Rules, which can be found right here. That brings you to this PDF, which is like a 50-page sleeping pill. But
the thing I like is open to all 50 residents.
They were
states
inspired.
I know, but
they were inspired by Noel Netware's Windows for Workgroups manual.
Oh,
except that actually has useful information.
Right. So let me put my lawyer hat on for a second, and I will remind you, I am not a lawyer. I'm not your lawyer. This is not legal or financial advice. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an accountant. I'm not your attorney or accountant. Please do not refer to this as advice for any future, current, or past mistakes that you have made. Thank you.
He will
anyway,
also not eat green eggs and ham, Sam. I am.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get to the paperwork here. So, eligibility, 50 states, whatever. You need to be 18 years old and at least 18 for residents of 19 for residents of Alabama and Nebraska. Okay, sure, whatever. The securities organization.
That takes away most crypto people.
Yeah, so first off, you can't be an employee of Robinhood or Burger King. Fine, whatever. But, okay.
Also, they learned from GameStop.
Yeah. So to participate, right? You need to terms and conditions, create an account, so you can make a purchase. That's A, sure, or B. Mail-in. So you need to send a self-addressed stamped envelope with the proper postage to Burger King Crypto Promotion, care of Merkle Inc., P.O. Box 5022, Department 850743, Kalamazoo, Michigan 49003-5022. And yeah, you send a SACE and they pick up your prize winnings or whatever. What?
Oh,
Okay.
All you need.
I like that all mail-in requests must be handwritten.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
you
you-
can't type it.
All you need to know is they're located in a place called Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
I'm a GNU. How do you do?
Void in Michigan. Anyway, so each entrant may request up to 21 prize codes during the promotion phase. Send 21 self-addressed stamped envelopes, handwritten with your name and the legal name that you're claiming this. What bullshit!
So we're doing this Monday, right?
Yeah, we'll do this Monday.
Yeah.
We'll do it. Self-addressed stamped envelopes. But now here's the
they
part that
wrote
gets
this not expecting anyone to actually do that. Yeah.
me. Exactly. Here's the part that gets me. Claim your prize. All entrants must claim prizes through Robinhood Crypto. Here's where it gets fun.
Mhm.
You must log into your Robinhood Crypto account asterisk. Okay. Data rates may apply. Please contact me. But whatever. But if you do not have a Robinhood account, you will be required to open one. And if you open one, you are required by Robinhood's customer agreement, their privacy policy, and the crypto user agreement to link your bank account to the Robinhood account
Mhm.
and give them your, where does it say it? I know it says it in here somewhere.
The ACH.
Let me just control F here. Does it not actually say this in the document, or is it just poor OCR here? You have to give them your social security number. So, cool.
See, this is what we mean by this. Is I've actually been seeing this a lot. Brave does this now for their BAT tokens. Is that most exchanges again? It's like, oh, crypto anarchy, but it's like you need to have. It's like the same thing. It's like
I
yeah.
already did, yeah.
It's like the same thing with a bank, where these are basically online banks now. So in order to do anything with any sort of exchange, you need to have the same banking information, your social security, your account, all of this stuff. There's no difference anymore. It's normal. It's basically gentrified.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So I don't want to hear any more crypto anarchy stuff.
Yeah.
This is going to upset
No shit.
traditional finance. The traditional finance people are the people in charge of cryptocurrency now.
Yeah. And it's like the other
Yeah.
thing is people are saying like, well, you can still use it as currency. You can still pay for things with it. And I'm like, okay, first off, no, nobody's accepting it. But even for those who are accepting it, like, granted, I can walk into downtown, go to Helen's Pizza, and buy myself a slice with some Bitcoin or Ethereum or Litecoin or something. Future episode, probably, yeah. I could easily do that. The problem is that, see, when Bitcoin was still in its infancy, this is when they adopted that policy. Back then, a transaction was maybe 1 or 2 Satoshis worth of transaction fees, and it would finish in a reasonable time, within 5 minutes. Now the Bitcoin network and the blockchain is so bloated and so constipated that I would have to prepare my order and organize to have the Bitcoins delivered at least a week in advance, or spend an exorbitant delivery fee on the Bitcoin itself.
Which is called gas.
Well, it gets
it's gas on Ethereum. On Bitcoin, it's just a fee.
It's just you're fucked.
It actually is worse than that. You know,
Okay.
the problem with Bitcoin is by its nature is deflationary. You are always at a loss when you spend it. You are always better off keeping it. It is the very clear sign of whoever developed, whoever Satoshi is. They were not an economist because they would understand there is a reason why all 4 of the greatest depressions in U.S. history have been the 4 periods when the U.S. dollar deflated.
That's actually one of the reasons why, if you can notice, most of the time with cryptocurrency stuff, the only reason why Bitcoin is in attention is just really because of quite literally and figuratively of how big it is.
Yeah.
Every single thing is at least basing themselves off of Ethereum, because one of the biggest problems is that they want to be on a network where that actually has that type of stuff built in, where financialists did realize what they were doing, because again, Satoshi's paper was an experimental paper. It wasn't supposed to be put in production.
And like most good tech bros, they actually put something that was never supposed to be put in production into production.
Yeah, but the thing is that Ethereum has the exact opposite problem.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is, while I personally think cryptocurrency is a wonderful explanation of why libertarian and social economic, it's a wonderful deconstruction of it, but it more or less was technically well engineered. Ethereum is the exact opposite problem.
I know.
It actually has sane social, well, sane,
Yeah.
when, in terms of
Okay.
economic theory and sane, it has really crappy technical implementations because its smart contract system is bonkers.
I'm not saying that it's technically well implemented. What I mean is that literally ever since Shitcoin, almost all cryptocurrency and blockchain techs do not have the same internal thing. That's the whole point of these altcoins existing is to get away from those initial
Well,
problems.
the thing is that
Yeah.
there was an intent, there was an effort to change. The biggest problem is that the Bitcoin network can only process so many transactions in a single block. There's been efforts to try and fix this. It has been fixed in Dogecoin and in most of the other ones, but because of certain very sketchy business decisions that you've probably discovered regarding side chains, it hasn't happened on the main Bitcoin branch.
Well, it's not going to, because here's the problem with Bitcoin. Literally, the problem with Bitcoin is the same exact problem as USD. Where like no one likes USD. It's just well, at least for now, it's still the biggest fiat currency. So if it tanks, everyone's forced to go with it, not because they like it or our USD makes sense, but it's literally because it's the biggest one. And like that's what I meant by that's the only reason why people even deal with Bitcoin is because of how big it is. If it ever crashed, no one would care for it. Really.
So anyway, moving on to this.
Yeah.
So another thing about this here documents is it says you need to download the Robinhood mobile app. Now, let's just say hypothetically that this Bitcoin I'm moving over to get out of the way.
No, it's
let's just say hypothetically that this Burger King crypto promotion is super large and it winds up getting so many people to open brand new Robinhood accounts just to get a chance at a bit of Bitcoin or even Dogecoin. Okay, fine. So you have millions of people opening new Robinhood accounts, putting this new app on their phone. What if a vulnerability occurs in Robinhood's systems or in their app or something terrible on the scale of like a critical security issue occurs, and now all this information you're putting in to Robinhood, your social security number, your bank information, and all the stuff associated with it, is now just on the public internet because somebody broke in and threw it on some hacker forum.
For I know Robinhood's history. For Robinhood, that's a Tuesday. Like you have to understand that Robinhood, in terms of just fiat exchange stuff, is the Internet Explorer of all of those.
Well, see, here's the thing: is it actually is a lot worse.
Yeah.
Robinhood was essentially the company that turned GME and AMC into meme stocks because it let people buy on options without doing any sort of financial crediting. Now you have a lot of more people with Robinhood accounts than where you started from.
Robinhood has poor actual code and poor business planning combined. So yeah, and again, just like with Internet Explorer or Masterlock, the reason why Robinhood's popular is not because they're the best. It's because like with Burger King, they're really good at putting themselves out there.
Also, all potential prize reveals are subject to verification by Robinhood, whose decisions are final and binding.
Let me read it properly. All potential prize reveals are subject to the verification. Yeah, it's all in caps.
Right. So basically, this means that Robinhood can just arbitrarily decide. Now, legally,
wait a minute. Hold on. Actually, scroll down slightly.
Yeah,
it says the value. What's that value? It says with the value. What are they declaring the value of 20 bitcoins as?
Let's see here. 20 Bitcoin prizes. 1 Bitcoin. Bitcoin will be added into Robinhood account at an approximate retail value of this prize fluctuates.
Yeah.
The value as of
Well, it
October the
seems-
22nd, 2021, approximately
We actually. I
$60,845.
just want to mention we actually just talked about this because someone just asked. It's all safe. It's on the blockchain, right? It's supposed to be a joke, but we literally just talked about that. Just because you have a blockchain or a cryptocurrency, because hi, Platypus with cheese, because he's really funny. He loves the show. That doesn't mean that it's automatically secure. It's like it's like how back in the day where they were like, oh, I have a Mac, therefore I can't get malware. And now Macs are particularly iOS, so popular that it's the king of malware. Just by having the thing is not the concept is not virtue of any form of security.
So here's where you know that they aren't getting
it's
the
like
shit
saying
right.
just because
right?
you run Ghidra, you're now a hacker.
So let me clarify this. Lawyer hat on. I'm going to be a rules lawyer about this.
He's not a real lawyer.
Not a lawyer.
And he doesn't lock that.
He's Schrodinger's lawyer. He's both a lawyer and not a lawyer at the same time.
Don't call me a lawyer.
Okay, go on. He's not a lawyer.
Not a lawyer. But I'm going to put my lawyer hat on. 200 Ethereum prizes. Now, let's clarify the terminology here. The cryptocurrency that Ethereum is based on is called Ether. That's the coin. The coin in Ethereum is Ether,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's also one hell of a drug.
Ethereum is the network, the entire Ethereum network, and all the cryptocurrency in it, and all the contracts bound to it, and all the code that's in Ethereum, that's Ethereum.
Actually, click the link on Robinhood. I'm curious if they...
Will in a second.
Yeah.
But what they are guaranteeing you, if you win this prize here, one of 200 Ethereum prizes, they will give you one Ethereum.
But I could make my own...
I mean, there is only one Ethereum. I mean, I'm sure there are forks out there, but as far as the Ethereum goes, there is only one Ethereum, and they are giving it to you. They will give you Ethereum.
It reminds me of the people...
I hope I win this shit.
Yes.
It reminds me of the prize of they were going to send someone to Mars.
You know what this more reminds me of?
I'm curious if you go to Robinhood Crypto ETH.
Yeah.
If they actually say what ETH is, they say
you can take
Ether.
it out full screen mode if you want.
Let's just open this up. It says one Ethereum's 4667 right now.
They're also trying to cover their ass because I'm pretty sure when they send it to you, whatever the price is, that's the price.
Yeah,
Just
so
went up
I just find it interesting that they don't call it Ether on their website. It's like, do they even understand what they're doing?
Actually, dead serious, right?
Actually, seriously, they should just call it ETH.
Yes.
Because that's the code for it.
They should, because literally what the terminology, from what I understand, is that it's how technically it's the United States dollar, but because we live here, we say dollars. So Ether is a slang for Ethereum. It's supposed to mean one and the same, but again, we're dealing with old farts here if it ever came to financial and or court systems. So yeah, this is, see the Rittenhouse case.
Yeah. So let's get out of that.
I'm actually curious if that's tracking a real price or if it's just a random number generator in JavaScript.
Yeah.
Why don't you commit a felony in F12?
We could actually tell by opening up Coinbase or CoinGecko next to it, even though it's
what I'll do, I'll pull this open.
If it's near the ballpark of it, then it is tracking it in real time.
And let's F12 it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no, we're hacking!
I'm hacking! So, console, nothing says here. Network, let's see what's coming in over the network. Well, it is actually making gets and updating the price in correlation. So, I think it's polling, it's not a push service.
I think it's Polish.
Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Now, the question is, but Ether's price is an RNG. I mean, if we really want to seed a random number generator, all I'd have to do is pull the current dollar value of a Bitcoin.
More like Roji Biv at this point, but yeah.
So yeah, the response here, it's
okay if you can't read it. There's no real way we can zoom into this shit.
Yeah, well, actually, I can zoom in over here because they added that feature to Firefox very recently.
Yeah.
So anyway, hooray for accessibility. Anyway,
I need to move you to the side.
I'm sorry. I'm covering this camera. I know N Commander's back there. Maybe if I do that,
I
I'm
feel
not
like I
gonna.
need a sign. I'm back here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So End Commander's behind me. I'm wearing the shirt periodically because I'm in my element. Anyway,
He's on his period.
the price here, yeah, these are just the high low. That's all the stuff that they would drag onto the graph here. So it's just making metadata
Well, what
requests
I
to
find
this
interesting
endpoint.
is I feel like you could do horrible things. Like if you sent that backend a request of symbol USD, I could just see all of Robinhood just going crash.
That's happened before.
I mean, yes, but I don't want to test it right now
No,
because
I don't want to
if
test
I
it
remember
either.
correctly, Robinhood has had 4 network crashes up until the GameStop thing. So
Oh
yes,
boy.
it has been. The running joke is that Robinhood itself is the bug
The
bounty
sad
platform.
thing is, Robinhood started before crypto really
Yes.
took off.
Yeah.
And it was like among stock traders, like people who did this like professionally, which stocks are also another grift in my opinion, but that's just me. Stonks. But they were in on stocks, and even the stock traders were calling them a total ripoff
Yes.
and a total like hack.
And that's why the joke is, it's like, yeah, these are like the shittiest people. Who would ever trust into? Hi, we're crypto investors.
Well,
we're used car salesmen. We will totally buy the mafia land in order to build our stuff on.
I'm just going to. This is going to be a sentence that's going to make Cell die inside.
Oh no.
Robinhood is the avocation for Fortran and COBOL and use of financial programming.
Is that a sign that we should go to the next topic?
At least Britain went into decimalization.
Now they're just turfs.
And remember,
I just had a great idea for a cryptocurrency.
I'm
going to make a cryptocurrency that uses old British pounds.
Pounds, shillings, and denarius.
Coding that's going to be exciting.
The GEC 7170 macro computer, which was built in Britain by the not General Electric. What did GEC stand for? It was some British. They made steamboats, I think. Anyway, that machine had a special switch on the panel and registers for shillings and pence. Like they had separate registers for pounds, shilling, and pence, LSD, in the table for every register. Because, of course.
I almost am surprised that with all the stuff with Brexit, no one was advocating to return to pre-decimalization.
I know, right?
Oh, that would mean they were intelligent and knew their own history. Real quick, as a fun change thing that has nothing to do with this, do you two know where the term hand over fist comes from?
You're not the person. I feel unsafe asking you this.
I don't.
You don't know? What do you think it means?
Wait, it
sounds like a BDSM term when I think about it.
You're close.
I've got gears turning in my brain, and I'm
that
pulling ropes hand over fist.
That's a good guess, but no. So actually, it's a financial thing. It's from back when they made coins physically by hand. And so, as you probably know, when metal workers made coins, you're not using the entire chunk of metal. Right. So what metal workers would do, which is how this became illegal, is that when they made coins, they would take off the bits off the side they would illegally keep until they had enough material that they could use that as finance. And then to press the coin, you had to hold the press over this does the cutout and then hammer it in. So it's literally hand over fist minting the coins. So making money hand over fist is like how the modern version that's like fiat version would be like it's command to printer, making money command to printer, or in this case asshole to blockchain would be the accurate way of saying like minting coins. Yeah.
Okay.
See, now I have this powerful urge that if and when we ever have our own hackerspace, I want to mint coins. and I want to sell physical coins on a blockchain.
As
That's
long
Tommy Tallarico. Actually, that's funny. He did both minting coins and NFT stuff, but I forgot to pull
Uh-huh.
up that topic. We'll get there in the end.
yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get there.
So you say your thing, and then we're going to go on the next topic because I didn't know we were going to cover this for this long.
Yeah, no, I didn't plan on sitting on this page for so long. We
That's
just
fine.
got in so many side topics.
Hey,
Dis-
don't talk about my cousin that way.
so disputes. I think this is just a general like
That
arbitration
looks like
clause.
boilerplate.
Yeah. Whatever. Personal information. Subject to privacy policy. I'm not gonna open that, but you
I-
can probably tell it's shit.
It's-
Oh, and winner list.
Is a bit link.
I'm afraid of seeing like the winner list wind up being incompatible with the privacy policy and just like actually like publishing information that wasn't
It's
covered.
going to be a guy named D's nuts.
And then there's gonna be like lawyer shit happening because
Yeah,
of that.
well, no, they're fine. They're not operating in any place where the GDPR is because Robinhood wouldn't exist.
Right. What I'm afraid of is like this link looks like it's already been clicked on. It's a bit lighter than the rest of them. What does this lead to? And I hope it's not Goatsy. I'm gonna click on it. The winner list for this promotion will be posted here after the promotion end date, and the winners have been selected. It's just an empty page. This page intentionally left blank.
It's a PDF.
It's a PDF
Yep.
blank page.
Yep.
That means they really mean it.
Yeah.
It's a legal document.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the other scary thing. PDF is now like synonymous with legal document.
Another fun
Well,
way
let's
that-
be honest. It's still an upgrade from a freaking fax machine.
Another fun way that this is also hilarious is, if I remember correctly, in this legal stuff, they do mention that you have to be a United States citizen to enter this.
Mm-hmm.
That the original, one of the other OG points of cryptocurrency was that there was supposed to be no borders or boundaries, and it was supposed to be global. And so you can tell the fiatization of cryptocurrency for the fact that now everything has changed, just like the way the fiat, which is the point, which is what I've been told too, is like literally, unless you are buying, and I'm not saying to do this, unless you're buying like illegal drugs and you're using Monero, like if you're getting something online, just use fiat money, because if you use like Bitcoin or stuff, you might as well be using fiat money. There's literally no difference. You're literally just switching between two different currencies, but they operate the same ways at this point.
You can't mint your own Bitcoin at this point.
So, do you want to
Right.
bring up the next topic in tab, or do you want me to switch over?
Yeah, let me just get out of F11
Okay.
here and
You can actually keep in that mode if you hover the cursor at the top. It gets out of F11 temporarily.
okay.
Yeah, so I'll switch over.
Technology.
And show you what it means. Yes.
See, technology.
Musical chairs. Musical chairs.
And now one commander won't be covered up by my
No, I'll just be
No,
covered
now-
up by
now-
my amazing abs.
and the lawyer hat now comes off.
Yes. All right, so that we covered that longer than I thought. So that's what she said. So next topic that has nothing to do with Burger King. So there's a user called IamRal20x, and he made some posts that I actually had to bring up this tweet because apparently he deleted them. Because he either A was supposed to say this, or similar to Adam Orth from Xbox, apparently people took this way negatively than they thought, and for good reason. As this tweet says, "Hey, I am Ral and Reddit. The internet is forever." And the points, as End Commander gets into the fetal position, is talking about how there we go. Reddit apparently is going to transfer over to a blockchain system in the near future.
Well, see,
wait, let me go through the article first. Talk to the hand. One of the other major changes from this that they keep talking about, which was a huge contention point for the Reddit community, is that Reddit has its own internal currency. Think of like cell phone microtransaction shit called Karma.
Yeah.
And that's where you could also get Reddit Silver and Reddit Gold, or that's like higher versions of Karma. It's kind of like how Satoshi is a subset of Bitcoin, but it's only used on Reddit, and it's just for, even though you can pay money to get some to reward people, it's just bragging rights. It's like Microsoft points. It's like It's like the U.S. economy or the Freedom Phone. It doesn't matter.
It's like trophy points on the PS.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like Bill Gates' opinion. It doesn't matter.
Gamer score.
And one of the things for this blockchain system is that instead of it just being some arbitrary variable point in their web system, the karma points will be actual cryptocurrency tokens. And so as he says, think Reddit, think. Community-based decisions, forking subreddits into disagreements, which I already thought that's what Reddit forums were just endless disagreements. And all of this without even losing your community points. It's moving forward. It's like moving forward from Facebook to Twitter without having to rebuild your followers. Ask the Donald about that. He writes, surely there are better ways to monetize than just creating walled gardens. That's the only way you monetize is creating walled gardens. Then there's a win-win or wherever users can blah, blah, blah. How will you push this off? Reddit has partnered with Off-Chain Labs, which is also known as Arbitrum, and created its separate instance community points for two subreddits, which is 80,000 users are already on RinkBuy, Testnet, or on RBM Networks, the RBM one. So this is something they're like actively beta testing. This is not like Metaverse where nothing exists yet. This is just Zuckerberg jerking off. This is an actual testing.
The
and
fact
stuff.
of the matter is, I'm not even surprised by this one.
And they're talking about that their main goal with this, even though their main goal is actually to make money and be assholes, is they're arguing about Web3 and trying to make Reddit decentralized.
So
thoughts and prayers.
Hold on. Am I allowed to? Can I
yes.
start my rant?
Go. All you two both go.
So I didn't see this one in advance before coming here. I haven't seen the topic list. Reddit has had a major information problem with COVID misinformation. I'd say they're probably second behind Facebook.
I think Reddit's
well, let me finish this because I need to get this rant out of my system.
Yeah.
A lot of Reddit's problem is that one of the main administrators and owners, Spez, I forget what his actual name is.
Get some water, so keep ranting.
He is one of those people that has literally posted tweets that when the digital apocalypse happens, he's going to be owning slaves with cryptocurrency, and this is like completely on par for fucking Reddit. This is what caused the most recent Reddit protest, where a lot of the defaults went dark because Reddit basically went with a pro-plague stance, saying that things like no new normal and other disinformation subs had all the right to speak and treat their viewpoints as facts. When, let's be honest, there is a reason why we are still in a pandemic, is because no one is still willing to give these people a platform. Anti-vaxxers in the 90s were a niche movement that people made fun of. And in 2022, we basically are in this world where we have had to accommodate this group of... I'm really not trying to... they're fucking idiots.
Yeah, don't mince your words. They're fucking idiots.
Yeah, and a lot of this is being pushed, and it doesn't help when one of the main Reddit admins is one of the people that are pushing this.
They basically went from getting rid of the Donald because they were a cancer to supporting another cancer.
Well, the only reason they got rid of the Donald was because it looked like that Reddit was about to get
It was backlash to the point of federal prosecution, which is pretty much what's going to happen eventually here.
Reddit admins were going to start testifying in front of Congress if they didn't stop that shit. Mm-hmm. And they didn't want that because there's a lot of skeletons in their closet, apparently.
That's why I don't understand the creation of Vote, because it's why create an alt-right Reddit? Reddit already exists as an alt-right Reddit.
Yeah.
I've been a Redditor for a really long time. My first Reddit account got locked due to stupidity. The email attached to it no longer exists, and while I have the password, I can't reset it. Mm-hmm. But collectively, I've been on Reddit from before there were subreddits, which should give you an idea of how long I've been on that platform. And the fact of the matter is, aside from a handful of communities that I don't have a replacement for, ironically, a fair bit of them being political, the platform has become less and less relevant to me. I mean, I made a lot of effort that the only thing I still use Facebook for is I occasionally check the marketplace because, you can find good deals on Facebook Marketplace, but that's about the only thing I'm willing to still use it for.
Yeah.
And Reddit is basically becoming that. And one thing that drives me completely crazy is before No New Normal was banned, they would regularly brigade other subs and shout at people for wearing masks and so
And
forth
I
and so
thought brigading was against the Reddit terms of service.
Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. So, No New Normal was banned for that. And then what strangely happened is that things like our Herman Cain Awards suddenly have to get a whole bunch of new restrictions out of the blue to basically say, oh, this sub has been brigading. And it's like, you don't there may be some truth behind it, but the Reddit admins have no good faith argument with me at this point because let's be honest, for them to get rid, we called on them to get rid of No New Normal, and they ultimately got rid of No New Normal citing brigading and not COVID misinformation, which is the weakest back trend I've seen since. And
It's the internet version of how, like, when someone brings an AR-15 and kills a bunch of minorities, they can get them on
don't get me
manslaughter
started
instead
on
of
that
murder
one. I only have so
because
much,
of how bad our legal system is. So go on.
I have a limit of how much outrage. I mean, let's be honest. Facebook by far is the worst, and although I will give, and I feel dirty for saying this, at least Facebook's fact check does seem to be fairly accurate, but it's a very piss poor movement.
It's also just that the uppers, there's the systems they have in place, believe it or not, this has been revealed in the leaks, works. It's literally the managers don't listen to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I'm not denying that Facebook. At least Facebook on paper is in a pro-vaccine position where they pretend to stop misinformation. Reddit is fully embracing it. I mean, at this point, Twitter is the only platform that seems to actively remove misinfo off their platform.
To an extent.
They don't censor it for politicians because their stance is that there is in the public interest not to censor politicians, which was a lot of the reason why they did not want to remove Donald Trump. And while I don't like that stance, I understand why they have taken it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Why is Leonard Nimoy trending?
I don't know, and I'm afraid if I click on it, where it's gonna show something that's gonna get us kicked off the live stream. I've had that happen before, where it's like, "Why is balls trending?" and I click on it, it's like, "Oh God!" And like, yeah,
This is why you need a second monitor.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
honestly.
we're working on that. I'm trying to find it here, and for some reason I can't find it. Maybe he deleted this too. But I saw a tweet, and I should have like bookmarked it. I think I might have it bookmarked on our actual Twitter, which is that I'll put it this way. And by the way, the guy tweeting this, not only is he one of the coding and business high ups at Reddit, he's the one who's going to be in charge of what they call the Reddit blockchain initiative, which is what the actual fuck thing it's called. And like, I'll put it this way, right? Especially with how overused this term is. I'm trying to find the tweet. There was something where he shared. Is this it? Yes.
How long
This.
until businesses have a CCO, Chief Crypto Officer?
Here's the problem. There's a lot of businesses that are like that, but there's no like Chase Bank doesn't have that yet. Like that's the part
Well,
we're
Chase
waiting
is one
for.
of the few.
Yeah.
God, here I am defending Chase Bank.
That's how bad this is.
Chase's CEO is one of the few people that have actually come forward and have called cryptocurrency and NFTs a scam flat out.
Yeah.
And I feel dirty
Mm-hmm.
because Chase is one of the ones that really helped cause the market crash in 2009.
Yeah.
And note that he said cryptocurrency and NFTs, not particularly the blockchain, because internally the banks and like Swift networks and things have been experimenting with using blockchain type technologies.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're going to use Bitcoin because fuck that.
Yeah.
But there is a reason to have a distributed, controlled, closed network ledger in between interbank transfers and things. It makes a little bit of sense for that.
So you know that saying, this is something we repeat on the show, that saying that there's no no stupid questions, there's like stupid answers or stupid people.
Yeah.
It's the same thing where it's like with most technologies, there are good use cases for technologies. It's just most people do bad ones. And it's
Well-
like, like for example, there are games that have microtransactions. Actually, believe it or not, one of them's Fortnite that do microtransactions accurately, where it's not predatory and they actually add something to the game and stuff. It's just everyone takes the worst parts of it and runs with it, and so many of them do that. That's what it becomes like this. So the thing is, there are very far and few now, especially good use cases for blockchain technology and even cryptocurrency, like tokenization concepts. None of the ones that you hear about are good ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's go. Let's pull out this old warhorse. Let's talk about digital rights management. We all hate it, but there are valid use cases to use DRM. The Free Software Foundation is going to smite me for lying for the sentence, but there are valid use cases for having a secured, sealed system, both legally and liability. And the GPL v3 were written by people who don't live in the
Yeah.
real world.
Actually, I could dispel the whole FSF thing simply by just saying that, and I love that a lot of people don't realize this, is that the FSF has multiple times as their favorite tactic, have actually sued people that they don't like, whether it's valid or not, over copyright. These are the anti-copyright people, and that's their. Anytime they don't like you, they try to find something that could be copyrighted, and that's the first thing they send their lawyers at. But copyrights are terrible, so. Yeah,
The GPL about copyright.
AKA,
Well, I mean, that's
it's kind
actually,
of like how Linux is free and open source, but then you look at all the it's like none of these words mean anything
you
anymore.
just caused me to have a realization I really wish I didn't have.
What's that?
So
I'm good at
a
that.
lot of people that got involved with, so all of us are involved with free and open source software to some extent.
Yes.
And we all probably agree with the initial sales pitch that we heard from the Free Software Foundation, the users' rights, so forth and so on.
Mhm.
Even though what we all think the current FSF should go burn
And a
in
couple
fire.
of other orgs, yeah.
And then what I realize is that the initial selling points for cryptocurrency
Yes.
make a lot of sense.
Yes, they
and
do.
were technically true before reality happened.
Yes. This is
But no one is, and everyone is treating them true, but when at best they're illegal.
this is something all technology goes through, and this is actually like particularly when scientists come up with something. I forget what the name of this is, but there's an actual clause that when scientists develop either new techniques or new like things, they have part of their research papers, they actually now have to sit and conceptualize and think of like what they can figure out what's the worst things you can do with it for that reason. A lot of it, the classic example is Nobel and he didn't even really invent this per se, but basically I'm just going to use what layman people say. He invented dynamite. And a lot of people, including himself, thought that this would be a great use tool, and it's environmentally friendly. And my favorite thing is
And then
that this is going
World
to
War
cause
I.
world peace. And yeah,
It's like
So-
Nobel invented dynamite, and look what happened.
a good thing about
And-
this, yeah, sorry.
And then Nobel invented netware, and then look what happened. Now Nobel came back around and made the Nobel Prize. Nobel came around and gave us Seuss. Which one won?
Yes, and the other big thing about this too is that look at how people conceptualize the early internet, and when asked like, what do you think after the millennium the internet would be, and most of them, except for the really smart ones, including not we're not friends, but a colleague that I knew who actually got a keynote at Black Hat USA a couple of years ago talking about this exact topic, which is that unless you were really smart, most people's concept of what the internet would be like by 2021 was not any of this shit now.
Well,
This was the nightmare scenarios from us, and that's the thing. That's what you said. Reality setting in.
Thought I heard something out there. Might have just been a car blowing up. Never mind.
That's
yeah.
no,
Well,
that's
we
a
live in
motorcycle.
we live in Joyce.
That's a
No,
motorcycle.
but here's the
sounded
thing.
like
Here.
a tree branch breaking.
I'll put a chain on the door just in case.
But I'm actually, I want to actually build off a point off this. Is one of the biggest things I hear about Web 3, which I thought Web 2.0 was stupid, but
And they just call it Web 3, and then it's just going to be called Web 10.
let's not do an Apple.
Yeah.
No, but
Windows,
here's the
but
thing:
yeah.
is that the big thing about Apple Web 3 is the big selling points I've heard is ownership and a return to decentralization. But this is looking at a romanticized view of the early internet that didn't really exist.
Yes.
Now, technically speaking, Usenet is a decentralized network, but you, the user, were not part of that decentralization. Usenet was to give context. The internet predates the web browser. The early internet
Mhm.
primarily existed in the form of mail servers and news servers. Email basically worked the same way it does now, except people actually have this thing called open relays. We will avoid the specifics on this.
Oh god.
Usenet, there was a time where open relays were considered good practice.
The Peanut.py remailer was a very popular thing.
Yeah, the penis renailer. Yeah.
Before the scammers caught on.
But Usenet was a decentralized way of copying and transferring files and data from point to point on a network.
Mhm.
But the thing is that it was a bunch of users using a single node connected to a bunch of other nodes. The best way I could say is it's a lot like how Bitcoin, a lot of people interact at a given exchange point to and from. I mean, how many people actually run a full wallet these days? I mean, running a wallet is a significant resource investment.
I do, but beside the point.
You're not a typical end user, and you can't make that argument.
Yeah, it's only 208 gigabytes, right?
I know what you've got in that closet.
Yeah,
It's not me.
skeletons. Lots of skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
Yeah, it will make shivers down your spine.
In fact,
Dude, we need a cryptocurrency version of that
I
song.
need to check on one of these
Don't
skeletons
give
right
them
now.
ideas. We're getting to shit like that later.
Yeah.
Before I move to,
Skeleton
I
porn.
do want to move on to the next topic as he grabs this thing. But what I will kind of sum this up as, right, is that, which is what I was originally getting to, is that Raul, who is in charge of the Reddit blockchain initiative, I don't trust any person in charge of anything that refers to people outside of their field as normies. Not even that I hate the word normies, it's that it's an overused term. It's like the term woke, where everyone thinks they're woke, including the people who are supposedly anti-woke, and they're not.
Jesus.
Well, I got spooked.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think you can see it, but yeah. That's what she said.
Jack Siricel has entered the room.
Well,
Oh god, that is worse that is worse for reasons I don't want to talk about on air.
What, the fusion dance?
anyway, go on.
So about Pumpkin Exchange. But yeah, I don't trust anyone in charge of any sort of major corporate initiative that outside the people that they refer to the outside of their field as normies.
Well, I mean, but that's the whole point, though.
Yeah.
I mean, to use the term, one of the classic cult tactics is to make it seem like you're the elite, you're the special, you're the enlightened. I mean, if you want to see the Cult Handbook 101, there are certain religions that I don't want to name for risk of being brigaded. The more classic one is the People's Temple, that people that were part of Jonestown were basically being shown as the best of what Americans could do to create communism, and as could be used as a showcase for the Soviet Union. That was actually a real thing.
He also refers to his tenure at Amazon as being an ex-inmate of them.
Well, okay, I don't actually have a problem with that description.
I don't have a problem with that description, but it's like now he works at Reddit doing crypto. I think you should have probably stayed in that prison.
I mean, here's the thing.
They probably shot it down, and that's why he left.
No, Bezos always wants ways to make more money. You really think you really think Amazon isn't going to come out?
Yeah, but he wants wealth. He wants a long term. So yeah.
Well, the thing is that if Amazon launched their blockchain now, it'll be longer than Tesla's.
Well, I'm trying to say, they already do. It's called Amazon Web Service. But the thing about this is that, this is the whole thing, and it's similar to what we're going to get to at the end of this, because I'm saving the best and worst for last.
To watch and Commander die inside.
Yeah, is that there, as opposed to the thing we're going to talk about where the backlash is ending, or maybe not necessarily ending, but on temporary hold, this is just the beginning of this backlash.
Does it start with dis and end in cord?
Possibly. But moving on, just because I want to get through all these topics, I'm going to talk about something that hurts me personally. I'm going to explain this, and then I have to pee, legitimately. I'm going to be cursing while I'm peeing, because this drives me crazy. So, does anyone remember when The Matrix came out in 1999? March? 7th, 1999, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Okay. I that's one of my favorite movies of all time. I even like the two sequels personally. That's just me. I understand why people would not like them. I think Cell was like a zygote during that time. But anyhow, but even with Cell's zygoteness, you kind of describe at least the first Matrix as like it has a lot of themes of like like questions about control and rebellion, right? You know, like a lot of the stuff that they were kind of mocking out there were the big tech stuff and trends of its time. I mean, the whole point is when he was in the Matrix was he was a mid-level crappy software designer, you know, in a maze of cubicles sort of thing.
Well, I mean, it takes it further though. Is that
Yeah,
imagine that you are someone who's taken the red pill and you wake up in Xeon, and if you go, but the thing is, and spoiler alert for the Matrix movies, Xeon itself is a scam made by the machines. It
yeah,
exists
I know.
literally so the Matrix can.
And I will put it this way, even though I have my own trepidations now, there's a fourth film coming out next month. I'm not going to get into all my personal details about this. I don't hate the film, but I'll put it this way. I should be really excited that in a week, at the end of the week, there's going to be a new Ghostbusters film, and that next month's going to be a new Matrix film, but I'm not. It's also that because I can't talk more details about this without like suing and stuff happens, but I also have a personal relationship with a fourth Matrix film that has colored my feelings about all of this. But I'm not going to get into that. That's not the whole point of me bringing up the Matrix. It's that as much as Warner Brothers itself has always been a giant monolithic corporation, whoever was running their campaign at least got the original trilogy when it was coming out. Meaning, like, one of the things the first Matrix did is if you watch the original, at the end of the credits, it just says password and some sort of password that wasn't the word password. And if you went onto the website, you could click around or look at the source code and find the URL for this, and it would have a password entry thing, and you could find and that was supposed to start the trend of once you knew about this password in the film, you'd start looking at passwords in the comic books they published and all of their stuff, things that they made on forum posts and things. Or if you entered these passwords, you could find cool little matrix tidbits, like concept movie, the concepts art for the movie, versions of this previous versions of the movie in script form, things like that. It was a nice Easter egg hunt, and I know a lot of people who both do and I was actually kind of one of these, both do the aesthetics of that movie, and because of the smart usage of the current internet without they use the internet to promote the film without voiding the theme of the film, meaning it wasn't like the first movies had like a partnership with McDonald's or something like that. You know, it's still kept in that corporation bad sort of thing.
Well, but except they defictionalized the phones.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that they use a smart version of what the current internet is. One of my big fears of this new movie is that even if the movie itself still kept that tone, Warner Brothers is a very different company now. And essentially, which has been a thing if you haven't noticed with the DC films, is that they're very tone deaf to their own audience. Like they don't realize what people want. Most of the successes for Warner Brothers in the past couple of years have been despite Warner Brothers marketing, not because of Warner Brothers marketing. In fact, a great way of how Warner Brothers marketing really killed something was the Suicide Squad trailer, where so many people liked the trailer that the executives, out of a disobeying of the director, hired the same trailer editing team to re-edit the theatrical movie, and then learned the hard way of why trailer editing is different from film editing. The film horribly suffered, but like they don't know what their audience actually wants, and that was one of my fears going into this Matrix film. My first red flag, and not red pill, was the use of the the Jefferson Airplane White Rabbit song. Because if you look at all the other trailers, not only did it fit the theme of the movie, but it was stuff you didn't think. Like no one, like it was so cool that first trailer. A lot of people don't realize was done by a band called Engel, who makes these like weird digital soundscapes. And then the two sequel films were more like the film's music, where it was hardcore industrial, but they didn't like pick like some popular Nine Inch Nails song or something. It was like stuff that if you were into that music genre, you would like. So it was a huge red flag that when I first saw the trailer, it's like, oh, well, there's White Rabbits, and it's about like, you know, weird hallucinatory shit. What song should we use? Oh, Jefferson Airplane's White Rabbit, the song that everyone defaults to when it's all about what's reality and shit. And that was my beginning. I'm like, well, maybe that was for the trailer because there hasn't been a Matrix film in a while. Space Jam plus Matrix crossover, that's another thing. But that was at least a different film, and technically Warner Brothers hold the rights for this. I'm going to bring up this news article. One of you two are going to read it and partly discuss it while I go pee, cry, and scream in the corner, okay?
All right.
Okay.
This is where I died, and even if I find out the movie is great, my brain will be tainted by this, because you talk about a disconnection with the themes of rebellion and control. Here's how they're going to be promoting the new movie until it comes out next month.
All right. Wait. What?
The Matrix 4 Avatar NFTs launching ahead of the movie release for $50 each.
The fuck?
The Warner Brothers is teaming up with Nifty to sell 100,000 NFT avatars inspired by the Matrix Resurrections for $50 each ahead of the film's release. He's having my reaction, but one of us has to read this.
Warner Brothers is launching
100,000
tokens of the Matrix Resurrections avatars for sale before the movie releases. NFTs, which are akin to real-world collectibles such as baseball cards. No, they're not!
No.
Utilize blockchain technology to authenticate the ownership of these unique pieces of digital content. The first NFT project launched back in 2015. I mean, I'm reading it to the camera. I don't want to be too loud because he's got the volume cranked up, so I can read it from here. Anyway, you
The Matrix is dead to me.
Yeah.
It is dead to me.
Yep.
So you're just gonna take the blue pill?
No, I'm gonna.
I need a purple pill.
I have a
I'm
bet.
getting fucking indigestion.
I have a better idea. How about I give this promotion idea the finger, and you give me an actual Matrix promotion sequel that makes sense.
And once again, I'm now behind sci-fi.
This hurts me even more because that's what she said. This hurts me even more because of that the second film has not only one of the most realistic actual hacks, but one of the most cited realistic actual hacks.
The SSH exploit.
Yes, that was based on a real exploit
Yeah.
using Nmap as a scan to find the vulnerability in terminal,
Mhm.
which is fucking amazing. And I'm pretty sure, dead serious, again, the Matrix Resurrections might still have shit like that. But if you want to get people's butts in theater, especially hacker butts, to feel confident about this is super tone deaf. This is, I'm trying to think. This would be like if when they released the Batman trailers, they redid the trailer so it looks like they're all in daylight. Batman works at night, like, you know, it's like that type of.
It would be like if Hackers the movie got a sequel somehow,
It did.
never mind that it did, and that they were to like they found out that 2600 is some important number, and it turns out it's just the address to some old bank that they hacked into, and not like, you know, the hertz frequency on the phone trunk lines and things like that.
I actually have a better one too. Is that that would be like when they make, because there's never, just for the inside joke, there's never been an official direct sequel to Hackers. There's a running joke about these films that came out at the same time that had kind of similar themes of bad execution. There are talks about making an actual secret to Hackers.
Wasn't there a Hackers sequel called Bad Execution?
That's honestly what they should call it.
Yeah.
But
A little bit on the nose.
Yeah.
Ain't it?
the other thing that drives me crazy too is that basically when you do the NFT itself, apparently you take the red pill and blue pill, and that like the blue pill basically puts you like your actual picture of yourself redone like you're in the Matrix, and then the other one, which I can't find here, I think it's this one, is like you as a resistance member. And the thing about this that also makes me mad is that I know it means the blue pill and that means you're supposed to look normal, but like most people want to look like the resistant members. Why not like one also in the real world as well, and two, this just boggles my mind that this is a goddamn thing. I will tell you what would have impressed me better if they did an augmented reality game where there were actual dot onions.
Yeah.
Like that's what they would have done years ago if that
Yeah.
existed.
And
You know?
maybe if they did something like in reference residual self-image and like what? Yes.
The red
Alright.
pill is actually based off of the HRT pills that came out in the 90s. I would argue now that the blue pills are filled with borax.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Obviously, we've been getting our memes from the same source.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
The Source, which is from the Matrix.
I didn't eat.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Borat the Kid.
No, so I'm not sure you actually went there for the same reason I did, because apparently the new anti-vax thing.
Yes, that's what we're talking
No,
about.
I've heard about it.
That's the joke.
Okay.
But yeah,
Just
and,
making sure.
and just also to confirm, the company is called Nifty.
Right.
Yes.
And when you go to their page, they actually advertise that this is what they're doing. And you can sign up now or join our Discord, which we're getting there. But
Well,
yeah,
now I know why Discord was so big on this.
this is just. I don't know what it's been like on Discord, but everywhere else, including, I believe, the Matrixware itself, this got a huge negative reaction. An
Yeah.
even funnier thing is that originally, back in the summer, Warner Brothers tried to do this with Dune. And Dune's fan base had such a shit fist over this that's why you didn't hear about it, because it canceled before it got started. I think they thought of, which it says even in this article at the bottom, this PR fluff piece, is they're like, given the nature of the Matrix series and the two-phase approach to the upcoming NFTs, the match couldn't be more perfect. My argument is that no, it does the exact opposite. That's what everyone's been yelling about. It's like, this is supposed to be the rebellion film, so why are they using NFTs, the most corporate thing out of all the blockchain? Never mind that it's blockchain. Like, wouldn't the film be making fun of it, which is now making people worried about, well, maybe the film isn't doing that anymore. And again, this is anti-advertising.
Mhm.
You know, it's...
Well, it's like I don't know if, because I've honestly not seen RoboCop or any of its sequels,
Mhm.
but it would be like if RoboCop 1 was all about anti-capitalism and police overreach and police, like the police brutality and absolute power. But then RoboCop 2 and 3 are just fluff pieces for the NYPD.
Yeah, that's basically, yeah.
I mean, really, at this point, RoboCop has become post late stage capitalism. The movie.
Yeah.
I haven't even thought about that.
Basically,
I haven't. I mean, curse me for it,
Yeah.
but I haven't seen RoboCop or any of the
I
sequels.
just want to let people know, because they
So
might
I don't know if
be
what I said is accurate.
confused. The get inset thing is a really cool way of earning, literally. This is not a scam, as far as we know. Earning a type of cryptocurrency called incent. When you set up, you can scan that little QR code or type in the thing, and you get a little bit of incent as you watch. So every time you enter code, you get a little bit of it, and that can be exchanged for any other cryptocurrency. And if you exchange it for a cryptocurrency that is directly based on fiat, you could actually pull money. So it's just a cool way for give you free cryptocurrency or money just by watching our shit. That's just that. And again, if we ever find out this is a scam, we're going to remove it. That's why we're not like sponsored by them. I just want to explain why that pop up keeps popping up. But go on. What do you remember? What you're saying? Sorry.
No.
RoboCop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
First, we're going to have to movie night. Second,
Absolutely.
well, one of the big things with RoboCop is it's set in a world where Omni Consumer Products has more power than the Detroit city, and basically the whole reason the RoboCop project in the first movie, and you have to actually be paying attention for this to catch this, is that Omni wants to put a good face on their company by sponsoring law enforcement.
Yeah.
And in some ways, what was a ridiculously over-the-top movie has become more and more relevant as time comes on.
Boston Dynamics! Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
swallowed the wrong way.
Yeah. The third movie is not particularly great, but the first two... the third movie is not bad, but it didn't need to exist.
The second movie... The second movie is dead serious, the best and last best thing that Frank Miller ever wrote. They didn't even fully use his concepts for that.
Yeah, it is also one of the darkest things.
Just an aside, the funniest thing I have to say about RoboCop's score, the part where it goes dun 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 dun, those notes are A C A B.
Yes.
Dun,
Yep.
dun, dun, dun.
There's no way.
No way that's a coincidence.
The other thing about this too is something related to RoboCop. As a side thing, if you see my other show, Master of Unlocking, there was an episode where we actually covered the this is just a useless side thing called the Club, which you also donated. I haven't used that one yet. I'm doing a future one where I'm going to revisit it and I'll properly unbox
Yeah,
that.
we
Yeah.
both help you join the club.
Yes, exactly.
The club, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
And
it means they still suck.
the OG Club, yeah, and they're actually technically improved, but as Lockpicking Lawyer showed, not by much. But what's funny about it, and Deviant Olum reminded me of this, is that there is actually a version of the club that's electrified, and I covered it on my stream and I literally showed the commercial it was from RoboCop 2, if I remember correctly. No, sorry, it was RoboCop 1. Because one of the things about the RoboCop films, if you haven't seen them, is that they had these fake commercials, which were basically every single one of those commercials have all become real over time. Like literally the point of like not self-parody. And
Suck 6,000.
yes, and they had a commercial for a kid, which is common in Detroit, of stealing a car, and the car electrocutes him to death. And as I described, that was like 1992. And then now here comes 1998, where someone went, "That's a great idea," and they made a version of the club that electrifies the steering wheel and the club itself.
Yeah, I think
yeah,
that actually set a legal precedent
it did.
for like banning the use of like booby traps with like electroshock and things
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Mm-hmm. And now they just put them in software, like in crypto wallets. So yeah, this personally hurts me just because like I had trepidation about this film, and I'm not going to go into all the reasons why. Partly also dead serious due to legal reasons. Make that with what you will. But if Warner Brothers wants me to instill confidence into go seeing this film, this literally has the exact opposite for me, and apparently it did for a lot of people too, because that's how I heard about this, was from people just like, "Wait, what?" and being all confused. It's a Terminator film where you're rooting for Skynet.
So you're saying it's Terminator 3?
Yeah. Where the actors are so bad.
Another movie I have
Yep.
to see.
So
No, third one,
okay.
no.
So now we're gonna get to the meat and potatoes of the discussion, which is why these two are actually here. I'm gonna go in order on this. So the first thing I saw on here was Jason Scott's "Oh No" post, where on a survey about future Discord use, they asked the question of, "We would love to learn more about your biggest Web3 needs. Can you help us by completing this survey? How familiar are you with what? How are you familiar with NFTs? Why is it NFT? I know enough to think they're cool. I bought and sold it one NFT. I'm a pro. I collect and trade NFTs regularly. You notice they don't have an option of, no, fuck NFTs. Right. Leave me alone." And then a bot that says, "What is your favorite NFT DeFi Web3 community on Discord?" You should just type in "these nuts." And like that was already like, also how many retweets it has and quotes and likes of like, oh fuck,
ratio.
And then sure, something you can't do on YouTube anymore. And then it kind of progressed along a little bit more. And someone shared this image where the Discord CEO shared like, hey, future thing, and it's where you could pair a web wallet such as MetaMask directly to Discord itself. Now, if I remember correctly, don't rant off right now. I'm literally just asking this. Isn't there a thing where you could isn't it that you can like technically trade cryptocurrencies through Discord? I think, because I remember that being announced as like a feature they were looking into or something.
Don't think so.
Not as of yet.
Not as of yet.
Yeah, I think the closest thing you'll get to that is like Nitro bonuses.
Yeah, there is a lot of cryptocurrency groups. That's like literally a third of all of my Discord is that.
When you have Nitro, because I've been gifted Nitro a few times, you get offers and subsidiaries, and some of those were for Coinbase and such, but there was no direct integration.
Gotcha.
Right.
Now, I do want to clarify this picture because Discord, if you're not familiar with the platform, lets you link accounts to your Discord account to verify that you own them.
Right.
So I have the N Commander YouTube channel that linked to my Discord to verify, yes, I own this channel. Now, I don't have a problem with someone being able to verify that they own this wallet.
Right.
It's the part that comes after this that
Yeah.
had me getting the tiki
Yeah.
torch
It's
out.
also one of those things about like, what are you guys doing between
Yeah.
those two pieces
Like,
of information?
Yeah, like granted, I personally,
Yeah.
I don't mind if you just add a wallet field to your profile. Like if they just add, okay, you can advertise your own Bitcoin wallet or Ethereum wallet. Sure, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's when you take that and make it more like, okay, we're going to integrate this with Discord and we're going to make it so you can send Ethereum through Discord and you can buy NFTs on Discord. And it's like, what the f- are you talking about? I have to laugh because I run a Discord server, like my own personal server.
We're gonna get
It's
into all those.
called
Yeah.
the Oh No server.
Mhm.
And we all saw Jason Scott's Oh No post at the same time.
Yep.
And immediately made a channel about a Discord exodus.
Yes.
And
So
a
we're
lot
gonna
of
again we're gonna
servers
get
did
into that. Don't
Mhm.
trail off because I'm gonna get to the main news. But
Yeah.
basically, this is like there's smoke forming, and where there's smoke, there's fire. And these two are going to kind of recap because they were more. I barely use Discord itself. I basically only use at this point our Discord personally for like announcing events and doing CTF stuff. We plan on in the next month or three to like make it more useful than it currently is. So I'm probably like this is why I brought them on. I'm like the least person qualified to say what was happening during all of this. But basically, long story short, which is this article on TechCrunch, Discourse pushes pause on exploring crypto and NFT amidst user backlash. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and as I said, so what basically, from what I understand, people thought is that they were going to directly integrate either probably both, um, cryptocurrencies into the platform so you could directly buy, trade, and sell. And it kind of makes sense, even as much as I hate saying this, just because of literally like if you exist blockchain, crypto, anything, you like have a Discord. It's like
Yes.
it's like it's basically like if it's kind of like if it's like the old stereotypes of like if you're a lesbian you eat granola bars and you have cats, or it's like one of those things where it's like the whole South Park token thing, or which is the other thing is that the possibility of turning Nitro into a cryptocurrency in the same way how Reddit is.
I actually want to
And
build
that was the fear, and then apparently because of all of the rightful bitching that happened, they put that, and note they said they put it on pause. They didn't cancel the project or destroy it. It's on pause, kind of like how Microsoft put the whole use games verification digital only thing on pause, and parts of it are actually happening with Series X.
Yes.
And again, I was in the trenches for that, so I'm going to now, for the most part, let these two experts discuss what was going on, their own opinions on it.
So let me give a little back context on this because you have to understand how Discord works from a server management perspective, and specifically, you need to be in a server that has been boosted to understand where this is coming. For those who are not familiar with Discord, it's centralized. Huh?
You want to switch places, or
Yeah, let's switch places.
One place.
Yeah, and if you want to just poke people on my Discord that I'm actually talking about this, feel free.
Okay. Yeah.
Because this all. Okay.
Do you want to add everyone or just?
You can just drop something in general.
And if you ever want to bring up like Discord on the stream, I can.
Yeah. Well, the problem is they'll come up with you'll see all the private channels of mine. Okay. So, but besides the point. So let's talk about how Discord actually works. So. How do I switch it so it's just me on camera and not?
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid if I touch your streaming laptop, it's gonna fold like in a cheap accordion.
Yeah, I want to change that in the future and make it a lot more general and a lot more accessible, just for people like if we have viewers like I guess.
Okay, so if you're not familiar with Discord is the thing that we used to replace IRC. That is an oversimplification, but only by so much. Generally speaking, of most of the chat platforms in existence, Discord has the best amount of features. It's not Slack, and it doesn't eat more memory than Chrome does on an average day, as I'm pretty sure Carousel will agree with me. Mm-hmm. And most of us use Discord because it's the best of bad options. Now, Discord has its own paid plan known as Nitro, and if you have Nitro, you get a couple of user perks. The biggest one being large file size uploads, use of emojis from other servers, and high quality streaming. So there is something of a subculture in Discord to be part of servers that have a lot of interesting emojis and then having nitro so you can spam them. And this has actually caused problems on my channel because people will react with Pepe emojis, and I've had to warn people about that is a bannable offense in my channel or on my Discord. But I can't block it because Discord doesn't give the option. The other thing about Nitro is you get what's known as server boosts, and when a server is boosted, it unlocks features on that server. Mostly, it gives more emoji slots, it gives more streaming, and a few other minor features. It's nothing really to write home about. But the big thing here is that Discord going into NFTs means that you could make it so you can no longer just upload a photo. Now you're going to have to buy your emojis because they've been really trying to monetize emoji slots for a really long time, and it's becoming pretty clear that they want to take this to its logical, shitty conclusion. A lot of us have been discussing. My personal Discord, we are not having a discussion about migrating because if Discord does it, it's going to be a migration, and my server is a dictatorship, not a democracy, so I will make a decision and we will just do it. But I am active in the
There's
discussion.
a reason why he's called N Commander and not N President.
Yes. Well, maybe someday I'll rank up to N Captain.
As long as you're not either N Cortex or N Trophy.
Hit him for me. So,
Bonk.
we're currently been discussing. I'm in Cell server. I'm on two other ones that have added channels. For my part, I had a channel called Discord Improvements on how do we make the experience better that I added 2 days before this news dropped. It's like, I like.
What is that thing where it's like a word that means something else? It's like.
No, it was literally.
Where it's like good Republicans, where it's like one of those words.
Well, like one of the things I did was
shouldn't be in the same sentence.
Add a bot to be able to self-assign gender roles, something I've been meaning to do for a while. And it's like other stuff like that. It was like literally, how do I make this a nicer place? Not the NFTs are coming. Let's abandon ship.
The NFTs are coming.
The problem is that there is no real good alternative. The reason people stopped using IRC is that IRC was outdated in the 90s, and every effort to make the V free be a real thing has been undermined by political infighting to an extent that you could probably make a documentary on it that would make A Song of Fire and Ice look like a PG movie. And am I underselling this?
Well, don't mind me. I was distracted by something that was posted on your Discord server a few minutes ago. But yeah.
How big was it?
Yeah, it's.
I'm gonna have to check on my phone. It's like
it's an off topic if you're wondering.
Is my Discord server currently on fire?
No.
Okay, good. That API call should never return true.
No, but if you wanted to become on fire, let's talk about Discord adopting blockchain.
So, the big reason that we're pushing against this is that there are a lot of advantages to having centralized chat service. Most notably, the ability to scroll up, and there is a reason that Slack became very popular very fast. It just so happens that Slack is also it can also be used as an example of how not to write an Electron app, among other things.
Step 1, never write an Electron app.
Don't go there. But the long and short of it is, while discussing this, the free and open source projects to make alternatives to Discord have kind of fallen flat on their face because all of them have really been focusing on trying to do federation, which is basically taking a bunch of Discord servers and actually decentralize the network. But this is a really bad idea for a lot of reasons, which could mostly be summed up as distributed systems are hard, and it's why blockchain is a technical achievement despite all the bad it brings, is because it's a distributed system that works.
Yeah, distributed systems are hard, but making them fail is easy.
Yes.
But actually making them fail and actually being able to reliably detect that they failed, that's harder.
Detecting that they failed is hard. Making them fail, super easy.
I also want to clarify that, in my opinion, the shock Pikachu face is more of that they're trying to look at blockchain and cryptocurrency solutions. I don't think there's any shock Pikachu face of the monetization efforts of Discord because I
Right.
think it's been known for a while that the end game of Discord is to make it essentially an EA FUT game.
Right.
Yeah.
But like, okay, I'll say this much, right? Uh, Cryptocurrency was invented because of a failing of a decentralized network, and it's actually kind of it's probably going to surprise you which network it was. It's called email. Cryptocurrency was invented thanks to what was it?
Spam cash.
Spam cash.
Spammity spammity
Wonderful spam.
A wonderful
Okay,
spam.
let's not continue before we get copyrighted. Stop!
Okay.
I don't like spam. Anyway, so yeah, hash cash was the original implementation, and it's the proof of work system that was implemented in order to prove that a original human sender with a real computer was dedicating time and resources to produce a real email. And if a spammer wanted to do the same thing, the costs would be so outrageous that they wouldn't be able to compete with real email. That was the goal. And that was the first, number one, cryptocurrency because this shit was used on Usenet. It was used in email before Gmail. Remember that shit? It was used in email before AOL.
Yes.
Yeah, this was old school. Like they were talking about implementations. They were talking about like tweaking and refining hash implementations for 486 machines and MMX. That's how old it goes.
Yes.
But anyway, I'll let you continue.
Yeah. So I don't think any of us object to Discord being a successful business, but Discord as a corporation has a lot of the bad of venture capitalism and what I will call the Y Combinator feel of it jumps on the hype train really, really fast and not usually well thought out. This has happened a few times in Discord history. The original rollout of the Freds comes to mind of this is a bad idea implemented poorly. But we've also seen it with partnered servers. We've seen how they do the hype squad. But for the most part, it wasn't actually a problem because Discord's core product was actually good. But now you're adding something that is essentially a scam and making it part of your business plan. I don't know how you could have a louder dog whistle to abandon ship than that, which opens a lot of very interesting questions on what Discord's financials actually look like. Because, like, I could see why maybe they think NFTs are a good idea, but not really. Because essentially you're replacing a free feature like uploading small images to use as emoji and putting in place having to buy and purchase them from a shop. But Discord is a centralized server. There's no reason why you can't do this already.
The other thing about this, if you can move your Popeye arm, is that kind of this is why I brought up the Reddit stuff before I brought up Discord because to me it has the same problem, which is one of the same problems I forgot to touch on with the Reddit part, but I'm going to bring it up now, which is that what's really confusing people the idea of having the kudos as tokens now instead of internal is that again kudos in Reddit only is useful in Reddit. Like the reason why you would want to have a cryptocurrency token is so that it can work on like multiple things. It's supposed to like it's the same way of like I'm trying to figure something out. It'd be like the ye old days of money where what Reddit and Discord are trying to do is essentially like Texas has its own money, New Jersey has its own mint, and nothing
then
interchanges.
Don't forget the corporate script.
Yeah, and the whole point of federal money is that it works in all of the United States, no matter what state that you're in. So doing this, where basically this would be only useful for one platform, makes no fucking sense.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the biggest pain points we had is when I worked in business,
Someone called you chairman and
chairman. That's actually funny. Damn it!
Yes.
I don't want to laugh at that. One of the biggest problems we had when I was at a company that shall not be named is that we had a lot of sales in the EU. Now, for 25 of the 27 member states at the time, or no, it was 24, this was easy. We just had to convert to the euro. And then we had the United Kingdom.
Yes.
And it was like, what's the point of being part of the EU when you
So what you're
purposely opt out of most of the advantages? And they've taken that to its logical conclusion.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that Discord's shitty plan is basically Discord Brexit.
No, not exactly. This is
This is dumber.
no, this is Return of Freenode. Freenode Strikes Back, Electric Boogaloo. And what's really so for those who don't know, Freenode was an old and esteemed IRC network that self-destructed in record pace because of one jackass. And that same jackass has been implicated as part of the current NFT and crypto scams.
I will actually go one step further and say I'm going to give up a major point towards Freenode in the exact same way that people give a point towards Hitler and that Hitler killed Hitler. At least with Freenode, the reason why that imploded was that this was such a crappy idea that all the other developers on Freenode recognized it and walked out of the company. With this, it seems like almost all at least the main engineers at Discord think this is a good idea.
Well, the thing is that corporate culture has a tendency to breed yes men, and
Mhm.
that's a bigger topic for crypto barons than not. But Freenode's staff, and I talk with one of, I don't want to say a Freenode IRC op, but one of the developers of Fame, which is an IRC service bot.
Mhm.
Most of the IRCD developers and services developers were free and open source volunteers.
Mhm.
Freenode's big selling point was it was IRC for the free software free software community. That's why Ubuntu, Debian was an exception because Debian predates Freenode, but Ubuntu was there, Red Hat was there, Fedora was there, like almost everyone except Debian was there. Now that I think about it, Debian was on OFTF, and
You know what's
Did OTC come before Freenode?
yes, it did.
You know it's bad when Debian feels vindicated.
Yeah, well, Debian doesn't. Debian and IRC have an interesting history.
Before LibreChat was like set in stone and that people from Freenode, well, ex-Freenode, moved over to it, I was pushing for OFTC as an alternative.
By the way,
for
actually, what I'm going to
free
say about
software.
that is that at our upcoming meeting, we're finally going to do the vote about that. So, particularly if you show up in person, that's going to be our
Yeah.
final vote.
I'll just say this this much regarding our IRC. We technically have an IRC, but it is functionally dead and it is de facto dead. I don't. So we're gonna start over from scratch. pretty
Yeah.
much.
There are certain aspects that we are going to talk about at the face-to-face meeting
Yeah.
on the DEF CON 201 infrastructure that
DCG
is
201.
sorry, DCG 201. I'm not used to the new branding.
That's fine.
That is about to get the old Yeller treatment.
Yeah, like the branding,
Yes.
which we've already done quite.
Yeah,
a lot
you can see it in the corner if you've been. The website still has the full name, although we might actually.
The website.
Sorry, the URL.
The URL. Yeah, we've already got dc201.org though.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be our next step over, and then yeah, we are gonna register DCG.
I admit that I don't say anything.
The
You don't want to say you're registering something because you know what assholes do.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way,
Remember, our
Looks
fans
like
are
I-
hackers.
assholes, go make a shitty NFT of some of trademark art. Help end the scam faster.
That's already happened. That's why most people hate NFTs in the first place. Is because a lot of artists are losing money because people are stealing.
Sorry,
art.
/S on that.
What I find, by the way, overall, what's really hilarious about all the NFT stuff, right, is I love how it's being pushed as like, because again, its foundation that the foundation of it is blockchain, and people think blockchain is like a bunch of people wearing Guy Fawkes masks doing graffiti on the side of a building, and like, yeah, it's decentralized and hackers made it.
Just real quick, double check. That good?
Yes.
That good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And
We have DC 201, right?
yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
and so the whole thing about it is that what was I getting to? Is that so people when they think of NFTs, they're like, this is a major. Okay, this is a major.
Screen.
Yeah,
You can't.
kind of zoom in. Oh wait, that's changing. That's adding
We-
pixels. It's illegal.
We made sure this camera is low resolution enough that you
Yes.
can't pick out the
the
text on the
shit.
screen.
We're gonna blow smoke up people's asses saying the shittiness is on purpose. No, but it's that. So people are saying like when people talk about NFTs and how NFTs describe themselves, they're like, yeah, this is a decentralized like thing, and it's like this is like the new underground art. Fuck the man. When in reality, like when you know what NFTs are, again, it's about establishing who owns what. So to me, I don't hear decentralized art that says fuck the man. I hear this is the thing that copyright and DMCA salivate over because it's a way of like doing automatic verification. This is an even easier way to ID and sue for things.
Well, the way
No one's talking about that, but we do that on this show.
the I just keep thinking of the meme format of this is what everyone thinks, the four squares, and it kind of reminds me of how in certain circles, how this, what it reminds me of the digital warrior thing with QAnon. It's like this fake reality of this is what we're trying to sell and this is what we're pushing in the cults. And then the problem with cryptocurrency and NFTs is you have to scratch the surface, and it's been intentionally made so obscure, it's difficult to know for sure what you're actually seeing. I mean, I had to read NFT several times before I understood the sheer craziness.
So anyway, the thing I was going to say before was that, and we're also going to register DCG201.org. It's registered now. You can't take it. It's mine. Anyway, go on.
Anyhow,
and then suddenly it got repossessed.
yes.
Why is my domain gone?
No, it's that.
It keeps poking me.
Anyway.
Thank you, naked man. So the thing
I am wearing pants.
Allegedly. So the thing is that what? Everything's from the waist up on the show. It's not done that by purpose. So.
Oh man.
I mean, on your stream, it's just your head. No one knows you from the neck down. I think this is the first time they realize you wear colored shirts. So anyhow, after I broke Commander's brain on this, the thing is, yeah, pretty much. So
that was my kneecap.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna lie here on the ground.
Yay.
We do that.
So now that you can actually see me instead of the Popeye arm, so the thing about what was I going to say? It's funny because they are kind of like directly related. Is that blockchain technology has the same exact PR problem that privacy now has, where everything Microsoft and Google advertises themselves as privacy friendly. And so the problem is, which is why privacytools.io and stuff exists, is that because everything's labeled this, nobody knows what it means, which is exactly what the marketing wants you to do. So you have to actively, you have to do so much research to find out what's private, what's not, what used to be private, that's not anymore, that it becomes a bigger, it becomes an annoying issue. And that's the problem, is that, again, there are use cases for good use cases for blockchain, but not only are there so few, but they're so buried by bigger projects that we bring up them on the show and people are like, wow, this is the first time I've heard of this, and I'm like balls ass directly into blockchain technology, and they haven't heard of it because it's buried by larger stuff. So it becomes this big thing, and that's why when you hear people go, oh, cryptocurrency, there are good use cases for it. It's just all the other ones are so big and so shitty that's now what the standards become.
I mean, Hashcash by definition, the original use was a very good use for blockchain technology.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I also think of the form.
It wasn't blockchain. It was just cryptocurrency.
Yeah. Yes, no. It's complicated.
Let's switch positions. Actually, another big one that we actually covered on an episode on here is ZeroNet, which was a way to do an actual functional, decentralized peer-to-peer darknet. I think we just killed N Commander. So
no, N Commander just needs to.
N Commander has left the chat.
No, N Commander has to scrub his brain out.
Glad you said brain.
Where did you think I was going with that sentence?
Glad he said scrub.
You're walking into the bathroom.
I have no good response for that.
Yes. Welcome to this show.
Anyway.
Someone actually in chat, someone's transferring my Bitcoin for Shiba Coin. That was almost going to be.
Don't get me started on Shiba Coin,
And-
because that's how you cause a name collision hash in real life.
Wait,
Well,
you
I'll
mean
have to.
Dogecoin?
I'll have to.
No, there's an actual
Yeah.
cryptocurrency called Shiba Coin.
Yeah, there was.
What?
No,
That-
let me explain here. That was almost going to be, before this flood of news, a topic for an episode, which is the whole Shiba Coin versus Dogecoin thing and how it's got horribly out of control, and just like Alien versus Predator, whoever wins, we lose.
Wow, such fail.
Yep.
Much
Yeah,
wow.
yes, no. Shiba Coin is a completely different blockchain. God, the fact that I have to use that term. Yes, and if it's not a scam, it really should be.
And to note also, Elon Musk supports both, aka he does what a good business person does and plays both sides.
Oh man.
Because asshole is me also means good capitalist. Welcome.
Yeah.
This is America. Okay, I'm going to say that before we get DMCA'd. I will remind people again who are watching, and now we actually have a good amount of people watching, that we are trying that. In addition to trying to make N Commander commit Sudoku, we are raising money for charity. It's that bar above me for the Children's Miracle Network Hospitals. It is a charity group that exists across the United States and Canada to try to provide actual funding and resources for all the overstressed children's hospitals and pediatric centers across both of those states. And like before COVID, they were often understaffed and underfunded to treat kids with disabilities, people with mental and physical, kids with physical and mental disorders, kids who got illnesses, and then COVID happened, so it's even worse. My favorite thing as an adult is when the answer, particularly from people who are outside the country, are like, "Well, you should like." I hate going into this. So Tim Pool, because people, and this was false. People kept saying that Tim Pool said like, "Don't get vaccinated." He would actually say, which is kind of a cop out. No, people should go and consult their doctor. But it's kind of like a double-edged sword because it's like, Tim Pool, most of your audience are Americans. This is America. What doctors? There are no doctors, and your lack of your insurance and lack of insurance does prevent you from seeing a doctor. That's what doctors and Docker have in common. They just don't exist. So that's the whole thing.
I'm going to wait until you change the topic, because if I get my Docker rant going, we'll be here until 2 in the morning.
That's fine. That you
Because
actually give me
you've seen me rant on Docker.
That's actually a good idea. Actually, you should save that for a December meeting. Hint, hint. So, oh, can we use retro computers to do Docker stuff?
Technically, you could run Docker on a 486.
I think we have our December
we
meeting.
got v86 mode.
No. Well,
You could run Docker on a 386.
We know what you're doing now in December.
no, because Docker has a hardcode dependency on LXC and C groups. So unless you want to backport that to a 386 kernel, but
Well, you are.
aren't you going to be happy with 486? As long as I don't have to run it on the cursed computer, the cursed
Well,
486.
you already backported a bunch of things recently. The hard breathing that the microphone's not picking up. You can't quite see it, but like N Commander's short life is flashing before his eyes. So
short, and it's mostly been pain and suffering.
that's what she said. So the thing is that we are trying to raise money for these for children's hospitals across the United States and Canada, and there's multiple ways to join. I just posted in chat the link to the donation page. If you're also on our I almost said our Twitter, that too, but our Twitch, we have a widget down there, and that QR code also goes to our Tiltify. Did I also mention that all of the money goes through Tiltify, which is a third party, so that way our filthy hacker hands don't touch it?
Hold on. Side pocket, this is your fault.
What?
I just looked at my Discord, and my Discord is now saying retro computer, or put that on the list of cursed ideas for N Commander 2. Thank you. You have just made my life visibly worse by the fact, like, I don't need help to make my life cursed. I do it to myself. You don't need to strike the damn match. I don't need Discord making an NFT.
That's gonna be amusing.
Oh my God. I'm right.
If you can't see it, we have the stream currently on the monitor.
Yeah,
on
this
the
is
screen.
this is how we
Big screen. So yeah.
this is how we make sure everything goes. And I also want to mention. So speaking of, by the way, the children's hospitals, We're trying to raise $600 before the end of the month. But even if it stays at 100, or if someone donates $1 or $5, if you want to donate $20, it's amazing. But you don't have to. Just any amount of money will do. All the money that Tiltify receives for it are going into CJ 643 says you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That will all the money at
my
the end of the
Discord
month
has entered the chat.
will go into all for to help sick kids across the United States. So I put the link in the chat. You can also scan the QR code, or if you're on Twitch, go to the widget. And I would love to get to the $600 goal by the end of the month, but that all depends on you.
Well,
So
I don't know if we actually get there. No, if I finish that sentence, some jackass is going to put $500 in the tip jar.
So what you're saying is that if someone puts $500 in the chip jar, you will actually do the Docker on old retro machines.
Can I at least have a Pentium?
I mean, I
You
would,
can have a pentagram.
Well, that's what's going to. That's what I already used that for NetWare. I'm well equipped for that. Oh God, I just had a horrible.
Well,
No, brain.
so,
Let brain stop.
I think it's less your brain. It's more that your brain, unfortunately, connects to your mouth.
Insanity's calling. It's for you.
Shut up.
What do you mean that I have to put Docker on a token ring network?
What? Shut up.
I think that's more of the 420 episode, so it can be on the token.
Yeah.
ring.
So
It's not
if
proper
that
radio.
ends, on one hand, this is literally for the children. On the other hand, my sanity. Choose wisely.
So what you're saying is that when you do this episode, by the end of it, you'll officially hate children.
You know, one of these days I will learn to think before I speak. Because I actually realized there is a way that I could route Docker traffic.
Oh, and thank you, CJ 643 for
Son of a
donating
bitch.
$20. So now we're at
Awesome.
$120 closer to $600 goal. Thank you for donating that money. As you can see, as N Commander is currently reciting prayers for Yom Kippur.
You do realize this is the guy who maintains the N Commander's quotes file. That is an actual thing.
Oh God! So you're gonna write his autobiography when
And
he
now
finally
he's gonna
blows his
get
brains
on
out.
a Curse Ideas file now.
Yes.
Congratulations.
So I forgot to bring this up as its own separate thing, but the other two pieces of news is two game companies are getting into the blockchain game business.
No, brain stop. Hold on. Kubernetes on a K6.
But it'll just be a Kubernetes.
Yeah. One.
And oh dear God, Ubuntu would actually run on a K6 because that's a 686.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
There is no
moving on.
technical reason why you can't run Kubernetes on a.
So one of the
Moving on.
amazing things about Ubisoft is that they're continuing in the worst way their legacy edition, besides also the abuse of their own employees, that if a platform exists, Ubisoft's going to make a game for it. Whether you're Apple Arcade, Stadia, the Wii U, goddamn Oya, they will make an exclusive for it. Kubernetes
Why
on
is-
retro hardware.
Why is Professor's Hidden Oak Battle? Like, that's an actual thing, but why is Pokemon Gen 1's Hidden Oak Battle on...
It's the gamer.com. They're basically the BuzzFeed of video game news in terms of headlines, you know?
You never actually battle Oak in the first game.
But the battle's coded.
The code, yeah, it's in the game for some reason. Maybe it was a cut.
Well,
content
no,
or
there's
something.
3 variants of that battle.
Maybe we
Really?
can talk
Huh.
about this next year.
Perhaps.
But that's just 4 weeks from now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just realized what you meant.
Tease. So, cross your fingers. Donate more money if you want it to happen. So, okay, I'm not Burger King. Don't do that. Donate money towards 6 kids, but I'm not Burger King. I'm not going to lie. It's not going to make that happy if you donate money. But you are donating money for a good cause.
No, and...
We're
yeah,
not Burger King.
Like I said, we're going to talk about this at our next meeting, but there's a lot of major overhaul changes that we are doing for the DCG group.
There's also going to be a lot of stuff
DCG group. Oh wow, I hate
that
that.
I've been wanting to do in 2020 that are finally going to happen next year. So I'm excited. So
hopefully, as a group, we will return to PAX.
So the shocking headline is not Ubisoft's looking at blockchain games. Is that Ubisoft plans to implement a pay-to-earn system in its future games.
Play
to earn.
Wow, I thought proof of stake was a stupid idea, but Ubisoft is saying
Well,
Well, I mean,
that's how you kill vampires.
Listen, Donald Trump got in on proof
No,
of
wait, scroll
stake
down because it was
early.
just gaming's flirtation with NFTs.
Is
Yeah,
it surprising, but sure is disappointing.
Anyway,
Okay.
Donald Trump got in on proof of stake rather early, and you saw what happened to those.
Yeah, it's covered in ketchup.
I just had a horror. Oh God, those two things. I just imagine Tom Nook with NFTs.
Oh no!
God.
Don't give Nintendo ideas.
No, honestly, one of the best. I should bring up that news. Hold on.
Okay. Oh no.
Pay to earn is loot boxes.
Yes.
Yes, that. Well, what's the difference between loot boxes and cryptocurrency? You can actually get something out useful out of a loot box.
Eventually.
This
is sadly
just to give you
where
an idea,
people who hated Nintendo felt conflicted.
So here's the thing: is that on my Discord we actually had a lot of NFT stuff being posted in our off-topic channel that I had to put a son of a bitch. I actually agree with that.
Yes, that's why people thought, because like, on one hand the hackers, on the other hand, you did a good thing. Yeah.
I mean, this isn't like harmless trademark abuse, like having a store called Mario's Shoes on Grand Street in the middle of Jersey City with a picture of Mario on the sign. You know, that's
Wink.
harmless. That's
Wink.
harmless. That's not gonna hurt Mario's reputation. It's not gonna hurt Nintendo's
It's just gonna hurt Jersey City's. Go on.
Yeah.
And we have Philip as mayor.
Well, like Jersey City has a reputation.
Yes.
Wink. This is going to hurt Mario's reputation and Nintendo's reputation if they don't fight against it.
Yeah.
See, the cynical part of me just wonders if that's just a prelude to Nintendo making its own NFTs.
Don't give them ideas.
Yeah.
Why? They come up with pretty shitty ones on their own.
Exactly.
Besides, when I tell you guys not to give me bad ideas, you never listen to me.
Virtual Boy coin.
What if we could get the Virtual Boy to run Kubernetes?
Son of a bitch, I was already thinking that the moment he said that.
Yeah.
But fortunately, there's not enough horsepower in that. It's not even
So let me read part of the article. Ubisoft has not only invested in blockchain and mobile tech company. I'm gonna fuck up this name. Animoca brands. But as spotted by IB Times, it's announced that it seeks to use blockchain technology in its own games. Blockchain will enable more play to earn. That will enable more players to actually. I can't do a French accent.
Enable.
No,
yes.
hold on. Do you want me to do the snooty Manhattanite accent? Because I can do.
No, because I've had enough aneurysms with the Matrix NFTs.
The blockchain will enable more play to earn. That will enable.
Stop! It's not Canadian elections yet.
All right, I'll
French
go back
Canadian
to
elections.
Yes. Let's see right here. Platypus with Cheese wrote ISA and Versa graphic support was removed back from X, who put it back in. And then SCG643 said, if I had a popular IP, I would do all that I can to make sure crypto bros can't use it. Thank you, you're doing God's work.
The thing is that we have a perfectly valid cryptocurrency that actually does something useful. We call them IP addresses.
Oh.
Don't give ICANN ideas.
That one was ripe for the picking.
Yes.
Well, what can I say? I go for an APEC. Maybe we'll see a Ren.
I know, Luigi. You also wish that was filled with booze. I know.
No, that would actually. The worst part of it is I just imagine what an IETF cryptocurrency standard would look like, and I just died a little bit inside.
It would just be DNS.
See, the worst part is I've actually used DNS as a LDAP replacement.
Yeah, DNS with SNMP. They would use SNMP for like chain announced messages and things. And they would somehow plug. What was another curse?
Why are we using simps?
Well, see, I mean, actually, that's the perfect analogy for DNS.
Simps?
Is that DNS is widely hailed as a distributed system, but the fact of the matter is that to interact with DNS at all, you have to interact with, it has all the same downsides of being cryptocurrency is that
Mhm.
you have to go through a registrar to get a name. You have to have a link from the root, or else be on your own strange root that no one knows how to use. It's horribly insecure, and DNSSEC. Let's just say that bad decisions were made in respect to DNSSEC.
Understatement of the year. I also just want to mention that I'm probably going to end this like at 11 or around 11, just to make sure
Okay.
I'm not
You
spending
can't
any-
stop the signal.
But yeah,
Nothing
no,
will stop this train.
DNS, as far as a cryptocurrency analogy, it makes a lot of sense, especially the part where there's
Makes
only
more sense.
especially the part where there's only 13 roots, whereas with blockchain and Bitcoin in particular, there's only like 13 organizations
No, that
controlling more than 51%.
actually
of the
it works
chain.
more than you think.
Yeah.
The reason that there are only 13 root servers is because that is the maximum amount of servers you can put within 512 bytes. Because
Yeah.
there was a concern that if they cause UDP fragmentation, it would break shitty DNS clients.
Yeah.
AKA DNS
This
clients.
literally drove the development of Anycast.
That yeah, and that does actually tie in with Bitcoin and how they
Transaction size.
they won't fragment transaction size because it might break earlier clients.
Not like they haven't had.
So anyhow, let me
before.
read.
Right.
Let me actually
Yeah.
go back to read this.
Go on.
Blockchain will enable more play to earn. That will enable more players to actually, speaking French without telling us you speak French, more players to actually earn content, own content, and we think it will grow. We think it's going to grow the industry quite a lot. Chief Financial Officer Frederick Duguet said. With you French Dugets. We've been working elderberries, etc. We've been working with a lot of small companies going on blockchain, and we're starting to have a good know-how on how it can impact the industry, and we want to be one of the key players here. Ubisoft and good know-how has never existed in the same
Well,
sentence.
also Ubisoft and key player unless you want overly used sandbox.
Playing with Platypus with Cheese says, if IP addresses are the currency, then why are the novelty domains?
That's Class D address space.
Shitcoins?
Class D address space.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I
So
think
Joe,
I think he means in terms of cryptocurrency, the novelty domains are what in cryptocurrency? I would say that
there are no novelty domains in cryptocurrency
yeah, they're
because
shitcoins.
Well, no,
because all shitcoins can be traded for bigger and bigger scams.
you can mine like
Yeah, I know.
not for cryptocurrency, but you mine for addresses, and you get a novelty address where the hash is preceded by whatever you want for it to be. You just have to throw away about 300 bajillion addresses.
I'm worried
I
that
actually have the greatest analogy of all time, and this is going to cause you incredible pain.
Yeah.
Cryptocurrency is as usable as currency as multicast is on the internet.
I would like to say bonjour.
That's not multicast though. That just uses UDP broadcasts.
I think it's more. I think Cyril
Yeah, you can't even argue that one.
I think for him it's more of an omelette du fromage.
Oh, Dexter's Laboratory.
Yep.
Side pocket, stay out my laboratory.
Omelette
du fromage.
Yes, I can hear everything that you're thinking, and I am smarter than you. Sorry, that was my best Elon Musk impression. So, and just in case you think Ubisoft is alone,
well, I am happy of all the big corporations that Valve continues to be the one that refuses to do shitty things and has thus justified getting more and more money. Square Enix has been proving that that they are willing to milk that. Let's be honest, Final Fantasy VII Remake was the biggest fucking disappointment that they're milking that.
you said that Valve doesn't do stupid shit, but did you also forget like the hat system on Steam and shit like that?
Hold on, you derailed my train of thought here. So on the whole, I don't have trouble giving Valve money because they're not complete and total asshats. Yes,
they literally sold ass hats on TF2.
I was gonna say there's gonna be a bunch of people who used to play Artifact that would have words with you.
Okay, I haven't played Artifact. I have the feeling that the internet is about to school me.
Oh fucking god! Oh, that hurts me.
Has a high affinity with our assets.
That hurts me. Magic the Gathering is technically the OG NFTs.
Oh.
Well,
DCG just barely makes me want to go to Jersey.
Well,
yes, mission accomplished.
Now New Jersey tourism has to pay.
Yes. Yes,
C-
exactly.
CJG, we have Vintage Computer Fest. We have DCG 201. But, the fact of the matter is PAX East makes Boston tolerable for a week for us.
Yes.
Yes. No, don't get me wrong. Valve has some things that are less than desirable, but I'm still willing to spend money on them.
I'm pretty sure they have a division called Lessons Desirable.
No, that's Origin.
That's how Valve programs.
So actually, where is the EA announcement about NFTs? Because I haven't seen that one yet.
We're getting there. What makes me laugh about this the most is that, just for background for people with Square Enix, that makes this whole thing worse. So in Final Fantasy VII, there was because it's the 90s, there was a big evil corporation.
You're not ruining this childhood memory.
Yes, I am. There's a big evil corporation called Shinra. And this is the same company who's like, we're making a cloud division. What should we call it? Shinra. And so everyone, the joke that
no, that's not the childhood memory I thought you were going to ruin.
The joke that everyone on Reset Era made is that Square Enix ultimate goal, like their fear, is that by the end of the Final Fantasy VII remake, they're gonna like reverse the plot and be like, no, Shinra, aka Square Enix, is the good corporation that's feeding you NFTs and shit. It's like they've got a 180 from their original game.
You're not wrong, but you're not right.
Sega was trying to, by the way, just sell point blank NFTs. That's their involvement. I actually don't know what the EA one is, so I'm opening it right now.
I don't want to know. Why do you?
We're finding out. EA boss says NFTs will be an important part of game industry future.
Oh fuck!
It's still early to figure out how that's going to work.
You know what I just realized?
That's also the motto of all of EA Sports programmers. It's still early to figure out how all of this is going to work.
So I just realized something though. Is that do you realize that since Valve did ban NFTs off Steam entirely, that means that the crypto fan club is going to flock to Origin.
Well, first of all, there's something kind of creepy that Andrew Wilhouse is looking for this since
I don't know if Epic has made an opinion on NFTs yet.
He invented the FUT loot box, which is basically proto NFTs in all the worst ways. Fancy donated to just rental NFTs with less environmental impact. Oh, redacted.
Yeah, I think my community has entered the chat because I'm recognizing a lot of these names.
Yep. I've seen Platypus with cheese before.
No, but Sad Actually Mine.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, the thing is that the most active channel on my Discord isn't actually a channel. It's our NFT fails thread.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is we still haven't right-clicked an NFT on this thread.
No.
On the stream. Go right-click an NFT, damn it.
No, I'm going to go into face mode. So
why aren't you? Fine, then we'll right-click your face.
Okay.
And we'll make an NFT out.
That sounds like a fight. Like, I will right-click your face.
The SJC, the fact of the matter is that
your mother was a shitty shell script.
Final Fantasy XIV was such a disaster when it launched, and it still has a play base because people suck from the tit of Square like it's the second coming of
Final Fantasy XIII just said, "Am I a joke to you?"
Yes, it is actually.
Yes. Dear God, Final Fantasy XIV implements NFTs. The community will riot. You wouldn't. Yes, I am from the N Discord. Wasn't that a villain in the Crash 4 game? N Discord.
If it is, that entire joke.
It's not. I just wanted to make the
N-Cord is just a play on Discord and N Commander.
Okay, so officially, Crypto Barons is now officially Crash from Activision supported because all we've been talking about is N names and Nitro.
And what about NFT?
I'm actually shocked they didn't go for that. That was the best. Is that like a guy at bar who's just like, hey, this one, motherfucker, we're gonna get punched out. We're gonna throw chingasas out in the fucking field.
It's Diet Coke. It's not. I swear, it's just carbonated water.
Speaking of Borax, Diet Coke.
Well, what Okay,
Engine,
so
yes. Who's the actual
most
character?
most of my community has seen me chug bottles of Diet Coke while streaming. You now understand the reason of it because I have to I need to cleanse the evil. You cannot you cannot sit in evil. You need the Diet Coke of evil if you don't want to permanently taint your
The
soul.
Diet Coke of Evo.
The Diet Coke of evil.
Here's something I didn't want to bring up that I was going to bring up for a future thing. Did you know that Pepsi has its own internal reward service where you earn Pepsi coin, and it's not a
Oh,
cryptocurrency?
yeah.
It's just called Pepsi coin for no
Well,
fucking
yes,
reason.
but
Pep coin.
it does actually predate cryptocurrencies.
Yes, it does.
Yes, so they get the
So
grandfather
did
pass.
so did Reddit Kudos and Nitro on Discord, and that's my fear now.
Well, okay, if Coke starts doing NFTs, then I will switch to Pepsi. If they both do it, then fuck it. I'll go find someplace that sells RC Cola.
Actually,
Mm.
Don't you dare ruin Diet Coke for me.
no.
Dollar Tree downtown in Jersey City has RC Cola.
We still need to do an episode where both of us gets tortured. And I can't believe I never thought of N Commander does tech stuff detox edition.
I've given up Diet Coke for years at a time. You know this.
Yes. But you still come back.
I had
It's
to
like
deal-
it's like vampirism, the thirst always wins. That's what Pepsi and Lisp has in common. You try to leave it, but you eventually come back.
The only NFT.
No, that's what Arch Linux is like.
Yeah. So the only NFT that
That's
I would support.
sadomachism, not addicts.
So
Yeah.
So the fact of the matter is that I'm honestly wondering how long until someone makes a Linux distro where the packages are just NFTs, where they
Don't give them ideas.
Actually,
Where-
let me clarify. Don't give Red Hat ideas.
Yeah.
No.
They're IBM now, and IBM's all on.
Yes,
on blockchain.
yes.
and there are some things that I wouldn't mind seeing die.
Yeah.
Like let's be honest. Would the free and open source community be better off if Red Hat would just go F off? Because Red Hat is the company that has given us wonderful assholes like Ulrich Drepper, Leonard Pardam, and has empowered the GNOME Foundation.
There's an NFT picture series, The Wonderful Assholes of the free and open source community. I already know who's going to be card 000.
Yeah.
Richard Stallman?
The only NFT that I support is DNFT, and that's the DN Family Tracker fork. But that's just because it's Family Tracker, and I run a website.
I'm just wondering how long it's going to be until the Free Software Foundation announces its own NFT.
So, funny behind the scenes thing, which we actually broke on Crypto Barons when we covered. I'm trying to remember the name of the thing they invented now.
You're going to make my life worse,
They
aren't
ma-
you?
Been there, done that.
Is it the new cryptocurrency?
No. It was a thing that is not cryptocurrency, but it kind of covers the same niche, but it's not cryptocurrency.
Okay.
I forgot the name of the project now. But we had them on an episode because it was basically like I'll put it this way: there is going to be a future episode of Crypto Barons where I'm actually going to talk about like current digital currencies before cryptocurrency existed. I'm going to bring up beans. Yes, Thaler.
Okay.
GNU Thaler. Fatality. Thank you, SCJ643, who have now donated $5 extra as
No, the fact of the
you-
matter is, okay, guys, if you want to make these two really happy, every time they cause me pain, put $5 in the tip jar.
Yes, thank you.
And don't worry, they're going to make sure that I'm going to be well tortured in December.
It's just the tip. Platypus with Cheese says
All right.
if your Linux installs
Here
are
you go.
if your Linux installs are usable, you're not a real Linux user.
Well,
Anyway.
IS with Cheese, that's why I run Ubuntu, because I am proudly not a real Linux user, and I'm working on a video on Yogastro Linux, which by that standard is also not a real Unix, because by that standard, only Slackware and Arch are real Linux.
So the GI Jack philosophy.
Oof.
What?
That
I've
punched
said
me
worse
in the
with
gut.
him on here.
You're not wrong.
I know. He
You're not-
brings it on himself. Yes.
Yes, but at least I'm bringing it on myself for a good cause. That's the thing, is that there are people that inflict harm on others. There are people that enjoy pain and suffering. At least I'm doing pain and suffering for a good cause.
So it's Sad Mac 356 says, of course, Gen 2, and SG say 643 says, I run RHEL.
So the thing
Fedora as a
the thing
desktop
about
environment.
Gentoo is that Gentoo actually has decent documentation. You can install it in 3 commands. They're really long ones.
My favorite thing is
Gentoo or Gentoo?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
My favorite thing
Choosy
is
mom,
that you know
choosy
how
Jif.
like even though it actually is, Arch Linux users have this like hissy fit thing that that Monharo is not actually like a derivative of Arch Linux. I love that Gentoo's versions of that is Chrome OS.
But it is kind of accurate on their end because like
Call me
okay,
CJ.
Monaro and Arch, at least Monaro still has Arch's package management and like most of its tree and it's mostly a fork of it. But Chrome OS is to Gentoo. Well, like there's no package management from Gentoo. There's no, none of the infrastructure makes it out of Gentoo. All they're doing is using it as a build framework for putting together the distribution Chrome OS, which fine. That's a fine way to use it.
Well, the thing is that when I was still at an active Ubuntu developer, when we had to test a set of compiler optimizations, rebuilding Ubuntu from scratch is really, really hard. So all I did was install the patches in Gentoo and use that for benchmarking.
Wait till it comes up on the TV.
Please take a screenshot of that and send it to Jack.
Actually, one of the problems he does agree with that because the thing I actually, as someone who uses Arch Linux and different things that I hate, is where Arch Linux people are like, no, you need to be like a savant rocket science in order to use Arch Linux. And it's like, you know systemd? Yes. You suffer through Pacman? Yes. Congratulations, you're an Arch Linux user.
So
I'm not saying it's not complicated. It's more of that when it breaks. It's like Apple. Everything's great until it breaks.
So see, here's the thing: is that Arch Linux is still easier to use than Debian of the '90s. A lot of Linux is. Well, you two have seen the video.
And I'll put it this way: I'm pretty sure it's also going to be way easier to use than whatever Mac OS that's going to be directly custom built to the M1 chips.
So the only time I want to hear about deselect is if I'm going to an Exxon station.
Yes,
so SteamOS will not be based on Arch for one very simple reason.
It is.
Oh well, fuck.
The Steam Deck. That's the new version of it. That's going to be standard, and I can't wait to get on it in midsummer.
They just recently announced that SteamOS's Arch has a static rootfs. And the distribution updates are handled by images rather than by package management.
So that will mean the Arch Linux community will be like, cool, we can wash our hands of this. So
Kinda.
So CJ, the fact is that if I most of my work involves DaVinci Resolve. Why using a Mac would actually make my workflow easier. I mean, and I'm not. The biggest problem I have is that I don't think you can still disable case insensitivity on Macs. You used to be able to. I don't know if you can still do it. And, well, the thing that really blew my mind is when I was taking apart my Synology NAS. Do you know what they're using as an int system? Upstart.
Wow.
They're still using Upstart.
So, kind of to bring this full circle, and I guess we could go a little bit longer. That's what she said. Is that what? It's true. Is that that the reason why I keep referring to it as this is the new .com bubble burst is because the whole point of the bubble and the burst was that between 1996 and 1998, everyone was rushing to make commercial businesses on the internet without knowing how to do proper business, aka the whole you were so excited that you didn't know if you should, and then it blew up. And here's the thing, the only reason why it wasn't more devastating than it was is because at the time the internet was literally smaller than what it is now. My fear is that, as we can see here, legitimate businesses and not small potato ones are all piling into this along with the shills and the mid-sized ones, which is that when inevitably the NFT bubble bursts. And to be fair, I don't even think NFTs are going to fail. It's more of they're going to normalize. They're not going to be hyperinflated like they are now. But that normalized drop is going to be so severe at first, that bubble. And the problem is that not only is the internet big, is a bigger place, but that so many predominant companies are in it that when it tanks, it's not just going to tank down, fartdelivery.com. It's going to take down fucking Ubisoft. It's going to take down Burger King. It's going to take down all of these major entities, which means
So
we
nothing
actually
of value will be lost.
no. What I mean by this is that when we enter a major recession again, instead of blaming it on Bank of America, everyone's going to blame it on NFTs and cryptocurrency, and basically it's kind of like COVID now, where the thing that makes me laugh about the current plague is that the excuse you can make to the Spanish influenza and the Black Plague and polio was that these were all errors before the huge jump in technology that we have now. So, like, my running joke is that people who don't get back, I think they should teach this in church. People who don't get vaccinated and die, I'm convinced that if there's an afterlife, their soul sits in limbo, and all the other souls that died from these plagues just mock these souls in limbo and basically are like, "Hi, I died during the Black Plague. We thought that salamanders came from fire camps. That's why we died. We were dumb. You had all the tech, you had all the science and all the technology. So this wasn't like you didn't know any better. You chose to be dumb."
Well, I mean
Yeah.
that's pretty much what anti-vax is. So
And to me, like, the problem with these other bubble bursts is that the internet was new. They didn't, and it's like we've already done. It's like so, like the freaking car market and real estate market, like they knew it was getting manipulated. This is like you knew this was a scam. So there's a drop off where from 2008 you can say, well, that was the real estate market. It was these factors, blah blah blah. This is like we all died from a blockchain of a Shiba Inu. Like everyone is starving on the streets because of a picture of a pixie golem being sold online for $1 trillion. That's why we have no economy. So it's not a grand scale like, oh, because there was a market factor or a world war. It's that, and it makes it sad.
Well, the fact of the matter, though, is we have reached a point that the late the term a lot of people who are far like who are real left wing like myself use the term late stage capitalism is that at this point it's become it basically has become the point of keep people, stomped down and basically keep just sucking out wealth, sucking out wealth, sucking out wealth. I mean, when was the last time anyone saw a corporation that's like, wow, this is a future thinking one or one that represents my interests? I mean, hell, we can't even get Washington to say, yes, climate change is real. And that's really fucking basic.
We can't even get washing machines to cut down on their water usage. Like, how can we get Washington to
Two
do the
things.
same?
One, it's 2021 and printers still don't work.
Uh-huh.
Two is that
Well, those are complex mechanical devices.
here's to me where I would actually classify it as we are in post capitalism now.
Well, that's the other
With
way.
especially with the announcement of the metaverse. No, we're beyond that. We're in that mode. Because I'll put it this way, right? To me, in terms of let's bring it back to computers, the horror to me is not like, for example, that Microsoft and Google are in charge. It's that Microsoft and Google are in charge, and the Free Software Foundation can't do any better. Where basically it's like even our allies are poisonous on the same front. This is my opinion, it's not DCG 201's opinion. On the same pages. Like, so it's like basically like the antidote is as bad as the poison. And like that's
the
post-capitalism, yeah.
But I mean, but that's the real problem that you're actually getting down to is why is the Free Software Foundation and Richard Stallman still relevant? And the reason they're still relevant is because they have a giant fan base that happens to throw money at them. Money that could go to actual useful problems. I mean, I have one of my highest rated Twitter threads is actually looking at how the Free Software Foundation quite literally blows $1 million out of its ass on
I
an
know.
annual basis.
So to not turn this into, because we could always make that a different topic, is that to answer your question there, it's actually part of an age-old question, which is that this is an actual thing that's said is like, why are people homophobic? Why are people like anti-safety, social safety net? Why are people? Because their leaders tell them to. That's the actual reason, is that the people at the FSF are seen as leaders, and they keep saying that they're leaders, and that eventually, if you repeat a lie enough times, it becomes true.
Well, that was
Yeah.
the literal concept of the big lie.
Capitalism does that work. Capitalism works as intended, aka not at all. Yeah, again, Arch Linux. So the thing is that someone who uses it, yes.
You just, by the way, I use Arch.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
you literally
Or what I'm saying is, as someone who uses it, I agree with how when it sucks, it sucks.
But
Yeah.
you said you use Arch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Literally.
what's the difference
Or
between?
no, actually, more accurately, I used Arch. Past tense.
Oh.
Well, what's
if-
the difference between an Emacs user and an Arch user? There isn't.
Ah.
No,
I'm waiting for the chat lag to catch up.
no, I was gonna actually say one that would hurt Jack, which is, can you say that joking and not giving my response?
What's the difference between an Arch user and an Emacs user?
The Arch user is forced to use Joe and Debian.
Well, but there is one good upside to that.
Yeah.
Is that when they want to get actual work done, they can just load CPM and Lodestar up.
They hate people because they're being told to.
Wow, I got chat.
Nano is
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, well, I actually use Nano. For people that watch my streams, I actually use Nano. I will use Vi if push comes to shove, or if I'm on Ancient Linux.
Here's how I will sum it. Trying to pick your best text editor is like trying to pick your best Orthodox religion.
Well, I want to introduce you to the Ed conference, the standard text editor for Unix that works on any terminal, no matter how dumb it possibly can be.
And is the standard text editor.
Yes, and it's also available in the form
Yeah, I know
of Edlin for
but I
DAWs
generally
and
just
Ed for
use it.
CPM.
By the way, this is going to start turning into a bit of a potpourri, and I think
And
we'll
it
stay
is
on for like
standard
15 more
text.
minutes, so yeah. And then what I'll do is I'll distribute lemons.
Well,
and then if you're on Twitch, we're going to go raid a channel in like 15 minutes.
The thing
so, yeah.
with GUI text editors is that it's a race
man.
to see who can use more memory than Chrome. I'm really... I mean, I don't know how Sublime does it, but it's like, please, sir, can I have some more memory, please? Because Sublime, I used to be a Sublime user. I used the free version of Sublime. And it just went nom, nom, nom on memory. And Adam used to just go, ha, 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 and then crash and take my work with it. So this is why I use Visual Studio Code, because Microsoft, of all companies, might understand the concept that having your text editor crash and taking your work with it is a bad thing.
Also, it's a great way to piss off all of like the super diehards who are like part of FSF and stuff.
Well, I run Ubuntu. Are you kidding me?
I know. But more goes to the old argument, which is the problem the FSF has had, in my opinion, my personal opinion, is it's like, basically it's like, oh, you're using Microsoft, and it's like, do you have a better solution that works? That's why I use that. Yeah.
See, the thing that drives... So here's the thing, is that I have...
It's like with certain blockchains.
I have literally threatened to start Ubuntu Herd because... There are some things that I'm not willing to do to myself.
So after the stream, because of that, we will be drinking.
Oh,
We're looking at them up there, yeah.
Yes.
All right, I'm taking them.
I don't know. Maybe if $1 million flies into the...
It's so past the
donation.
borax.
The burning feeling means it works.
Your asshole will be very clean by the end of it.
The
Unlike blockchain bros.
You're not wrong, but I don't want to think about blockchain bros.
I just put, by the way, the link to donate in chat again. You can also scan the QR code for Tiltify or use the Tiltify widget if you're on, I almost said Tumblr. Dear Lord. On Twitch.
Sidepocket.exe has stopped responding.
No, it's more of that. You have Tumblr, Twitch, and Twitter, and it's like
Yeah.
a bad John Jingleheimer Schmidt type of wordage used.
Well, it could be worse. We could be live streaming from the Boston Tea.
Uh,
Yeah, well,
It could
no,
be-
that would actually require. The only way we could ever do a live stream from the Boston Tea is if we were on the Green Line because it actually runs above ground.
No, it could be worse. We could be streaming on Ustream. They sing.
There was stereo. No,
Sing side.
if we ever want to do a Problems with New Jersey stream, we should live stream from the path. So we'll see you in New York.
yeah, no, it's like
Here's the problem with that.
now entering Harbor.
Here's the problem with yes. Here's the problem with that. You're welcome, SCJ. The problem with that is that one, the transit police exist, and because of that, two, I'm brown.
Oh.
Yeah. See,
Rough.
you guys could do that. I'd have to sit at home.
We could do it on the light rail.
This is the train to Hoboken.
Oh no, you know
the
what?
next stop is Hoboken.
I was gonna say,
Stand
you know
clear
what we
of
would
closing
do
doors,
is we
please.
could actually stream it from Hoboken, and you guys each drink a beer, and I'll wear a cryptocurrency shirt, and because we're crypto bros from Hoboken, the transit police will leave us alone.
We should.
My
Stream,
God, that might actually work, and I hate it.
We should. Stream
No, it would probably
from
work best if.
LIRR.
You get service in the red line.
Well, hold on. Boston has one working metro line and then 4 extraneous ones, and both of us have lived in Boston.
Yeah, the one working line, Amtrak.
Oh.
That's actually better than the punchline I was going with. That was better than the punchline I was going with.
The only line that Boston.
No, it's not. It's actually not a line
Yeah.
because it doesn't go through Boston.
Well, the only.
It stops at South
yes.
Station and starts.
I
in
know,
Austin.
I know. That's why it's even
Oh,
funnier.
Lord.
There's only one line that Boston Knights will actually ride, and that's the white line. Actually, the white line they'll ride because the blue line they'll support. Those are the only two lines. You know they
You
won't.
do realize that the guy you're talking to is the guy that maintains my quotes file. You know he's not making
you
paper.
know that they don't support the red lines. So,
Well, yeah, because it goes to an aquarium.
Why do you think Boston's on
It goes
fire
to an
half the time?
aquarium?
Blue Line
Yes.
does. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Logan.
That's a lot of
Does
fish.
it go into the Is it under?
It goes under the river.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes. The thing that amazes me most about the Boston Tea is that they managed to build 4 incompatible metro systems.
So you're saying the Boston Tea goes into the river? Is it 1782 again?
No, Siricel is slowly realizing that Boston is to the concept of United States cities as Slackware is to the rest of Linux.
Oh.
It's one of the OG.
I mean, you can even literally just Slack install Hood Milk and just have a giant Hood Milk bottle pop up.
Sudo install Dunkin' Donuts.
So here's the thing: is in New York City we have 2 incompatible metro systems because they were merged together and there were bad
Only
business.
2?
Something.
The IRT and the BMT standard.
Something
Okay, I thought you were
Slackware.
talking about there's the IRT, the BMT, the PAC, the IRR, Grand Central, Metro
SCJ
North.
says I maintain
Yeah, but
the
they're all
quotes
except
file.
for the IRT, they are all technically compatible with rolling stock.
Well, we are in the void.
I
This
mean,
is
technically
201
speaking,
house.
you could run PA5 trains on the New York City subway. I believe they could even make the turning radius.
Scary.
Yeah.
Technically speaking,
Okay.
you could run PATH trains on the Amtrak.
Just
Yes,
for
because
chat,
they're
I'm gonna
legally a train.
just for this chat, I'm gonna ask this. What's going to be the inevitable worst? iTrains made by Apple or Tesla
Them's fighting
or
words.
Tesla train by Elon Musk?
The second one. Would
I
be,
actually think Apple is the lesser of 2 evils.
Yeah,
That's-
because I mean,
That's what makes us sad.
because the Apple one would be exciting, the Tesla one would be boring, and not in the good way.
Well, no, but Tesla would market a product called "Take me to my destination," and every once in a while it would just randomly send you to Boston.
And as someone who also used to
Unless
live in-
you're trying to go to
Yes.
Boston, in which case it sends you to New York.
Yeah, and I can actually, as someone who's lived in Boston for a good amount of time, I can actually say that the funniest part of an Apple train service in Boston is that it would be expensive as hell and Bostonites wouldn't notice.
So it would also be as useless as the Boston.
Yes.
So the
Tesla
thing that
train.
drives me completely
The T
bonkers
train.
is you can tell that the ex-Bostoners are in the chat or the stream is that this federal government sued over the quagmire that was the Big Dig, or as I call it, the Big Ditch. And the settlement
The
for
Big
this
D.
was to extend the Green Line, which is the least useful of this line, from Leechmere to Brighton. So you literally are just taking it a mile further into one of the least densely populated parts of Boston.
That's the equivalent, if you're a Long Islander, of electrifying to Yaphank.
Yes. Well, the fact of the matter is that the LIRR is sad.
Yeah.
It's
It's sad enough that they're electrifying to Yaphank.
Yes. Well, the thing is, CJ, at least you get a free Charlie card, and you don't have to worry about someone handing a nickel over the turnstiles.
LIRR on the blockchain. Thoughts?
Well, the fact of the matter is that the LIRR would be an upgrade if they had signals.
Okay, you've revoked my Charlie card.
I think you actually.
Take
I think
He
that's
really?
I think that's.
Why does he have a Charlie card?
I think that's the first time anyone said a good thing about signals.
Why don't I have a Charlie card? That's the better question.
Yes. No. So actually, this is worth talking about just briefly.
Fuck, I'm lamb chop.
Is the LIRR is the oldest continuously operating railroad in the United States. It's 1822. They're the original charter company.
Yeah.
And when the LIRR was founded, signals had not been invented yet.
Yeah. The weird thing about the LIRR
No one gets off this train.
It was invented. It was invented and it was created independently and then subsumed under the Pennsylvania Railroad in like 1889 to 1890, and then in 1990 became independent again.
Yes, but still under its original charter.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but there's large parts of the LIRR that don't have any signals. They operate on a schedule system only. The fact that there hasn't been a horrendous accident because of this is quite frankly impressive.
Did you hear what happened in Spion?
Oh, there was a horrendous accident because
Thankfully it wasn't horrendous because it only happened in the yards, but yes, there was a complete derailing and a total loss of train.
Oh my god, I just realized something. All the different forks and new variants of blockchains is as numerous and confusing as the Confederate railway system.
There's a reason the Union Pacific stood out.
Yes.
And the thing is that we can't get rid of cryptocurrency with just us, with an enabling act from Congress. I mean, do you really want Con Crypto? Well, actually, that's not a bad name.
Con Crypto.
So you mean
Conrail, Con Crypto?
I know.
You mean the crypto
but
that
then
Elon
it would just
Musk
become and crap.
Well, we go to point on it and Cam. I still can't believe you got a photo.
Can I have my Charlie card back?
Oh yes, I pocketed it.
Hey, don't talk about my cousin like that.
I gotta figure out where I put it.
Oops.
Yes, I apparently put his Charlie card somewhere.
Don't give yourself a Charlie horse. Thank you.
Yes.
It was in his ass the entire time.
I need this. I need this for getting
Well,
around the city.
see, here's the thing: is that at least here in New Jersey, our shitty train system at least tries to make their tickets sound interesting. We have the Smart Link because it's a smart way to go from point A.
Yeah, we have the Smart Trip.
That's
SCJ. What would you call your shitcoin?
That's
and shitcoin.
The problem is that I could make an N coin. There is a video project I want to do that will probably get me on government watch list. And to actually do it, I'd have to make my own cryptocurrency.
Oh God.
Yeah, I will tell you after the stream because I don't want to spoil it.
Don't spoil it.
But I would literally have to make my own derivative of blockchain, Bitcoin.
Blockcoin, Bitchain.
Word salad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're trying to advertise yourself as a member of Congress. These goddamn BFTs and blockcoins playing with their Nintendos.
This is the only transit pass that matters, though.
Oh yes, with our old name, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, aren't the SmartLink cards an NFC, just an NFC? Can't you just print that on an NFC card?
NFTs on NFC.
Well, there is a standard for that.
Oh, that remind me of a news article. Hold
You
on.
know-
We'll talk about that while
hold
I bring
on.
it up.
I just didn't realize where we could reach peak Trendster. So
Um,
we are talking about issuing new
wait,
ID.
isn't Trendster one of those old
No,
social
don't go
networks?
there.
Okay.
We were talking about issuing new ID cards for our group. So and we were looking at putting a Java card on it. And what I realized is that we could have an X509 certificate on there that has a comments field that points to an NFT. So you give a pointer to a pointer to a pointer to a pointer.
It's a 5-star card.
That runs Java.
Mm-hmm.
So, speaking of scams, there's the Intellivision Amico.
Oh,
And-
no.
Tommy Tarico, I say hi, and I'm actually friends with him on Facebook.
Why
That's
is
a funny
this?
story.
Why does this look like the shittiest WordPress site known to mankind?
Because it's
It's
block.
Because they cover NFTs.
I mean, it even has the ticker scrolling on the bottom.
I'll find it.
And it won't load any images.
I'll
because
find
it's
a different.
NFTs. They don't want you right-clicking on them.
Yeah,
I just love
the
that-
question I have to wonder is
That thanks to Congress and crypto bros, we're gonna lose on future computers F12 and the right-click button.
So they'll be Macs.
Well, the thing I have to wonder about right now is what if Google removed View Source because they're getting ready to invest in NFTs? Because I've had this scary, shitty thought.
That should be another show at Commander's Scary Shitty Thoughts.
To do it properly, we'll have to do it in the 201 toilet.
If they do that, Firefox will win.
No, because Firefox would actually have to be able to load a page in less than 20 minutes.
Also, speaking of cursed forums.
I mean, the fact of the matter is we're getting to the point that we need a fork of Firefox to remove the crap because the fork of Mozilla that removed the crap has gone too bloated.
That ate the rat, that ate the malt, that lay in the house, that Jack built, which we're in right
Why
now.
are we on Atari age? God, why?
Because
You mean the Intellivision Amico fan site? While I attempt to bring this up, can you guys, or I think Siricel, because I'm looking at you, educate people what the Intellivision Amico is besides a really shitty scam?
Okay, so the Intellivision Amico. Where do I begin? So,
the Big Bang.
Tommy Tallarico had thrown his weight behind a weird
Also,
upstart. Yeah. You're in Commander's Way.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah. Tommy Tallarico, and it doesn't really start there, but he threw his weight behind a weird upstart which had acquired the Intellivision brand from several rights holdings that kind of like exchanged weird brands from the 80s that have died. I think one of them holds Amigo, which is a whole can of worms, but regardless, the plan was to make a spiritual sequel to the Intellivision in name only. And what they wanted to do was have something that has a controller that resembles the Intellivision controller, which if you don't remember, it has a number pad on the bottom and a little weird pad joystick on the top that could also function as a wheel for like Arkanoid.
Yeah, they realized it looks like an iPhone, so they basically made the controller into an iPhone.
Yeah,
Not even a modern iPhone, like a
I'm
OG.
looking at that tweet, and I'm just.
We're getting there.
So
keep going.
The Amico was because it was one of these upstarts that needed to make money quick, and they thought that they could win it by throwing their weight behind.
Otherwise called a
big
Ponzi
names.
scheme.
They built the system down to the lowest price they could, and everyone was thinking that Intellivision Amico games. Now, granted, the system isn't particularly powerful. And the controllers are even worse. They only have 4 megabytes of memory.
1 meg.
1 megabyte. Okay. It's even worse than I thought.
That's why it lags like 5 seconds when you read these things. Yeah.
So, and they have a touchscreen on them somehow. How they drive that, I don't know. But regardless.
So they thought the Wii U was a good idea.
Well, they thought it was a good idea and then made it worse somehow. Yeah. So the Amico itself is not a particularly powerful or high-end machine. I would liken it to the, what was it? The, one of those clone Nintendo games, the Pretendo P or something.
It's, if I remember correctly, it's basically based off of a low-end cell phone from 2008 in terms of its hardware power.
Yeah,
so it's a Freedom Phone.
Right, but there was actually an actual game system that launched in Brazil that was very much like that. I forgot the name. It was like Zyco or Zico or something.
So hold on a second, because I actually do remember that, and I just lost it as you were saying the names, because now I can't think of
Okay,
it. Zebo.
Zebo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I was like, it's the Zebo, and you're like, Zyko, Zika, and that's like, I forgot the.
And
I
then-
wasn't asking you.
I know, I'm just like.
I'm just waiting for Squirrel to burst in through the door.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
yeah.
Yes.
it's basically the Zebo. If you don't know what it is, look it up. But they built the Zebo in the 21st century in 2021 with a remote controller that with a touchscreen that sucks. And in addition to this, they've added some NFC technology, which don't confuse it with NFT. NFC is RFID. It's those weird touch
At the
cards.
DMC, JB.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to go to the DMV this Monday.
Stop the count. No.
Anyway, it had NFC technology, and everyone was thinking, oh, so they'll have like Amigos or something. Because it's the Amico, and they would have like Amiibos.
They thought that the
something,
game itself would be on the actual RFID cards,
Yeah,
since they're so tiny. Yeah.
or that they thought that it would take cartridges or something.
Yeah.
But no, the
They
games
said
are,
it's physical and
the
came out with
games
this.
are not physical. In fact, they're just these. They're URLs which point to these games, and
In plain text, they're not even encrypted.
yeah, and not only that, but these NFC cards, the what comes after the I equals, that's censored out, but it's actually just a hash for an NFT.
Yep.
And they
The
sell
NFT
these
games.
as exclusive content for the Amigo, or the Amico rather.
It comes with a shitty cardboard box, a collector's coin, and a hollow foil, like we're fucking collecting baseball
Yeah.
cards.
So let me get this straight. We have a grift of a grift of a grift, or was there a
Yeah.
fourth one in there?
Um,
Because
well, having Tommy Tallarico throw his weight behind
I
it.
I don't know who he is.
Okay,
so-
he's a rather popular somehow game composer. Did a lot of work in previous years on like the PS1, PS2, Xbox, and early Xbox 360. But then I think people found out how much of a like
Dickhead!
problematic person he is.
A dickhead.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say that. I'm going to like
My personal opinion, by the way,
personal
not
opinions, by
DCG
the way.
201.
Yeah, but he really put himself out there as being like Captain Dickhead, and at that point,
Captain Dickhead and the
his name lost all of his credentials, but somehow he's decided, all right, I can rescue it by throwing it behind this dead-end game console.
The thing is that before this, they had a portal where basically their password was like password or something, and it had all of this specified data on it, and that was in there that this was going to be block. The games would be saved on would be on their servers and would be the ownership was be verified using a blockchain implemented system where each block is the game ownership and your account is like on the chain. And basically he was saying this is not true and stuff, and of course it's fucking true.
Like I personally, there's a couple of projects that I've come up with, and one of the things I wanted to work on was similar in
That's the game with the box and the
right.
coin and everything.
It was similar in nature in that it uses a sort of distributed blockchain technology, and it works in a similar way to a token system. But the tokens correspond to the value of the game you purchased, and there were a few other things, but basically it's not a cryptocurrency. It was meant to be something that a centralized server would manage, and the purpose of this was so that the DRM that it's handling wouldn't die if the central server were to nix itself or the company were to die, which is honestly a big problem lately with games. I mean, look at freaking Mario Kart. You can't play that online anymore.
Yeah. One of the biggest use cases for this, which is actually the only advantage the system has, is that one of the things you could do is by IDing the games on the blockchain, because it's an actual digital verification system that's technically not DRM. you could actually exchange ownership, aka the Xbox One problem. The thing
Yeah.
is, when asked about that, they were like, "Well, you could do it. They didn't know how it would work."
Yeah.
And this console was supposed to come out 3 months
And like
before it shipped.
the
Yeah.
other thing with that is like if it was an actual like true to name blockchain system and they had things set up where it was an actual network infrastructure built around these consoles verifying each other's transactions over a central network, then if Intellivision went out of business, which they certainly will sooner than later,
Well, I
the
mean,
games would still be able to transfer ownership to other people. And it would be a way of, even despite the fact that they're not physical and that they're online only, the ownership could still be transferred, which you can't say the same for most online like storefronts like Steam or Uplay or EA's. Or,
So I'm gonna let N Commander speak in a moment
Yeah.
here,
So-
but the thing I
Mhm.
do want to quickly get into is that so you have games like the NBA 2K series, aka micro, it's basically nickel and diming snake oil, cryptocurrency without being a cryptocurrency.
right.
And one of the things that I'm not looking forward to with Ubisoft and Square Enix and Amico and other things like this is on the back of their boxes has a warning where it actually says that there are in-game app purchases.
Mhm.
And now I'm going to have games where they're going to have warnings on them of A, this uses cryptocurrency or blockchain, and B, that because of that, like, that might up the ratings on games. Like, it might be like you have to be like 18 or over in order to use this game because it's
Yeah.
using
Hey,
cryptocurrency. Yeah.
God, if cryptocurrency is what makes the AO rank be viable, it's like, wow, we are living in the shittiest future.
Yeah.
But the thing so here's the thing, is that blockchain for something, or cases of authentication and like these physical tokens, or ownership of a physical asset makes a lot of sense. Building it on top of Ethereum is a fucking stupid idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the thing that most people ignore is that the NFT registry is a centralized, I forget the name of the corporation, the big one. But basically, it's you pay money to be listed in a database, and then that company puts the pointer in Ethereum. But if that database goes away, all the NFTs become
Yeah.
dangling
It's
references.
either Nifty or OpenSea, I think.
So SCJ says any game that has crypto has to be only. My thing about that too is I wouldn't be surprised if this causes a whole reevaluation of like game rating services, especially, which is also never really going to happen, not just in games or anywhere. And this is my other problem. If this is a gold rush, the NFTs, because that's essentially what it is. It's a modern day gold rush, and it's a bubble, which I think it is, and it will burst like the .com. The inevitable result of this that's already happening is that right now the implementations and adoptions of NFTs are outpacing the regulations that are designed to keep it in check. Especially if this bubble bursts, that means that U.S. Congress and other governments, the EU and whatever the Iranians use and the Russian Federation, are going to have no mercy on this concept, which means that like you're going to have that thing where basically because it's like kind of like cars to some degree, like because they weren't regulated, the high adoption rate meant that there was drunk crashes everywhere, and because there were so many drunk drivers, then the reverse happened and it got over-regulated.
Well, the thing is, I actually disagree with this.
Okay.
I actually disagree with that point entirely, because cars, if anything, are still underregulated.
I know
Because
they are.
the fact of the
And
matter
I've been a
is,
bad example, but I'm just trying to say, do you get my point here?
well, the point is, though, you still have to prove that cryptocurrency has a value that outweighs its disadvantages. And you haven't even reached that basic threshold.
Here's the problem, though, because as I've said on the first episode about when I was explaining what is cryptocurrency, what is a blockchain, things like that, is that technically our fiat currencies also technically have no real value to a personal person.
But they don't cause an environmental disaster by the problem is that the physical act of mining in any proof of work system, there's an expenditure of energy.
Listen,
I will say
economically, they're not going to care about the environment. It still has value just for the fact that it exists and it has
But what
value.
I'm getting to is the fact that the only reason why any of this stuff has value is because everyone sees it as valuable. So even though whether it technically doesn't have any value, you don't see it is, the problem is majority. So the majority of people see that it is. It's actually the reasons why things change prices over time.
Well, yeah,
you know?
that's a fair
So, yeah.
point, but the fact of the matter is that most blockchains fail to actually provide anything for cash and have a lot of major downsides. I mean, you can't even realistically use Bitcoin or Ethereum
I
to
know,
transfer
but
money
again,
overseas.
they don't see it that way, which is why Bitcoin is so valuable in the
It's
first place.
the people who are using Bitcoin and like all of that stuff are wrong, and they're proud to be wrong. Even if you are smart, you know that this is dumb shit. This doesn't have any value. But the people participating in it have horse blinders on.
Yeah.
They're looking and they don't see you. What they see is mountains of gold, and they are
Yeah.
raking it in.
I'll put it this way: it's kind of the same way that technically, that Donald Trump is a fucking idiot, but half of the nation doesn't believe he is, which is why it's seen
I was
as
actually going to
equal.
go with QAnon, but
Yeah,
that's fine.
that's what I mean by that.
Well,
yeah.
and you're
You
not.
say a lie enough times, it becomes true, and so it's not what one person thinks what value is. It's the subconscious consensus of what it is. Again, this is why you have weird things where technically, physically, a dollar is a dollar, but a dollar in of itself actually has a fluctuating value because of what we prescribe to it, and thus how
Well,
the
you know
markets
what
react to it.
I actually am reminded
Yeah.
of is, every year during Pride Month, all the corporations bring out the rainbow logos and then immediately go to lobbying on the attacking of trans LGBTY rights. I mean, it wasn't, I'm trying to remember which corporation it is. Like, they had a giant LGBTY and then they just supported the Texas abortion bill.
Actually, you probably might be thinking of Disney.
I
Yeah.
thought it was Disney, but I didn't want to say.
Or it's something like as big as Disney or something like
I
that.
was thinking it might be, but I mean that's the same thing that gets down to, and you see a lot of that with what's being driven with the NFTs because the fact of the matter is,
Netflix, yeah, that too, technically, but yeah.
is the people that's driving this is the people that are when we look at diversity in level positions, there isn't any. It's 90% old white guy and now some women, but it's all people that basically I have my own fuck you because you don't become ultra rich by being,
Yeah.
unfortunately without screwing over other people.
Yeah. The other, I think a better analogy I could use about in terms of like how people view value is that there was literally, and that might be coming back, a point in time where people thought, and it's just like cryptocurrency, it was actually a misuse of the original person who invented the tech, that shaking your fat will help you lose your fat. And obviously, when you look back at it now, these people were dumb, but most of these people didn't think that back when this tech was popular and existed.
Oh, the shaker thing.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
yeah. Like
thinking
that.
about this
That's what I mean. Or put it this way: we all know that
Shake weights.
borax does not pull the vaccine out of your body, but unfortunately, there's a chunk of the population that doesn't, and that's where the value comes in. Or actually, even more recently, COVID with toilet paper. Toilet paper is still toilet paper, but because everyone thought it was going to be more important and they were worried there was going to be a drought, their prophecy came true. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is what I also see NFTs are. Everyone thinks they're valuable, so they are valuable, and thus the gold rush towards
what
it.
really it drives me completely crazy is the cross section between, the right, between cryptocurrency, the anti-vax, like, I know it's all cult mindset, but that Venn diagram joke. It's
Yeah,
like
I know.
it's the same damn photo.
Here's a nuts thing about that, and this is all I'm going to say about like alt-right stuff, is that one of the questions that people have asked to me is that because of how bros a lot of the crazy people, and I'm not even going to say alt-right crazy people, like on the right in the United States in general, which says something because the Democrats exist. But how a lot of these people who are like, a lot of these people are like super tech bro-y, that like, why isn't there like a Q coin or something like that? And the thing is that dead serious, there never will be. In the same way that there was a myth that like QAnon existed like on tour on the darknet, but they were existing on .coms because the thing is, since most of the people in charge of this are wealthy, privileged people, it's. I actually had this question brought up on. I had an AMA on the Mr. Robot Reddit because, and this is not me bragging. Seriously, I was guest thing on the season 3 premiere, so they wanted to do an AMA of someone who was on the show. That was my shoe on the show. Yeah.
I didn't put your shoe.
No, it's these chairs. who are an actual hacker that was actually on their favorite hacker show. And someone actually did ask me a great question, which was that because a lot of people didn't know how much stuff was like real stuff that inspired the show. And I got great questions. This was one of them, and someone asked, "Do things like the Dark Army exist in real life?" And I was like, "Yes, there has been, and there's one." This is also before QAnon, who I'd argue is basically stupid Dark Army, in the same way how like Donald Trump's thing was stupid Watergate. But the thing about it, what I was getting to, is that I wanted to clarify that as someone who's been through the internet as a hacker, is that the misconception is that what you see on the show with the Dark Army is that they're all on onions, they have like secret codes and stuff like that. And I'm like, the thing about the real life Dark Armies is that they're like on dot coms being hosted by DigitalOcean.
Yes.
They're hiding in plain sight, and they're not even hiding. The reason why they can do that is because the people in charge of that support them, and because they're on the higher rings of business, because they're good capitalists, no one is going to yell at them unless there's, in the same way how Twitter finally deleted Trump's account when it wasn't even that he caused the mass riots on Jan 6th, but that Twitter was going to get mass sued to oblivion over it, and that's when they finally caved. The reason why no one, Donald Trump under their own TOS should not be on there, but if Twitter doesn't care, then no one's going to change anything. And
Well-
that's like one of those things. So the reason why
hold on, I do actually
Yeah.
want to defend Twitter. Is Twitter did on many occasions say that Trump was a violation of their TOS, but his being the president, they decided that overruled him. I brought that point up earlier.
the issue with that is that, which as people brought up, is that they banned other countless politicians, including leaders of countries, before. So yeah,
Yes, I'm aware of the.
it's more of that. There are probably a lot of investors of Twitter who also voted for Donald. Like that. That's what I mean by. That's why they don't want to do it. The thing is that, so what I mean by this is there will not be an alt-right coin, because technically the alt-right coin is Bitcoin, and Ethereum.
Yeah, well, I mean,
They're in plain sight. It's the normal stuff.
There's
They're the capitalists. So
well,
yeah.
one of the big things that you see in a lot of cryptocurrency stuff, and it goes farther, is there's been this notion in what is this is going to get a little philosophical, but when we talk about religion in the United States, the best way to describe it is the American civil religion, where there's the idea that the rapture is coming soon. And this is in a lot of various offshoots, but you see this in a lot of things like the revolution's coming. I talked about the Reddit admin who believes he's going to be owning slaves in the future, and it's like it all doesn't matter because it's all about to go up in flames, and this is causing a lot of people to either not be willing to invest time to try and fix things, or being fucking accelerists.
Yep.
It's like there are quite a few people that are just throwing fucking gasoline on the fire.
Mm-hmm. Basically, what we're seeing is the repeat of the early internet with the U.S. libertarians.
Yes.
Because that was a big thing. Again, the current internet is not what... Well, my running joke is that the problem with it is that the U.S. libertarians got what they want, but there was a ton of monkey paw fingers being curled during it. Like, they all hate it now, and they all look at their shoes because they technically got what they want, but technically they didn't get the weird, abstract, dumb fantasy that they want.
Well, what we're currently seeing in the cryptocurrency community is a push towards centralization so they can put regulations on. I mean,
which is ironic, yeah.
I mean, stable coins is literally the. I don't know if you've done a show on stable coins, but
that's coming up.
But,
we did cover DM though, so.
But
yeah,
to put the long and short of it, the whole point of stable coins is to have the advantages, and I use that term very loosely, with cryptocurrency and the federal banking regulations of the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, they think there's a fire, and that in order to put out the fire, they think that putting gasoline will put it out, and then the bigger the fire grows, they're convinced the more gasoline they throw on it, the faster it's going to put it out, when it does the exact opposite. What was the thing about this? Is actually why sometimes on Crypto Barons, when we cover episodes, we'll literally cover a snake oil thing on purpose to expose how much of a snake oil. And we also go into it, even if I know it's a snake oil, I always start off the episode with, do we know it's a snake oil or not? Bless you. Let's find out. I was going to actually say by saying that
I'm waiting for the sneeze to happen.
I know, right? It's
No,
Schrodinger's
Yeah,
sneeze.
we had the cliff. We started the cliffhanger and then we didn't do the cliffhanger.
Yeah.
2.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the thing is that where was I going with this? And actually, I forgot what I was saying, so I'm gonna circle back. One of the other myths about pushing cryptocurrency around, like again, there's good use cases for cryptocurrency blockchain technology. It's just that it's been ruined by so much snake oil salesmen that again, you say a lie enough times, it becomes true or it becomes status quo. Status quo. That yes,
Oh,
that
that joke had a type advantage.
yes, it does. Yes, it was. It was Italian too. So, well, no, that's what he said. That was his argument, by the way, for that. That's why he's so touchy feely. Is
He
that
really went there?
yes,
He went there.
He
yeah.
went
Look,
there.
look that up. That he said some people think that I overstep my boundaries when it comes to like personal
Well, I
consent.
as someone
I
who
personally feel that it's just I'm Italian. He
as
actually
someone
said
who
that
is
pissed off
who
the
is
entire Italian community. Yeah,
as someone who is half Italian, go fuck yourself.
I know exactly. Welcome
Wait,
to
you're
everyone
half
else.
Italian, I'm half Italian.
And I ate a pizza yesterday.
So you're
Between-
digesting. So you're digesting in
I have
Italian.
a little bit of Italian in
Between
me.
the 3 of us, we could start a pizza chain.
With Cuban cigars.
The sad part-
The sad part is that it would probably be a
No, the
smashing
sad
success.
part, without trying to dox ourselves, is that we actually live near, I won't say how far away, from a pizza place that,
Mhm.
like kind of cryptocurrency, we came up with a good idea and someone else has already ruined the concept.
Yeah.
So, the thing is,
I'm just
I'm
imagining.
not going to say what I nicknamed them as. I'll say that
So,
off air.
so the
but
thing
yeah.
is that one of the big goals we want as a group is to eventually get our own space, like in real
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
And now I'm just imagining us with a combination hackerspace pizzeria, and god damn it, I'm not gonna be able to get that out of my brain.
Mm.
Like, am I seeing a downside? Because people like to hack and people like pizza.
Actually, one of the things I've wanted to do is a repair cafe
Mm.
as our like main job business for the hackerspace.
Yeah.
People come in, and then as we fix stuff in front of them, they can order teas and coffees, which also brings us more money.
Mhm.
Okay, as long as we don't
It's
adopt,
it's popular in Europe.
as long as we don't adopt the shitty practices of a certain well-known figure that I will remain nameless, but the people in chat will know who I'm talking about,
Okay.
and you probably know who I'm talking
Does he
about.
ask how it is and how it's going?
It's someone who regularly shits on New York City and overplays the issues here.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Don't delay, buy today.
Yeah. Well, Macs are so problematic that they even affect the people that use them.
Now, CJ, are you
See,
talking
the
about my
reason
blue
is-
couch or the one or the comfy chair I'm currently in?
The comfy chair.
I do miss the old couch. I know why the old couch here had to go to couch heaven.
So even though it was
Uh-huh.
giant and bloated and toxic, you miss it. That explains a lot of the different retro computers you
Well,
cover on your shows.
Well, the fact is, I also miss Jack.
Well,
I knew we couldn't sit on the street. No. So the thing is, we love you, Jack, but still. So yeah, pants spontaneously combust.
I'm going to hell for that joke.
Yes. So well, you're here. So what were we getting to this topic? How should we? Do you have any other thoughts you want to put out there that's related to all this crazy crypto news that have shown up
Well,
last 2 weeks?
I'm just the fact of the
'Cause we
matter
should
is,
wrap
if I
this
was
up
still
now.
working at a major Linux corporation, I'm pretty sure someone would have asked me at this point on how I would do a cryptocurrency in Hadoop. At which point the response would probably be,
don't.
I would like a smart contract that
Wait, is that what the cryptocurrency is called?
No.
Don't.
My response would be that I want a smart contract to map reduce myself out of it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, cryptocurrencies like Hadoop, it might have some good uses, but 90% of people that are using it are doing it wrong.
Yeah.
There's also see Docker.
So it's like I've before the whole reign of grifters came in on the scene, I've had several ideas involving blockchain technologies and things which would have become called NFTs technically. But the thing is, these were ideas that I was having in 2014, and I could have marketed them then and lost out. Instead, I held on to them and waited.
And then I could have marketed them in 2017 and lost out. And now it's far too late for me to market them as they are because now NFTs are poison, and talking about or touching them will poison your company.
Hmm.
Unless you're in on the grift and you are actually scamming people, literally.
Well, what if anything, the last thing has been proven is that in the last few years, people don't really care you're grifting. There's always because no bad consequences will happen to you as a result.
People
Yeah.
confuse
Unless you're Enron.
because
Well, Enron, we still had a functioning government.
Well, functioning is to put it
Okay, well,
mildly.
the state government of California wasn't. The federal government was.
just
Ye-
remember that Windows 7 preluded
That
Windows
was Bill
10.
Clinton, right?
Yeah, it was Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's like I said. We had a functioning government.
Yeah, functioning in some ways.
Well,
Well, more specifically, we had a functioning Congress.
Okay, I can give you that much.
I wouldn't say functioning because the problem is people assume functioning means positive results. We had a Congress that did things.
Well, that's the definite.
Yeah.
Well,
Now we're debating semantics, and we keep going down this. We're going to have to
Well,
get
again,
Yak out.
we're also an American hacker group with probably a good chunk of us American audience. It's the same exact reason why I always say U.S. libertarians and not libertarians, because not only is the term liberal completely loaded term in this country, but also there's a huge difference between libertarians in Europe and like East Asia and Southeast Asia and U.S. libertarians in terms
Yeah.
of their values.
Well, I mean, it's sort of why this is why I use the term
It's
American civil
it's
religion.
the difference between Chinese food and American Chinese food.
As
Yeah.
someone who's lived in
Like
China.
when
Yeah.
you talk about libertarians, I consider myself a classic libertarian, but it's like that term even is horrible because what I'm trying to refer to is like the more European and Asian kind of libertarianism, but it's I'm in America and me talking about classic libertarianism brings people to the Gadsden flag.
Stephen Crowder table. Announcing you're a classical libertarian is the "I use arch by the way of politics" statements. Change my mind.
That one tasted funny.
Yes.
Anyway, but yeah, no, it's like the whole thing regarding NFTs and all this weird news is like I feel like we're at the point now that we've had at least 12 companies in the past 7 days announce some sort of NFT partnership or NFT capability or affinity or alliance towards NFT programs or companies. And it's at that point that I have to say, yeah, I've seen this before, and we're heading straight into disaster zone here with this. And anyone who's caught up in the swarf is going to get their balls rocked.
And note about that, speaking of NFTs, that for anyone, again, who argues that NFTs is going to be this amazing beneficial thing to artists and cause like a huge, like, decentralized artist boom, the reality is, thanks to all the snake oil salesmen, this is literally what it's being used for.
I can literally go and claim someone else's art as mine if I just pay enough money to some NFT broker to have a NFT made of it.
What I would actually argue is that one of the sad end goals that could happen from NFTs, and that I actually think will happen when this bubble bursts, is that this type of theft and taking money directly out of independent artists' hands is going to be so basically the people who are trying to cause like anarchy revolution are instead going to basically like super reinforce the existing DMCA.
Yeah, it's gonna go authoritarian and
Yeah,
hardline.
like if you think the DMCA is bad now, there's going to be like it's
what
kind
I
of
feel like is gonna happen.
it's kind of like how like pretentious. I'm going to be political here personally for myself.
Okay.
Pretentious left vegan people who constantly yell about being vegan, like force people to become crazy right wing people just because they're so insufferable. So they're having like the opposite effect of what they want.
Okay.
That's what NFTs to me are going to do with the whole crypto anarchy
I feel like
thing.
is gonna wind up happening is like you'll have the artists who are like getting sick and tired of NFTs stealing their artwork, so they'll make petitions to certain politicians, and these politicians are going to come up with some draconian copyright law that's going to completely, like, it's going to make you sell your firstborn son to the Library of Congress, but the artists are all going to sweep over in awe over it because it supports them in some tiny way. And for everyone who's not an artist, it's far too complex for them to understand. So they're not gonna vote either way, or they're gonna vote yes for it because we're all fucking yes men for the government.
Well, I mean, actually, it's going to be worse than that because the fact of the matter is, if you look, the most of new media, and this is me biting the hand humor, YouTube, Spotify, they really go out of their way to screw the content creator. I mean,
Yeah.
speaking this is public information, so I can say this. There's no NDA on my partner contract.
Okay.
YouTube takes 55% of all revenue my video earns right off the top.
Wow.
On top of that, super chat and super thanks, and I believe it's also true, and it's also memberships. They take a 30% cut before they come to the video.
To put it this way, if this was the video game industry, there would be people going to jail over these percentages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I thought Steam's 30% was high.
Amico takes 50%.
With
Everyone's
YouTube,
freaking
I
out about
partially
it. Yeah.
defend because I understand more than most people what that type of infrastructure costs. But 55% on top is pushing it quite heavily. And on top of it,
And my
super
argument
chat,
is
the thing is that it's the super chat and the memberships that kill me because the reason I use Patreon, and I'm not happy with Patreon's current payment plan, but the best balance between name recognition, Patreon only takes 8% for the top tier, and that is, given the name recognition of Patreon, fine.
What do they take for the bottom tiers?
Bottom tier, it only works as a tip jar. It's 3%.
Oh, good lord! I just thought of something. How would you react if Patreon announced that they were going to be taking cryptocurrency?
It wouldn't matter to me, honestly, just personally.
Yeah.
As long as they convert to fiat.
I probably wouldn't have a problem if they were willing to accept it, but knowing Patreon, they would pass the cost along because I believe they pass currency exchange costs. I'd have to. If they wanted to pay me in cryptocurrency, they could go get screwed. And if they started dealing in NFTs, I would have a seriously long talk with my Patreons on migrating to CoFly. But this is sort of the problem that we've been having with Discord.
It's a platform problem.
Well, it's not just a platform problem, is that Patreon is about more than half of my revenue because, YouTube being highway robbery is highway robbery. I mean, the total amount I made. So, for those who aren't familiar with my YouTube channel, I had a video go super viral back in September. It's just over 100,000 views. I only made about $2,000 in total for a video that has 3 watch years of hours. Which, when you really get down to it, you have to realize that Google took 4K off the top of that.
You also have to realize, like, this is getting to the point where, like, old media is almost more profitable than this.
It is, actually, at this point. And a lot of that is because old media doesn't have to worry about the competition from new media. And one of the things that really frustrates me is that there was competition in the space. Dailymotion paid out a lot more to their partners, but Dailymotion essentially stopped existing.
Yeah.
Vimeo, who the hell goes to Vimeo?
Except in France. I think they're big in
They're still around on paper, but in practice, this is like when Dig showed up in my referrals. Like, wait, people still use Dig?
With Dailymotion, I think what happened with them was, like, I think they were acquired by Free.fr and had their servers moved into France.
Yeah, it's a weird.
And now it's like they're big in France all of a sudden because they're now domestic. So, something like that.
The fact of the matter is, if Patreon started doing stuff with NFTs, and unfortunately I can actually see this happening because one of Patreon's big selling points is artists doing one-off arts for their Patreons and selling them, and they have special services for doing commissions. I don't use them because I'm a YouTube content creator, but the problem is I can actually see Patreon jumping on the NFT boat.
They do want an NFT of the blue couch.
I did see that, and you can go. What?
Top tier
I guess the question
subscribers
is, how much are you willing to pay for me to sell my soul?
for charities.
What you should do is buy another blue couch, take the blue couch you already have, cut squares of its fabric off, and
No,
mail
hexagons.
them hexagons
Yeah.
of its fabric, and mail them off as like an exchange.
And
for
then,
whatever
knowing you're
they give.
fans and Commander, that means you have traces of your DNA on them, so people can
No,
clone
we
you
are
and
not
have
going
your
to
own personal
Oh,
clones of and Commander, which then they can register as NFTs on the blockchain.
your own personal Jesus.
But that's literally. But the thing is that it is literally a fungible token then.
Yeah.
Well, it would be God, it would literally be an
At
NFT.
least it wouldn't be a fungal token.
I'm just glad you said fungible because you started off with an F word, and my brain went to places I did not want to go.
But the problem is that we could say that NFT stands for N Commander Fungible Token, which means because if we end up doing N Commander cloning,
If we end up doing that's probably gonna be your last episode on YouTube.
come join us today. Yeah, because it's going to get my channel shut down.
It's like
I mean, I already sent you a
Jesus.
Macintosh clone.
The fact of the matter is, I literally got people to pay me for spam. Like literally, I put a Patreon perk of sending people an email from Outlook Express for Solaris. I literally managed to sell people spam.
So you managed to make your own Free Software
So
Foundation mailing list.
No, wait. You did anti-hash cash.
Yes.
Yeah.
I literally. I
Yeah, me too. I was.
I
also thinking
literally
something
did it
not
as a
safe for work.
joke, and then I gained 20 Patrons because of that joke, and I never
Wow.
got past that.
Welcome to. That happens with our group too. So yeah.
We should find some weird things for you to send mail on.
I
have an idea already.
Yeah, well, we'll just put a CPM on it.
This thing.
Yes, from the people that
Sidco mail station.
From the people that brought you the PlayStation.
It is in fact a Z80 in there.
I know. I programmed for it.
Yes, I know. We had this entire conversation.
I know.
This is for the advantages of YouTube.
Recently, I wrote a fourth interpreter for it.
So how long until open firmware is on it?
I know, right?
And how long are you going to have a Motorola 680 XO on top of Z80 emulator?
My brain just
Because
thought something.
you know
horrible.
we were talking about you wanting to run Toolbox on a Motorola 680 XO, and the back of my brain is, why don't you just put an emulator on the damn thing? Because then you're really getting the true authentic Microsoft.
SCJ just says Spawnus takes 3 cents plus 7%.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Patreon,
if you're getting paid $1, they're taking 37 cents.
Yes. Ko-Fi and
so
Payday Coffee are the lowest ones.
So they're like New Jersey taxes.
The thing is that of all the NFTs, Patreon at least has the excuse that it actually makes a small amount of sense. If they do their own NFT registry and not one of the existing ones, I might not completely disown them over it, because Patreon.
Use OpenSea.
So here's the thing: is that while I have issues with Patreon, they've actually been pretty decent to their creators over time compared to some of the other ones. So given that, and they seem to be mostly on level. So if they do NFTs separate from the main registry, I might not disown them over it, although I'm going to have to think long and hard about it.
So to kind of bring things back around to what we were saying kind of earlier before, there's a old saying of that you can't get rid of a weed by just cutting it. You have to actually pull it out with the root, meaning that you can't just solve the surface level problem and you think it's solved, because eventually it's going to grow back. You need to actually get rid of the source of the problem. And the problem with, I feel that a lot that NFTs and websites and web technologies go through in general is this whole what I call corruption fallacy. And to give you a good example, using a completely different thing that is actually also affected by, this actually came to mind when I was thinking, like, I'm also waiting. This is either already happening and no one's reporting on it, or I'm waiting for this to happen. I'm not giving anyone ideas. If you do this, I fucking hate you. I'm actually shocked people aren't taking sex worker pornography and NFTing them for their own gain. Which again, you talk about like here they are,
It's
where it's
probably
like
happening.
independent artists fight for the, and then they do like the thing that Microsoft wouldn't even do. And this comes from the problem that I often hear, which I agree with that sex workers talk about, is okay, they don't so much mind that you offer another service to help or attempt to help. What they hate is that when people are like, and we're used, I'll put it this way, we're used to this as hackers because our community technically is also really small and no one gives a shit. So it's like really easy to a degree for us to be like, oh, fuck Discord, I'm going to use this program that only has 5 people on it because we only have 5 people in the first place. Like,
Yeah.
that's an easy thing to do. The thing, for example, like with sex work, is that it's like any other business. You need to have a presence somewhere. So you want to be on the largest platform. So what they really hate is when it's like, oh, are they shutting down OnlyFans? We'll use this thing instead because that's cutting the wheat. That's cutting the weed
Well, that's
at
why.
the
That's why you
plant.
can't stop an end demand. Well, that's
It's
completely.
cutting the wheat at the chaff.
Yes. So it's like, so for example, I remember this back in the day where everyone used to complain about how MySpace was so corrupt and bloated. And here's this independent platform called Facebook, and that it will be so much better than, no, that literally used to
I
be the
remember
argument.
this.
And look what, and Facebook basically not only eclipsed MySpace, but it eclipsed it way more times more awful than they ever. So the thing is, I always tell people my thing that I'm afraid of is not even Facebook getting more power. But when Facebook inevitably dies, we're going to replace them because they're going to literally learn all the worst things from Facebook and outdo Facebook in their awfulness, which means we can't just keep changing social media platforms and think it's going to be better. We have to change the concept of what social media is.
Yeah.
In the same way, again, you can't just replace fiat currency with cryptocurrency and expect to have a better financial system. Because as we're seeing, the cryptocurrency sphere is now it's indistinguishable from established fiat finances. You have to act. So basically, if you want to make a better finance system, you have to actually change the laws of how finance is done. Otherwise, we're just going to keep repeating the same mistakes. In the same way, you want to help sex workers, you can't just change platforms. You have to change the laws. Same thing with hacking, to be honest. It's a bunch of different things like that, you know? So that's going to be the thing. Another funny thing that I also want to wrap this up that I'm shocked that only a few people have pointed out is that one of the horrors that a lot of people had when it was announced that Facebook was changing its parent company to Meta, and this kind of ties into this whole thing, is that the metaverse is what the successor to the internet was called in Snow Crash.
Yes.
And what makes it really sad, ironic, which is irony is basically what the time period we officially live in, is that the metaverse's history in the book was that it was created by hackers. And then when it got big enough, corporations got interested in it and tried to wrestle control from hackers turning into corporate space. And the part of the subplot of that book are hackers trying to fight corporations weaseling in, aka something that I think cryptocurrency people should have did but didn't, and that's why they're failing right now for the most part. They didn't gatekeep properly, essentially. The irony is, of course, since we live in this demonic hell, Metaverse instead was created by corporations, and it's up to hackers to try to essentially abort it.
See, I mean,
Yeah.
like, here's the thing is that if you knew me 5, even 10 years ago, I would have been much more neutral on cryptocurrencies than not. But
Same.
what has really come around, like, even the concept,
And I still find good things in them that we
Yeah.
cover on this show.
like,
Yeah.
the concept of an NFT does not like, I don't think the concept of an NFT is necessarily null and void, but as they exist right now, I consider them fully scams. And that's why I took the stance that if Patreon does it differently besides just building on the Electrum one,
Yeah.
Ethereum.
I can actually do a great real life analogy that hot water and also my own personal opinion. It's the reason why most people, because a lot of people get mad where they're like, because there are actual legit NFT stuff out there, and people get mad of like, oh, why are you calling it scams? And it's like, it's the whole bad apple spoils the bunch, or aka why people think cops are bad, because it's like, of course there are good cops that have good morals, and a lot of them become ex-cops, by the way, and that they actually do their job and they do it well properly. What's happened is that if most of the cops are awful, then people are going to think, because majority 51% attack, most people are just going to think policing in general is awful because the majority of people there are awful. So if most NFTs are scams, That's why people think NFTs in general are scams, because there's just
Yeah.
so many bad ones out there that it's like
Well,
overtaken
the
the
thing
entire
is
concept.
that even
Yeah.
the creator of NFTs have come out and said that was
Yeah, they Mother's Day themselves. Yeah.
yeah. But the thing is that the as it existed in his proposal, it was a placeholder was the index. Like if you had a dedicated blockchain, the thing is for NFTs to be valuable, the people that are running the network cannot value from it. This was the entire thing that has got Carl Joss has basically made with World Heritage auctions and the $1 million Super Mario.
Yeah.
So, this is what it boils down to. You could use blockchain technology. Like I can see it in my head how you could do it very well for selling things like art and so forth. Things that you want to have authenticity of some sort.
Yep.
And digital content, things like that.
I'm not. I still have a lot of question marks. But
Right.
the fact of the matter is that the people that brought us cryptocurrency are the worst possible people to bring this, because you are talking to the people that have run the largest Ponzi scheme in the last. I mean, if
The
you,
biggest one since Madoff.
I'd say it's bigger than Madoff.
Here's
Yeah.
here's
actually.
my kind of summary of that, right? One of the big core concepts that was in the whole, like, I don't know if it's the Satoshi paper, but the initial people who were like mostly software engineers that were tinkering with this was the idea, one of the core things about decentralization, because the question is, well, why do you want to be decentralized? And their argument was that not just companies, but there are individual people. Like, here's a good one that's actually for fiat that ruined everything and still ruins everything. Is Friedman, who basically came up with the modern U.S. libertarian motto. He's the one who actually coined the term "greed is good." That's his quote directly from the 80s. And the thing about this is they were arguing that what makes this, the reason why this is so awful is because basically one person or like five people having control of all the finances. It's like the 1% problem with wealth distribution. So the idea of having it decentralized is that no one person can dictate how the entire market goes.
Right.
And we know it's failed because that's what Elon Musk is. Elon Musk will tweet that he's eating a salad, and then people will extrapolate that the salad secretly means this fork of Ethereum and go in. So that means someone is in the middle controlling all of it. Yeah.
The other thing is there's actually two facets to this control paradigm.
Yeah.
It's that there's the actual network side of it, where, okay, it's a decentralized network. It's a widely distributed online network of many individual computers, in theory. What it actually is very much like the DNS system. It's centralized. You've got more than 51% of the network in control of less than 7 parties. And those 7 parties could collude at any moment to decide we want to back up a transaction, we want to undo it, or we want to make a decision on the blockchain, and we have the power to do so because we have the 51% confidence of the network.
I've actually talked to like real anarchists, and besides them being fucking nuts in their own unique ways, there's a reason why people, when they refer to this as crypto anarchism, even though that's a weird term, and not or cryptocurrency anarchism and not anarchism in general, because the big problem is that you're running in what classically is known as the democracy problem.
Yeah, and okay, so it's like you have that problem where the network is under the authority of a much smaller group of people than the rest of the network. But then you also have the problem of the social effect of the network, where one person, say Elon Musk, has the social power to command a large stock of
Social capital,
cryptocurrency.
yeah.
So just making
I
tweet
mean,
about
the
those,
fact of the
boom.
matter is that any ideas of Bitcoin being successful, any ideas of Bitcoin basically being, the moment that mining pools became a thing is the point that Bitcoin stopped having, being succeeding at their goals.
That's why originally it was called the Bitcoin experiment.
Yes,
Again,
I'm
they
aware of
put
that.
something that wasn't supposed to go into production in production.
And and the thing is that a lot of things with Ethereum doubled down on the bad aspects of Bitcoin. The only thing they really fixed was the transaction stuff.
We kind of get to the overall core problem here, which is, and this is true, but it's also a joke. What's the worst thing about computers?
Make everything
Everything.
worse.
They're built by humans.
Well, yeah.
That's the core of every single computer problem ever in existence. Is that it was built by a human being.
But here's the thing: is that 90% of what makes computer problems so much worse is that 1% of them exploit the system, and the other 99% just stand there and take it.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. If we had realistic laws that could do something about cybercrime, I realize that there are a lot of logistical problems, but ransomware could easily be shut down if cryptocurrency to cash exchanges were actually regulated. If you could not pull money off the cryptocurrency network without it being tracked, ransomware would disappear because you could not profit off of it.
Yeah.
And I just also want to note that joke is that, which is why I said that it's built by computers, is that's not a diss against users. In fact, part of the thing about it was built by people, again, it's the ignorance factor, is that honestly, a lot of the worst people in computers are people that hate their own users, in my opinion, because like that ignorance, it's like if you're ignorant about that, that's going to affect all of your entire programming and engineering, and so no wonder why your thing runs like shit. I'm looking at you, most GNU projects. So like that's sort of my that there. Well, anyhow, we're gonna kind of wrap this up because it's literally midnight and I have to take a giant dump. I'm literally gonna be pumping and dumping in a minute. Mostly dumping. But we're talking about NFTs. They belong in the toilet.
Right.
Non-fecal toilets.
But the question is it a floater or a sinker?
So what you're asking is it Z-Snark or Mimblewimble? No. So anyhow, so unless you two have other things to say, basically, you guys say your closing thoughts, and then we're gonna wrap this up. And basically, right now, if you are for some reason, and we did have someone in before that is watching on D Live, thank you. And we're actually gonna distribute a bunch of lemons right now, and then after these two are done. Say your final thoughts and tell people your final thoughts and then tell the people where if they want to like interact with you online or check out your stuff where they can go. I'm going to distribute a bunch of lemons starting now.
Lemons. Winners don't use NFTs.
We should turn that into an NFT.
What are you going to do a Nintendo game hack with that?
What?
A lot of
but it's not. I don't think it was Nintendo games.
No, did you just cause Cell to return a null address?
I think I just did. No, there's a bunch of Nintendo games. Maybe I'm thinking arcade. No, some of the knockoff ones did. Like
all right,
kids did.
Final question: what happened to the couch?
The couch is fine. I'm not home. The old couch here had an unfortunate mercury accident. This is why you don't use Merciel, kids.
Yeah, no, I ran HG on the couch and corrupted its state, so I had to HG force merge pull undo, and at that point I just decided to get.
This is why we hate Mercury retrograde.
Well, the problem with using.
All right, let's go to another topic because I'll explain after the stream. Go. What's your final thoughts about all of this?
Who, me?
No, me.
Okay.
So my final thought is. I have to wonder if there's just a council of evil men that come up with horrible ideas.
Yeah, it was called the Trump administration. They were in charge for what?
Relating to NFTs.
Yeah, the Trump administration.
But the Trump administration, to my knowledge, has not. As far as I know, Donald Trump hasn't.
Give them ideas.
You have to understand that Bannon, who's currently in charge right now, his OG thing was doing gold scams in World of Warcraft, and that's how he built his original money empire. No, I'm not even kidding.
Wow.
No, you're actually not. I didn't actually think about that, but you're right. And I hate it, but you're right. And folks, if you're here from Discord, do realize that this is not the End Commander channel. This is DCG 201, which is the local hacker group that I got my start on. So give them a like and subscribe, and
Yeah.
if you are
Donate money to sick kids. Links in chat.
that too. And if you're ever in New Jersey, especially if you're going to be here in December, where I get X amount of hours to rant about whatever I want, and I have yet to exceed the slide deck.
Oh,
that
he's
I
going to
need.
do more of that in December, and definitely you might be able to even catch him on November 19th, depending on how he feels and how well he was watered in the morning.
Yep.
You mean Diet Coke?
I want to give you actual nutrition.
Well, the problem is, Sad Mac, is that I came over here 2 nights ago to come get a game controller. It was supposed to be an in and out.
He arrived at 7 o'clock, and we didn't leave until 2:30 a.m.
He went to pick up a game controller, and
I left with talking about how we would use it on Itanium.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, that was an actual conversation that happened in this apartment.
Yeah, because
And once again, I am behind side pocket. You need to... Okay, if we're going
I'm sorry, my afro is eclipsing your
we'll
non-afro-ness.
figure this out in the future. But yeah, one of the game controllers I sent him home with has a game port plug on it, and the Itanium.
And Fail Server came with a
Yeah.
Sound Blaster card with a game port. And this led to an entire conversation that, well, it doesn't work under Windows, but it does work under Linux. And then I could run DOSBox on top of Itanium, and then all I would need is a copy of Jazz Jackrabbit.
Yep.
And then I had this, and then I had an even worse thought, is because I bought a PCI token ring card for Unrelated Evil.
A non-fungible token ring card?
You know, you just came up with 2 possible names for your show, and one of them is Unintended Evil. The other, which I'm trying to remember, is I think it's you keep saying every conversation is the point is or something like that.
Well, you know what really grinds my gears?
Oh, no.
The bird is the word.
Family Guy funny moments.
Yeah, I haven't had one of those in about 20 years. So, you know, so the thing is, I bought a token ring card, but I don't actually, I was thinking about this. My original plan was to put it in a modern system with an adapter, and I realized, oh crap, the Itanium actually has PCI slots. And then this led to the current shitty reality of, do I really want to build a token ring network with Itanium?
Yes, and you'll host an RPL server on the Itanium.
But the problem is that I can't use the Windows RPL server because that was in NT.
But it's UN Commander. The whole point is absorbing all the problems. It's like your Samus and Fusion, and all the problems are X parasites.
Windows and
Sad Max says, you realize now I want to see you get it working on Itanium.
Yes, well, I know. The fact of the matter is, the more I suffer, the more clicks I get.
Okay.
AKA YouTube.
Get Linux running on the Itanium. Get 86box running on Linux. Get Steam running on 86box. Get Proton running on Steam. Get Windows running on Proton. Then run Steam games on the Itanium box.
This is the shittiest Russian doll I've ever heard.
And you'll use the game port for the controller.
No, I can do one better. I can do something even more cursed.
Okay. I
can run IA32EL. Because it's a McKinley, it has hardware emulation.
All right.
And then, because there is Java with a JIT for Itanium, I don't know where the hell that came from, but it does exist.
That sounds like a children's book, Java.
It came from Sun.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, when Sun was flirting with Itanium. But...
More like floating with Itanium.
You mean the other thing that's eventually going to become an NFT?
Well, that machine had 10 gigs of RAM until it blew a stick. Now it's down to 8. So it could still I could probably get Beta 173 to run just fine on it.
I could actually imagine Mojang announcing that they're going to make Minecraft entirely blockchain based, and you're going to be like, I'm not surprised. What? You actually didn't factor in that because I'm looking at your face reaction right now.
You have to ruin the few good things in life.
Well,
you're doing to me what I do to Neo.
To be fair,
a Minecraft map is a blockchain.
Yes, I was gonna say.
Well, it is. It's actually literally stored in NBT data. It's only a few letters away.
And to be fair, Redstone is a way better programming language than Golang, which is what most cryptocurrency is based on.
No, I can do one better.
Okay.
JavaScript. Redstone's a much better
Minecraft on
programming language than Ethereum smart contracts.
Minecraft on Titanium.
I like the last comment. you know that you are an N Commander viewer when when you have to reach a certain level of curse. Like, the fact of the matter is, because this is my friends, they have the most overly engineered doorbell system known to mankind. Do you mind if I actually ring it?
Go for it.
Sure.
Yes. This is what the fact of the matter is that they don't have a working doorbell. So their solution was to do this, and I'm currently dialing a number on my phone. So hopefully this works, because Google Voice has been glitchy today.
We've got a call.
Yes. So they rigged their entire apartment, and
Damn
there
it.
is an actual rotary telephone on the wall hooked up to a PBX switch box with hold music that does not properly loop. I found a bug in it. And thus,
He literally found a cockroach in our phone system.
yes. Yes. So this is, I don't exist in a bubble. These are the people I hang around.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize that I pass for normal.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, the phone system operating this is an Avaya Partner ACS Model 300B, operated on a single card system, hooked up to our ATA adapter, running a VoIP gateway to VoIP.ms.
So to put this in perspective, the networking here used to be possessed by Cthulhu. Now it's the phone system. And you give me a better description of what the networking here was like.
Oh yeah.
We don't need to go into details.
The whole thing is, when I came here, I brought a router, and just doing that by itself. Okay, don't give the viewers ear.
I would have laughed.
Headphone warning.
That was 2600, and I would have actually laughed if our live stream disconnected right when.
Yeah.
I feel like that explains way too much.
No, you should have. Did you hit the stop streaming button as you did that?
No.
You're gonna do that. I've already done that joke.
No. Actually, the new version of it, they permanently highlight that so that you know that if it's highlighted, that means you're actually
that's only on the
over it.
Windows version.
I know.
Because toolkits on Linux are garbage.
Okay, you haven't. Okay, so for all the viewers here, you haven't seen Curse Networking because GI Jack went somewhere else.
Yeah. No, you think you've seen Curse Networking or Curse Netware? No, when I first met these guys and I came here, getting my laptop on the internet here was a procedure that I've had medical procedures done that required less paperwork.
If you want to, here's a tip, because first of all, SCJ, I think you said something that what was in the comments, that I should plan a trip to Jersey. You should totally show up to one of our meetings. They're on third Friday of every month. This upcoming one's going to be on the 19th. Probably between, if I recall, it's going to probably be between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. We're still working out the times for, I hope to do announcements on Monday. And if you want to give everyone here PTSD, walk in and just say open BSD.
No, the fact of the matter is, he needs to meet Neo, because Neo did the famous talk at Hope. And
it's going to be our January meeting is going to be named after him.
Yeah. Neo is Mr. Accessibility Dammit.
Yeah.
And
he's more like an evil version of Mr. Conductor from Thomas the Tank Engine.
But with good intentions.
SCJ, 802.1x would have been an improvement.
Yes.
Waveland would have been an upgrade over this.
Oh, Lord, I have a box with a Cisco Waveland card in it.
But see, the thing is that would have been a standard, which would have been an upgrade from where we were starting from.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you this much. The procedure to get on the Wi-Fi, or I should say wireless network in this house, involved plugging in a USB flash drive with a key file on it.
So
Getting a Switch onto this network was
nigh impossible.
the good thing
Getting a Wii U on it was
Gooding-
impossible.
good thing about GI Jack is he knows his Arch Linux. The bad thing about GI Jack is that his networking solution made Google Fiber look competent and saintly.
Yeah.
yeah. No, it's not unheard of that people came to my apartment to use the internet because I have a fucking Switch that just works.
No, my favorite thing. By the way, Jack, I'm sorry for shitting on you and your network. Is that my
The
favorite
network
thing?
sucked.
My favorite thing ever
We're not denying it.
is when we had to decouple his network from the core, like his setup from the core, like the actual thing you need to. The default box it came with, and it's attached to his router, and
So hold
Wait.
on. I actually
And-
want I want to add an addendum for this.
and he thought that the reason why the internet was going faster is because the internal CPU for that thing was like a state-of-the-art
Oh.
higher-end CPU,
Yeah.
when in fact it was the reverse. It was we were running the core internet on an NES, and it still ran faster than his system.
basically, okay, So his router system, right? He's got one of those weird router boxes with like an AMD.
it makes me hate the word custom.
Right.
That
it's
triggers me
custom,
now.
But it was this
Custom
weird
means
red
pain in the
router
ass.
box with a PCI Wi-Fi card in it and all sorts of like it was an AMD processor. It was x86 based and it ran some OpenBSD based thing. I think PF Sense or something. But
PF Sense.
yeah,
He claims he
so-
turned off PF Sense, but
no, PF Sense is the router OS.
yeah, what he did was he turned off, which was even worse before you showed up. He had
Snort.
if we snort, and that
So
was
you know
couldn't send
there is one
resumes.
regret that we didn't do with this network. We should have hauled it out as a capture the flag because because you tell me that it would have been a beautiful capture the flag at making people's teeth cry.
Yeah.
Because just for context, I've done CTFs where the entire point was to make security researchers cry. This is a reason why Failserver has gone to conferences.
Yeah.
Basically, what you have here, and not in a good way, is you have Sentinel, you have the Pentagon intranet, you have the
It was a turducken.
the firewall of Iran, the Great Firewall of China, and then Jack's network sitting at the top.
And then I remember I said, so Jack, does this support IPv6? And there was a look.
Yeah.
No, the worst of it actually was the error that you found in it.
Him or me?
You.
Well, you're going to be more specific because I found a few.
The ZeroNet.
ZeroCount.net.
I don't remember this one.
Okay,
I
it
probably
was-
made Jack cry, but
Whenever you would connect to any NX domain, it would automatically pop to this one domain that he owned for some stupid reason. And okay. So it's like
yeah, you bring the guy that used to do work with a volunteer work at ICANN, and you give him a DNS problem.
Yeah.
So anyway, regardless, so he had his box hooked up, and like I'll just say this much: we have a fiber optic connection with a fiber node it takes the fiber in and it puts one Ethernet out.
We bought a Ferrari and Jack
But that's-
gave it square tires.
Right. So
To give it context, they have better internet than what I
Sorry.
have
Okay.
at
Let me
NGX.
continue. Let him continue.
Anyway, the stupid fiber box puts out one Ethernet cord, right? And through that Ethernet cord is whatever purchase plan that you have with a provider. So we had 300 symmetrical. This is $150 a month just for the internet.
175, and actually it's technically 75, but he forgot to take the cable out of that.
Yeah, we're fixing that later
Yeah.
tonight, if not tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you have 300 symmetrical. That's godlike for American internet,
Yes.
and that's dial-up for Finland and Estonia.
Yeah.
But regardless, this is amazing. So this goes into his box, and it comes out. I'll say this much: he has gigabit Ethernet connected to it. We're not in the Stone Age, and it has 802.11 AC. Surprisingly.
In the Stone Age, we're in the Spanish Inquisition.
I'm waiting
But-
for the.
Yeah. So the wire goes into that, comes out, goes to a switch, goes from that switch overhead into by the TV where the Nintendo Switch is plugged into, not a network switch, and then the streaming PC is plugged into.
Yeah.
The wired network, it wasn't great, but it was okay. Stability was 75%. And
That's what we have technically, but
okay,
there's a
I
stupid
think
thing
that's
with it. Yeah,
that's what we have,
it
SCJ.
is. Yeah,
So
it is.
gigabit symmetrical, but we have 300 300.
Yes.
Just because that's the speed that we can get with our network.
Right.
It's up to gigabit speed, in other words. Regardless, so the wires run over, and the wired network was mostly reasonably okay. I'll I'll say that despite the fact that we had 300 300, if you only had one thing on the network, you were getting like 75 95 when you tested it on like fast.com or
Yeah,
speedtest.net.
Can I add something?
That by itself is bad enough. And then there's also the lag that we had ping delay. So, okay, add something.
So when the pandemic, so originally 201 was not online based. We were all meet space, and then
Yeah.
the pandemic hit.
The online
And-
space was just like turn-based shit, essentially, social media.
And
Yeah.
I got recruited because I used to work at Mixer. I seem to know something about video streaming. I might have done stuff with relativity here. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Side Pocket had me come over to take a look at it, wondering why we couldn't get a stable stream out of this apartment. And what I determined was this network was possessed. And Jack decided to pick an argument with me, the guy who made sub-second video streaming work in a web browser, and saying the problem wasn't with his network.
He uses
I have never wanted to strangle someone more in that moment than we did get it working, but with compromises. Before the network got ripped out and redone, it was not uncommon to have 5 to 10 minute stream delay on this channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And okay.
He uses Arch, by the way.
He uses Arch, by the way.
You know, I realize that it's people that know people that use Arch tell people that they use Arch. It's the
So that was the wired network. It was already looking bad. The switch had NAT type 3, which if you know anything about networking on like video game consoles, that's bad.
Yeah.
So okay, fine. We use wireless devices mostly. Like we all
Which
have
took
cell
Jack
phones.
by surprise, and I can get into that detail in a
Yeah,
minute.
we all have cell phones, so we use wireless.
Or laptops that were moving around everywhere.
Laptops, game consoles. I'm getting through all of that. So our wireless devices all connected to the same one massive WLAN hotspot on his router, and it was connected over his PCI card in the router to whatever he was running his network on.
Yeah, we had dorm speeds.
So the Wi-Fi itself was theoretically Wi-Fi AC. It was supposed to be Wi-Fi 5 to 6 compatible, right? By standard. And okay, first things first. His Wi-Fi password was 254 characters long.
Mm-hmm.
That was the password.
He never dealt with a video game console, so I'll never forget when I brought my Wii in when I first lived with him, and I asked for the password, and I was expecting him to like open a document and read it to me or send me a document, and he hands me a USB stick, and I'm like, Jack, it's a video game console.
Yeah.
He didn't understand that you can't open a text file in a Wii U or a PlayStation 4.
And then the fact that like, okay, it's 254 characters. Let me point my Wii remote at the screen and boop every character on the keyboard and hope I didn't make a single fucking typo.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
so the long story here is we are all Jack's friends, but we've also been recovering quite a bit.
I was about to say, I feel like we're in fucking like a weird like Wi-Fi therapy session from Jack. Like we were all like victims of this thing, and we're like having.
I didn't even live here.
So this is before I moved in. This was all before I moved in.
Yeah.
I came here.
It was worse.
I expected maybe I would bring a wireless router or something. Maybe I would bring, a few bits of hardware here. The Wii supports USB keyboards sometimes, but that's a story for later. The I come in and I'm like, all right, Jack, what's the Wi-Fi password? And he hands me the inaugural USB stick. I'm like, okay. I plug it into my laptop and Jack, why is the Wi-Fi password this long? A Wi-Fi key is only 128 bytes. Like the CMAC cannot go longer than that. It's getting hashed, but it's getting truncated. You got to give that up. And he's like, well, it's more secure, right? Yeah, sure, Jack. Let me just log in here. So I copy it and I paste it into a text box. At the time, I was really trying to honestly use Haiku as a daily driver. Okay, hipster OS, whatever. I thought maybe I would find some bugs and report them. I found a bug. It doesn't support Wi-Fi keys longer than 64 characters.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it was 96, matter of fact, because we had a 60-something character password that worked. But I pasted the key in, and it would just loop on attempting to connect, attempting to connect, attempting to connect, and it just wouldn't get anywhere. It was like it was dropping the connection and then trying again.
And then he treats it like it's your problem.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, whatever. I drop that and I go to Windows, paste it in. It connects eventually after doing about a minute and a half of text
Yeah.
because the key exchange has to go through. And then, okay, now I'm on. And Jack, why are all the ports triggered to port 80? Well, it's a security thing. Jack, port 7176 does not do HTTP. There's no HTTP traffic on there. That's the printer. .4 printer commands go over that port, Jack. Well, I mean, I have it blocked so that nobody could dial in from the outside network. I'm sorry. I'll mitigate that disaster. Okay, Jack. Just do what you need to do with your router. Like later, it's finally fixed that much. And then I ran up against 3 or 4 different roadblocks that I won't even get into. I'm like, okay, Jack, headed up to here with this. I'm plugging in my answer that.
Sad Mac, to answer your question, only the LSD knows.
I should just say how after he's done, I'm going to say what it took to get my cell phone on this network.
And then I'll sum it up and we'll end the stream.
Things Jack was trying to do, basically super paranoid network.
That should be his autobiography. Things I tried to do.
Okay, whatever. I bring my router in, which is... I almost went to go reach and grab it, then I realized it might knock us off the stream.
Yeah.
It's an Asus RT67U, which is a rather decent router. 2.45 gigahertz, 802.11.
It has a visually threatening aurora.
Yeah, it has 4 giant antennas, and the antennas run Linux. Look up Quantenna firmware if you don't believe me. That's a thing. But because the antennas run Linux and the actual router also runs Linux, I have Asus Work Merlin running on it, which is a rather stable router.
By the way, before you brought your router, I'm not even kidding. Where this was literally GI Jack's router on his.
That was the antenna on.
It's supposed to cover like our entire building, and this was the antenna.
So that was the antenna. By comparison, this is the antenna that I brought in.
Yeah, right.
So this versus this.
Yeah.
So okay. I go ahead and I hooked up my router. And
also, please donate to charity for awesome Serious Cell Storytime.
Yeah.
Yes.
So obviously, Jack's got his paranoid network where I'm gonna have to have my own subnet.
Paranoid network.
Because it's Jack's network, and I need my own subnet apparently. Because he's afraid that because I have wireless on my router, that it's going to broadcast his network outside the house, and that the NSA will drive up and dial in and get his secrets off of his hard drive or something. Whatever bullshit crack he's smoking.
And yeah.
But So
we're getting donations for this.
I bring in and thank you for the
It hasn't happened yet, but it's going
yeah,
to.
I mean in advance.
Yes.
I bring the router over and I have him give it a subnet, give it its own IP location, its own address, and surprisingly, he got it right the first time and it worked decently.
Okay, you just broke my willing suspension of disbelief.
Yeah. No, it actually. I plugged it into one of the
Wait for
Ethernet
it.
ports. I plugged it in, and all the 4 lights on the front went blue, and it was working
Wait
fine.
for it, it's Jack. It's not gonna last.
I set up the Wi-Fi network on it, and we have Wi-Fi. I connect my device, and it works. I connect one of SidePocket's devices, and the whole network collapses. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I disconnect my device, and now SidePocket's device works. So what went wrong? The subnet had one IP address allocated to it. We were having IP collisions. What the fuck?
I
He
think
fixed that. He fixed that because it was literally a 2-byte change in a configuration file. That's the other thing. Normal routers, you go to a UI on a website and you dial some settings on the page and hit apply. The router might reboot and it'll take the network down with it for a second, but it'll come back on and the settings you made will be applied and changed to the network.
Jack's system
Jack's
is you have to desolder and resolder the network card.
Essentially.
Essentially.
He had a web UI because that's what came with the thing that he was doing. Oh, and there's a donation.
Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. So he had a configuration system that used a web UI, but it was not powerful enough for JackNet. So
I thought you were going to say Jackland, which is what it felt like.
yeah, so he had to dial in over SSH and make the configuration changes to the routes table manually because it couldn't do it automatically. So he makes all the changes and now, okay, the network has 100 IP addresses allocated. How did you get 100 out of a binary number? Well, it's a range from 0 to 100. Okay, so what happens if I connect 101 devices? Well, shit, hold on. Does some more route config. Okay.
Tell me you use Arch Linux repo with that you use Arch Linux
repo. So, after much hemming and hawing, it took about a week. The router finally worked, and we were able to connect more than 6 devices at a time to the network, streaming, watching video, playing games, and things like that. It sucked because for some reason Jack's router would die off every now and then, just randomly. So we'd be streaming and boop, connection lost.
Actually, I want to elaborate on this.
Okay.
When I came here to check the internet, what was happening was he was having intermittent packet loss as though his router was having an aneurysm. I'm actually, in hindsight, I suspect there was bad memory on his router, which were causing spontaneous resets. And this is why the internet here was
abysmal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm also going. When you finish the story, I'm also going to note that Jack did all the 201 infrastructure, and we're going to talk about our next cloud.
Next cloud. Oh boy, the cloud comes next. So this went on for roughly 2 years, because that's how long I've been here. I came with the router, and that same router is still there. The only thing that's changed, as far as my router's concerned, is that the 5 gigahertz died because the Linux that was running on the antennas crashed. But that's a side story. That's my fault. I'll take the responsibility for that. The 2.4 gigahertz still works, and there's no complaints on that. Everything's up and running, and fine. But after this all time, Jack needs to move to Los Angeles because he's got a job opportunity there.
I actually realized that now I wish, because we had to do a send-off to Jack at our meeting, we probably should have saved all these stories for our meeting. But we're already in there, so we could go in. Yeah, we're already doing it. Go on.
Yeah. So he has to move out, and he's taking his infrastructure with him. He'll leave us with our infrastructure, which okay. So while he was moving out, he without warning, by the way, and while I was
It's okay.
170 miles away and unable to actually just show up and fix it, he unplugs his router,
Yeah.
completely removes it from the network,
Doesn't
excises
ask.
it, doesn't ask anyone until after it's done,
I'm like,
and then plugs my router in like it's just an
yeah.
appliance.
And I'm like, Jack, aren't they like conjoined twins? That was the
Yeah.
whole point.
Because
Yeah.
he had to make a special route table in his area, I had to go to my router and have a route configured for that IP address range. That route no longer exists. So we're getting packets across to different devices on the local network, but nothing's going out or coming in from the internet.
And if you ever feel sad
And
about,
it's not like we had an AS and BGP that we could work with either. This isn't Facebook we're
Yeah.
talking about.
and,
But
and
we
yeah.
basically Facebooked ourselves.
And I'm not going to dox him, but I will say if you ever feel bad about that you really want a job in development or information security and you don't think you have the chops to do this, take all of this stuff into factoring and realize that Jack normally gets paid 6 figures or more to be a system administrator for networks.
Yes.
So yes, like Hollywood, you can fail upwards.
I think I think what it is he spends all of his brain power doing system administration at work.
Yeah,
And then when he has to
of it
come
here.
home and do it, it's on zero. It's running on fumes.
The thing that I always have that my thing with dear God, my God.
Oh, we
yeah,
haven't even talked about our cloud
but
infrastructure.
my whole thing, and then we're gonna finally end this. But my whole thing with Jack is that a lot of Jack has had, believe it or not, really good tech ideas that has actually helped DCG 201 and stuff. No, for real.
No, it's the implementation.
It's that a lot of Jack's personal stuff, his own stuff that he puts out there, and some of our infrastructure. And this is where I checked balanced on this for me, despite being like a lowly peon that currently just uses Ubuntu because I'm lazy.
Yeah.
Most of Jack's design when it comes to security, see, because I don't mind if something is like super secure, if it's completely covered in that security.
Right.
A lot of the problems I always had with Jack, both not only just literal raw infrastructure, but like social stuff as well with security, look like that joke from The Simpsons where Mr. Burns and Smithers would walk through all of these high security things, and then when they get to the actual vault, it's this like shitty barricade with a hole through, and there's a seagull, and they have to bat it away. Like that was a lot of those. So I had a lot of like, okay, why do we have like a really complicated password when if you go to just a normal HTTP website, there's literally a giant fucking hole in the network that a Mac truck could drive through? Like that was like my thing of like, why are we doing all the security here and there's a giant security hole over here?
Circling back to Jack moving out, right? So as he's moving out, he yoinks his router out and tries to stick mine in its place. And obviously that fails. So now Side Pocket's freaking out because he has a stream right the hell now.
Yeah, that's
I'm 300 miles off and I can't do shit about it.
I know, I felt horrible.
And Jack's standing there like, whoopsies.
Yeah.
So I'm okay. I nobody asked me, but they just reset the router, just reset the password on it. Now I would have said, sure, reset the password because I could give you the password. I have no problem with giving you the administrative password for the router.
Yeah, I know.
But I don't think they were able to connect to it because it was in a route space that no longer existed.
Yeah, that was the reason.
Even physically plugging into the router, you would have to set a static IP to something, and you'd have to guess. So it's better to just reset it at that point. Fuck it. So they reset the router and tried to set the network back to how it was. And by tried, I mean they got the SSID almost right, got one of the characters wrong. So we had to reconnect everything Wi-Fi to the new setting. But the thing that really scared Jack was he plugged in the router and got it working all by himself, no problem. And he put on his computer. He opened up his laptop, connected it to the network to check, and did a test. And he's like, "Why is the network so fast?"
Yeah, no, that was the thing. It was like we had like the Autobahn for the internet. We had basically your internet.
Yeah.
Like,
I
yeah.
have Comcast.
Yeah.
You guys have FiOS. You guys should be running freaking circles around my internet.
I know.
Yeah. So, when Jack came around to saying, like, to figuring out what's wrong with his router and or the internet, he was basically like trying to say, well, maybe it's because his router has a much more advanced processor and it has a more advanced OS and better
That yours
support
did.
that
Yeah.
mine did. Yeah. Okay, it's an Asus RT87R. The thing has a 1 gigahertz ARM 11 CPU. Dual core, I will give it that much, but it's just dual core. It has 512
Not even the good
megs.
wrapping kind either.
Yeah, 512 megs of RAM. 300 megabytes of computing power, or flash rather, and that's it.
Yep.
His system had a 2.7 gigahertz AMD, I want to say EPIC APU, and it had 4 gigs of RAM, and it had a 512 gigabyte flash drive, SSD, rather.
Yeah.
And somehow my retail router, just a box that you can buy from Best Buy, is running circles around his custom high-end, super expensive. Like, this thing is probably $900 easy,
Mm-hmm.
and mine I got for $60 at a yard sale.
The best way I could describe this whole story is that Jack's sitting there wondering why he can't install the latest version of Call of Duty on his super high-end gaming PC that he spent over $9,000 on, including a new RTX system.
What?
And then
9,000?
Yeah, and then looking, I'm just pulling a number on my ass, and then
Okay.
it's over 9,000, obviously. But yeah, and I look at it and I'm like, Jack, your gaming PC is running Temple OS. That's why nothing installs. Like, that's the,
Like, here's the thing.
I literally, I think, told him at the point, I was like, because I waited till you come home, because I was like, Jack, tell him what I said. It's like, yeah, you're, like, your router's super, and you're like, mine has less processing power than a Nintendo Entertainment System.
I did eventually rush out here from
Yeah.
Long Island to
Yeah.
remedy the mistakes with the internet,
Yeah.
because if I didn't, then we wouldn't have had a stream for a few weeks.
Yeah, literally. And thank you for that. Sorry they even got to that point. Because again, if he had told me that I want to separate the router, I would have literally told him just wait until after my stream tonight.
Wait until after the stream, and B, call me, because I could have just got on a
Exactly.
train that night and headed over.
Exactly.
And it wouldn't have been too much of a problem.
But
instead, it was an emergency, and I had to upheave
and
everything.
I was
It cost
basically
a
like,
lot.
Jack, no offense to your network skills in terms of the home, but why do you think the FSF keeps trying to recruit you?
Yeah. Okay.
Because it reminds me a lot of FSF GNU project designs. You know?
Yeah, well, the thing that made me give up entirely is when you literally are dealing with the guy who did video streaming for a living and won't listen to the problem that your network is broken because your router is a pile of well, yeah, I had words about this network.
Well, the thing is, with his video streaming stuff, it's like, it was on like a university network, which was like gigabit both ways in 2003.
There's also only audio. It was radio. It was college radio.
Oh, it wasn't even video. Okay.
No.
And was it Shoutcast or Icecast?
I have no idea. All I know is that it was college radio, and that was their big difference between. I mean, you could argue are things similar? College radio, dead air.
Radio.
Dead air. Yeah. No, it's more of that. Also, which Jack also admitted to, is that this was years ago. He graduated college back when, the polio vaccine was being administered. Basically, when Neo was going through his second bar mitzvah. And the thing is that. That
should be that funny to me.
And the thing is that I'll put it this way: your parents are so old that you used to iron their clothes with a Neo. That's how old they are.
Yes.
So the thing is,
to sum up a very long story is Jack also did the online infrastructure for the 201 website, which is why the website has had interesting stability issues and failure modes, despite the fact that it's a bunch of stacked pages, because that was the only thing we could realistically get host it.
I will
Yeah.
say this. No matter how much that he faltered with that, he was still a lot better than Rex, and that's what the only thing I'll
Yeah.
give him. Yeah.
I
Yes.
mean, yeah, when I came in, the first thing I said when I saw DEF CON 201 was like, because you gave
Yeah.
me the link for the website, so that I
And
could follow you
literally, he
guys.
was like, in the other room, just,
I
what the fuck is this?
no,
Yeah.
this was like before I moved in. We were
Yeah.
at the 2600 meet,
Yeah.
and you gave me the link to the website so that I could follow you guys on like Twitter and Instagram or whatever. So okay, cool. I opened my laptop tethered to my phone, and I opened the defcon201.org website. Okay, what the fuck is this?
Yes.
And the first thing I remember you said was, okay, Rex designed this. I'm like,
Yeah.
do you need help?
Yeah.
You guys need help, seriously.
I'm
And
trying to say that without saying I need help. That's what I mean.
That's pretty much how I moved in here, because
Yeah.
that was what got me to be a person of value to DEF
No,
CON
and
201 at the
I'm
time.
glad that you did because actually no, I'm actually not gonna say that on air because while it's a really good joke, I don't want to start that public
Oh, boy.
accident war.
Yeah.
Um.
To make a very long story short, there's a reason why we haven't had working 201 emails. When we tried to do our planning for PAX East, we tried to use our Nextcloud, and well, there's a reason why all our work for PAX East is on free laptops, 2 Google Docs, spread across 4 accounts,
and a partridge in a pear tree.
and a Telegram group. So
Yes.
instead of anything sane, sometime this week it all gets burnt to hell.
My
Yeah.
my absolute favorite thing, if you want a long story short, was that Jack was really excited, and I was really happy for him. He literally spent like 2 weeks putting together this what's that thing called that he did with the Raspberry Pi, that little
The
Pokemon
Pi
thing,
hole.
not Pi hole, the other thing,
Oh.
um,
The
Tamagotchi thing,
yeah,
Konagachi. And I put it together, put the battery in it, and nothing worked. And then
Yeah.
it turned out it's literally because he like forgot a semicolon or something in the programming. It was oh no, what it was is all the code was there, but you had to change one line in order to activate it, and he forgot to do it.
Yeah.
He spent a week coding this thing, and
Yeah.
which means he's qualified to make the operating system for Tesla. So,
Oh.
which sucks because I really like Ninja OS, like for real.
Yeah.
You know,
Jack
like
is-
that's what I mean. I'm not
he-
saying everything. Yeah,
He's
like,
done some real. So for those who don't know, Ninja OS
and I'm
is
stupid by the way with most things. So this is not. I'm not acting like I'm a high level wizard here. You know?
Ninja OS, I came up with with what it stood for because he didn't have an acronym for it, and because it's Jack, because he likes GNU stuff, it's a recursive acronym. Ninja is not just Arch.
You mean it's a curse acronym,
Yes.
not a recurse.
It also stands for Ninja is now Jack's Arch.
Mm.
Rare double face palm here. You only see it here, folks.
No, even on my channel, I don't think they've gone the double face palm. The only way we could get better is if both of us were face palming next to each other.
Yeah.
To sum it all up, I think that the only way I could truly ever get Jack to hate me is if I take the entire source code for Ninja OS and codify it as an NFT.
No, I could do something to make Jack hate me. I just need to take all the source code to Ninja OS and put it under AGPL.
Oh, that would probably be actually illegal.
All the source code that is compatible with the AGPL.
Okay, well, I'm sure.
Because that means that if you ever used it for a wire test, then you'd have to give
This is not a diss. That dead serious. This is not a diss against Jack because I actually really do like Ninja OS. This is more of a diss of a community that I'm very familiar with. The other worst thing to do is to take Ninja OS and send it to Core Arch for review.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that would go well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They will literally disqualify him for not using Emacs or something like that. Yeah.
It may sound like we're roasting Jack, and to an extent we actually are, but the fact of the matter is that
I
Jack...
never thought he'd be a good Ulog.
Jack was the guy that got me involved with 201 Group. Mm-hmm. I had just moved back to New York City in 2017. I had left a lot of things behind in Alaska and Rochester. And he's the one who reached out to me.
You know, it's bad when New Jersey is an improvement.
It is. Yeah. To be fair, that isn't because of the city. It's because of the people that live there.
Yeah. Again.
Well, to me, it's because of the city, but that's because I came here from fucking Long Island.
Yes. Well, let's be honest. there's the two parts of the country that are long and fallow, so we'd be better off if we cut them off, and that's Long Island and Florida.
You could
Yeah.
actually argue that the two co-founders. Actually, we could actually incorporate 201 as a refugee camp.
But you're from New Jersey.
That's what I mean. It's the two co-founders from New Jersey, so we're two native New Jerseyans opening up a refugee camp for the surrounding, especially during the plague that everyone's
Yeah.
running away from because we're the highest vaccinated state.
I hate this. I didn't know I could hate. I didn't know you could ruin 201 in a sentence, but here we are.
Well, duh, I have the ability to nuke everything. That's really the only power I technically have as co-founder currently. I have all the buttons that nuke everything.
But to backtrack,
Yeah.
we are roasting Jack's internet because let's be honest, this was really stupid.
Backtrack?
I swear, why is it? It's reflective. He knows the words that make my arm go up from doing. But
I can control this, man. I have the voice from Dune.
no, that's strangely enough to not cause a reaction on my arm. Anyway, Jack was I sound like he's dead. He's not dead. Well, although
his network is dead,
and that we are not going to miss.
Nothing was lost.
And nothing of value was lost that day.
Jack network joins Hitler and
But
the eventual death of
one
Donald
of the
Trump.
things I really remember with
Don't
Jack.
know God win it.
The thing I remember of Jack is way back when the group was just starting out. We used to meet at Maker Bar.
Alright, so yeah.
In Hoboken. And this was my first time coming out
Not
there.
by choice.
We had done a talk with Ham Radio, and then we went out to a diner in Hoboken, which is actually an okay place to eat, which is the most praise I'm willing to give to Hoboken in public. And me and Jack were basically trading stories because both of us have service in our backgrounds. I don't want to go into too many details, not to dox him, but I was a firefighter, and we were kind of bonded on the stupidity of anything that involves a chain of command.
Yeah.
And that's really how I remember it the best. And then I also remember Jack as Lobster Man.
That's going to be a DCG 201 slogan on a shirt. DC 201, we're all bounded by stupidity.
But the thing is that I will never forget Lobster Man when Jack went to DEF CON. And I really hope you show that photo.
Lobster. I'll put it this way, especially if we get a panel for some reason at DEF CON 30, I will have that picture. Especially as the thank you at the last slide.
I'm going to leave this off of a noodle story. I went to DEF CON by accident, and Jack became a commercial for melanoma. This was DEF CON 26 in a sentence for the 201 members who went. And there is a story behind this on both ends.
Except it has nothing to do with cryptocurrency. I think we're going to probably wrap this up here.
Yeah.
Well, but cryptocurrency is like melanoma. You just don't want it in your life.
Actually, it's more like cryptocurrency was like Jack's plans to DEF CON.
No!
Where it started off with good intentions, and then due to horrible execution, both ended up
So hold on.
a non-functioning Jack. An NFJ called.
No. So basically, what cryptocurrency promised is the Ferrari going into Vegas. What cryptocurrency is Jack on a Harley that is melting in the desert with no sunblock.
It's
the Harley's melting, but
yeah.
also Jack.
Yes, it's actually basically what happened with cyberpunk as a genre.
You can't take my memories of DEF CON.
We're in cyberpunk. We are in cyberpunk, except it's literally all the stuff in cyberpunk, except without the sexy leather people riding hover motorcycles.
If you check out our monthly meeting, we're going to probably have we are having a roast of Jack, right?
All I know is I don't. You
fine.
sleep too much. You're okay. I have insomnia.
No, I have a sleep disorder. I don't sleep too. No one in this room has a normal sleep cycle.
Yep. Triphasic sleep for the win.
Delayed phase sleep syndrome.
Yep. And so speaking of which, so I guess that is it for Crypto Barons. Thank you, SCJ, for being the MVP here of doing the donations. We now are at $127, which is closer than our goal than we previously were. So thank you for that.
$1 more and it would be 2 to the 7?
Yeah.
No, but it's zero indexed, so we're already there. Because $0 is a valid.
One of these days,
yes.
I want to get enough where we're so good at fundraising. I actually want to go for $26,000.
What we do is
2,600.
Yeah.
2,600.
Yes.
Yeah.
no, and then we just have to play as a background. Oh, there's another $2.
Yay! Thank you. Now we're
And-
129.
but now we need an extra bit. Damn it!
Oh.
Now wait. Well,
Well-
no. We can cheat. We can unsign the integer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
No. This
Thank you
is
for that,
real
by the
programming.
way. Thank
This
you,
is-
SCJ.
Or we could just add 125 and run up to the top of the 8-bit spectrum.
No. Let's not do a Motorola here.
Yeah. There's 68,000 reasons why I hate you for that.
And only 13 reasons why if you get the connection.
The fact of the matter is, he knows exactly what I'm thinking of.
So anyhow, as a last instant reward,
allow
it's
me
going
to
to go in.
sign extend my gratitude.
Yes.
And let me map that page out.
So while Godzilla versus Gamera go back in the background, thank you for watching Crypto Barons. Not only was this highly entertaining and we got to raise more money for children's hospitals across the United States and Canada, but also this has actually proven someone says more Death Engine 2 wrote Mora is 6800 that this actually does my proof of concept that at least maybe we should look into at least once a month doing like here's all the terrible tech news
Probably.
that happens and just be ourselves
Let me do this.
and get Squirtle next time.
Let me do
yeah.
this sign off properly. Is that this is Side Pocket, Cell, and N Commander signing out and wishing you all a pleasant night.
Well-
If you've enjoyed our content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed our content, consider putting something towards charity. And with that said, it's off to Side Pocket to push the button.
Wrong channel.
What? What did I do wrong?
I mean, you did nothing wrong. In fact, you did everything right
If-
for your channel.
In fact, that's
What?
our donation page, and the only thing that would have made it more hilarious is if you actually said, "And this is the new tool that I use for I almost said Compost Industries." That was a Freudian slip. Ooh, he's gonna hate me now.
Well, you know I've been doing this for too long when I have the sales
I'm
pitches in
checking
my
it.
own channel hard-coded.
So Sad Max said probably the best thing is slightly entertaining. I was pretty much dying and loving it. That's why I'm thinking of doing that concept. And if you like this, you should, whether it's online on the 19th or in person, come to our meeting. This is pretty much what our meetings are like when we remember to bring the power cord for the streaming computer. And I'm pretty sure something else is going to happen.
Let's just say that DCG 201 runs on hope and good intentions, and we'll be at the next hope.
It definitely runs on hope because sometimes it feels like core staff. But yes.
Okay, so you did your sign off. So okay, folks, that's all I have for you today. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them in the comments below.
Yep.
If you have any.
Michael MJD has entered the chat.
What?
Yeah.
No. I was actually trying for lockpicking lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And then you get to use the tool that Setnan Commander and Cell made.
And picking commander here.
So here's the thing: is that I have
Counter
no personal
rotation
interest in
on 3.
Locksport, but hanging around this guy is proof that if you just hang around a lockpicking guy,
If you do a lockpicking channel, you should call it N picking commander. And you'll go up against lockpicking lawyer.
but that would require me to be a commander in real life.
Actually, the generic
Okay,
name,
where's the hat?
real quick, the generic name now, I've noticed
You-
for a lot of lock sporters is taking their hobby or their business and putting it in their name with lock pickers. So you have the lockpicking coal miner, the lockpicking patrolman, the lockpicking lineman and stuff.
So where's the locksmithing lockpicker?
That's technically Night Owl.
Uh-huh.
That's like a half joke. So I'm like worried, like you're gonna be called like the lockpicking ex-canonical or something like that.
Oh. So just as a note, this is what happens whenever I stream, and apparently, if you add me to a stream, it can't shut down on time because I'm just
Because both of you don't shut up, and I thought I never shut up.
You've been watching Hack Shift. Please
Well-
like, subscribe, leave a comment if you liked it. Leave a comment if you don't. And as always, we are. Anyway.
So
go ahead.
the actual way, and I'm gonna take over here. Should I? But if you don't, I'm gonna use my backhand of my ring finger. is that here's the actual sign. Thank you for watching Crypto Barons. Hope to see you folks on this month, this Friday on the 19th, probably starting at 5 p.m. for our meeting. It's going to be partly streamed live. You can catch me personally almost 2 days later on the 21st at 8 p.m. for a new episode of Master of Unlocking, which I don't quite know what I'm going to do for that. But we actually do have it. I'm not going to reveal what it is though. Don't go anything. It's his idea. It's brilliant, but like you can't wait for that.
I'm
And
scared.
next Crypto Barons, I have to basically now choose to ask. Thank you, Sir Silent Commander, for getting all this titanic amount of news. If it was just me, it would not be nearly as entertaining. And thank all of you, especially from the N Commander Lunatic Asylum. I mean the N Commander Discord, for coming in and
God damn it, that's a better name for it than what I currently.
All right.
Yeah.
Why do you think I come up with the names for everything in DCG 201? It's because I'm good at
Son
it.
of a bitch.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. I actually am considering renaming the server after that.
So the thing is that thank you for all coming in and thank you all for donating. I believe the next episode, if I remember correctly, is especially provided if we can get the whole other stronger laptop to connect to the streaming laptop. I've been wanting to do the Numerai episode forever.
Okay.
Even though that is literally the one that's gonna fucking kill me because it's for all those I'm not wrong. See, they even sound like you. Is that
Communities are reflections of their founders.
I can't guarantee this, but the Numerai thing is literally think of it as a blockchain based arena, like a literal like gladiatorial arena where you code AI bots to out predict each other.
Mhm.
It's a lot
Thanks,
of
I hate
map
it.
and coding, and I'm dead because at least you guys can code. So yeah, thank you for all of that. Again, if you want to donate, even if we're not streaming, I post a link in chat. And if you're on Twitch, stay tuned. We're going to go raid someone else. If you are interested in following it, you go to our website at defcon201.org.
Hold on, our socials. If you want to follow Cyril,
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at SIROCYL. That's Cyril. I'm also available on Discord. You can ask me for that, or you just find me in Commander's Discord.
Where were you, Cope Mint? Because we literally just did the lemons like a year ago.
Yeah, and this is N Commander. You can find me on N Commander on YouTube, or on Discord, or on Twitter as Boss Firefighter because someone took my name. Damn it!
And somebody's followed me on Twitter already.
And
Wow, that was fast.
That was FCJ.
Yep.
643.
And Commander, cool. You have a new stalker. That's great. And basically, the way I'd sum it up is you can find N Commander. He's now a famous YouTuber.
Yeah.
Wow, that I've never heard such words of praise said with such scorn.
Okay, so how long until the golden play button?
Well, I got to get the silver
Silver
one
one
first, so I can
first,
smash it
You'll
on
get
his
the
head.
you get the gold one first.
No, because that would require a video to get me to 1 million subscribers.
So, also thanks SCJ643 for the $29 towards the donations. That's very much appreciated, even if it meant torturing us a little bit.
No, it's even better because we were being tortured for it.
And when we sign off, I'll play us off.
And Cope Mint, again, Crypto Barons happens. We do second and fourth Saturday every month. So the next episode, if I can get this calendar to load in time,
and then that's when
here
the
we go.
stream crashed.
Yeah, is going to be on November 27th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I hope you see here, and hopefully you'll get that bronze medal too. So anyhow, and if you want to follow us on the socials, if you go to our website at defcon201.org, we have the bunch of the main ones on the side. If you want all of them, as Ian Malcolm says, Jurassic Park, well, there it is. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for both of you for all the nightmares I'll be having after this stream. And thank you
What
for
do you think the N stands
all
for?
who donates and all of that. Thought that
I don't know.
NFT Commander. Okay. God. That's right. He's gonna strangle us me off the screen here. That will be another charity donation. But anyway, so as I actually do the sign off, hack the planet, Dirty Jersey represents, and remember, I don't know what's the moral of today's episode thing that we usually do. I'll let you guys figure that out.
Friends don't let friends do NFTs.
NFT, leave it be.
Yep.
And what's the New Jersey version of Keep Your Stick on the Ice?
Don't be a Pennsylvanian.
No, but I'd rather say that about Floridians.
Well, you say
avoid the toxic waste dumps.
You say keep your stick on the ice, but I'm looking at the New Jersey Devils, and I won't say anymore.
Oh, man.
Yeah. he's not wrong, and I hate it.
And
Yeah.
remember, actually, here's my and remember. If someone says that their setup is custom, run because it won't.
Yeah.
Good day, everybody. Enjoy the outro music.